Back in the day, that black-haired hero from another dimension teamed up with dragons to seal the giants away forever. But obviously, that epic tale had to be erased from history so nobody could step up and wreck their modern-day scheming. Suddenly, the pagan connects the dots. Russell has black hair and insane power scaling. Could he be carrying the actual bloodline of that ancient savior? Well, even if he is. He figures thousands of years have passed. There is no way Russell inherited the full, unwatered-down savior genetics. Either way. They decide to crank up the danger level on him just to be safe. Cut back to the party. Russell is getting swarmed by fans trying to chat him up. We are talking country nobles, territory lords, and foreign VIPs. Yep, our boy is going to be stuck networking here for a long, long time. While playing the crowd, Prince Sauron of the Golden Sand Dunes slides in. He is here to congratulate the main character on the engagement of the century. Russell instantly recognizes Snake Boy. He jokingly thanks him for the weird attack gift, but politely asks for literally anything else next time around. When Russell asks if he enjoyed the show, Sauron is hyped that he did not get mad about the test, so the prince flat out proposes an alliance. You guys realize how huge this is, right? The Golden Sand Dunes is stupidly rich. Having them as backup against the Empire is a massive game changer. But Sauron makes a huge clarification. He does not want a country-to-country deal. He wants an exclusive alliance with Russell himself. The two bosses shake hands, ready to make moves. 3 days later, our guy is so relieved the massive party is over, while taking a breather. Princess Hekad drops by, totally getting why he is exhausted by all the high society stuff. She actually brought over a stack of work documents that piled up during their engagement. But she rushed through them just so she could see her new fiancé. Naturally, Russell blushes super hard and calls her out for teasing him again. He spots a single letter tucked in the paperwork. Hekad says it is his, opening it. He realizes she faked a research request just for him. Now he has the perfect cover story to travel solo without drawing any suspicion. She shyly asks if she overstepped. But Russell just wraps his arms around her from behind, thanking her for being so awesome. She giggles, surprised he is this thrilled over something so simple. Then she casually mentions she is tired. Turning around with a flirty look, she suggests they finally kill the lights. Russell agrees, and things get very spicy from there. A little while later, down in the Nassau City-State Alliance, an official dealing with freelance mages tells a frustrated client that they are fresh out of heavy hitters, only third circles left. The guy panics, screaming that you absolutely need a fourth circle to fight off pirates. Right on cue, a mage steps into the room. When asked for his credentials, he slaps down an identity token. Ridman Lewis, 38 years old, freelance fourth circle mage for hire. He smoothly introduces himself and takes the gig heading to Cool Island. But plot twist, it is actually Russell hiding under some top-tier cloaking magic for his solo mission. Soon they set sail, and the ocean breeze is super peaceful. Russell just prays they do not run into any crazy anime-level disasters before hitting Cool Island. Meanwhile, below deck, another fourth circle mage named Carl Neon grabs his buddy, Aiden Owl, a modest third circle mage, and drags him over for drinks. Aiden stresses out, insisting they really should not be drinking on a bodyguard mission. But Carl laughs it off, bragging about the beers he chilled himself using frost magic. Unable to say no, Aiden finally caves in and joins. Carl tosses a cold beer to our disguised Russell, who accepts. Honestly, Russell is stunned to run into Aiden Owl here. Here is what you and I need to remember about this guy. In the future, Aiden shakes up the entire academic world by boosting potion power by 20%, but thanks to Archduke Bismarck's shady sponsorship, he gets forced to surrender his epic research to the Empire. Wild right. But this time around, Russell is making absolutely sure and Mian gets his payback. They keep drinking, but Ridman notices something off. He senses mana flowing from Carl's bracelet and asks if it's an artifact. Carl plays it cool, claiming it just clears his mind. Mid-party, disaster strikes. 5 pirate ships suddenly surround them. The boss who hired them panics and rushes to rally his mages. But Carl just smirks. Why? He spiked the mages' beers, knocking them out cold. Right then, the ship's owner sprints onto the deck. Seeing Aiden and Ridman passed out, the owner realizes the horrible truth. Carl is working with the pirates. Carl straight up admits it, mocks the owner for not doing background checks, and tells him to surrender or die. Out of nowhere, Ridman's ring sparks up. A massive lightning storm brews overhead, activating the signature Thunder Giant's hammer. Boom, a brutal wave of lightning blasts the pirates. Carl is completely stunned. Then Ridman casually stands up, joking if that scared him. Carl is shocked he can still use magic. Since Ridman is playing the role of a fourth circle mage, he decides to blame this overpowered attack entirely on his flashy artifact. Ridman unleashes a blazing fire attack, trapping Carl. The traitor begs for his life, but our boy ignores him until he's totally toasted. With Carl looking extra crispy, the ship's owner is dumbfounded. He asks Ridman how he possibly knew Carl was a dirty traitor. Ridman points out Carl's shady bracelet. He explains the artifact constantly leaks mana, acting as a secret tracker to broadcast his exact location to the pirates. Now watch closely, this is where it gets absolutely crazy. Pirates shoot anchors everywhere. The owner totally freaks out. Thinking Ridman is just a fourth circle mage who can't handle a whole fleet, he actually considers paying their ridiculous toll fee. But Ridman tells him to watch over Aiden. He's going to feed the fishes. Ridman floats right above the deck and decides to end this fast. He drops a literal rain of fire, completely obliterating the pirate ships. Later on, Aiden wakes up completely confused about the pirates. Ridman tells him to chill, explaining he pumped some fire mana into his system to burn away the sleeping drugs. Aiden lies back down, feeling guilty for being careless, but Ridman tells him it's fine. Ridman changes the subject, asking about the research paper he found. Aiden is shocked to see it, but Ridman explains it just slipped out while carrying him to bed. He admits the theory on boosting potion effects is actually genius. Hearing that, Aiden lights up. Ridman even offers to help fund it, but Aiden sighs, saying the ingredients needed for testing would just cost way too much gold. Ridman brushes that off. Money isn't a problem. He tosses Aiden a special ID token to hand over at the legendary Flame Tower. He promises that token will score him the cash. Master Daria will definitely see the value in his brilliant research. Aiden reads the token and freezes. It belongs to the famous warm mage of the Flame Tower. Russell Raymond himself. Aiden practically loses his mind, but Russell quickly shushes him, explaining he's traveling undercover for super secret reasons. Teary-eyed, Aiden admits Russell is the first guy to ever believe in him, promising absolute loyalty. I know what you're thinking, where to next? Well, approaching Kulil Island, Russell's map suddenly changes, revealing some secret words. The clue says, above where the rivers of ice and fire cross, head to the end of the Flame River and rise up. The magical map wants to guide him there, but he has absolutely no clue what it means. They finally drop anchor. The grateful merchant thanks the two awesome mages for keeping them alive. Aiden acts super humble. He almost blurts out that Sir Russell did all the work, but catches himself and calls him Ridman. The merchant then hands over a fat stack of cash as a reward. He actually paid extra, wishing them the best of luck on their crazy journey before taking off. Aiden pouts like a puppy, super bummed they have to split up so soon. Poof, Russell drops his disguise, tells Aiden he'll catch him at the Flame Tower and heads out to explore the new port. It's a beastman country, so humans are rare. Spotting a monkey dude, Russell decides the local tavern is the best spot for intel. The cheerful bartender welcomes him in, and our boy immediately orders an ice-cold beer. He drops way too much cash. When the bartender tries to return the change, Russell tells her to keep it as payment for answers. She grins and asks what he wants to know. He asks about a river of flames, but she draws a total blank. However, she points out a few hot spots around the island where lava still actively flows. Turns out Cool Island is basically an ancient, dormant volcano. He asks about overlapping ice and fire rivers, but she looks at him like he's crazy. He just shrugs it off. Guess he's doing this the hard way, hiking straight toward the island's center. Along the way, that exact same monkey beastman pops up, asking if he needs a guide. So what do you and I make of this shady guy? Charging 2 silver an hour, promising no regrets. Russell totally thinks he's a classic scammer. But whatever, Russell rolls with it. The monkey brags that his race is the most connected network on the entire coast. All right, stick with me here. The The monkey guy brags about knowing the area best, and Russell agrees, but just asks where they are headed. Stick with me, guys. This monkey dude swears he's leading the way, but Russell's like, hold up, I never even told you my destination. Busted, the monkey demands to know when his cover was blown and why Russell even tagged along. Our boy casually drops that he just needed some free labor. Realizing he just got played, the monkey throws a total tantrum, claiming he would have let Russell live if he just handed over his loot. But now he's aiming for skin. Suddenly, a whole squad of monkey thugs charges at him. Russell just smirks, firing up a nasty lightning spell. Did they seriously think he'd walk into a trap without a plan? The monkey boss instantly recognizes the magic. It's a massive area attack. He yells to retreat, but too late. A huge chain of lightning blasts the entire squad, wiping them out in seconds. Sparing the tour guide, Russell dangles raw lightning right in front of his face. Time for a little Q&A, and he better answer nicely. He asks about this crazy spot where a river of ice meets flames, but the monkey is shivering, crying that he's never heard of it. Russell raises an eyebrow. So much for being the cool island expert, huh? The monkey frantically swears that 0 places like that exist on the outer ring. Could it be in the inner ring, then? The dude confesses he has absolutely no clue what's hiding deeper inside the island. Well, guess Russell is doing this solo, as soon as he starts walking toward the inner zone. The monkey freaks out, warning him the inner guys are built differently. They are insanely hostile and will attack on sight if they smell an outsider in their turf. Sure enough, Russell steps into the inner ring and immediately gets cornered. The locals demand to know if he's the outsider making waves. Their boss mocks his tiny size, but Russell notices something weird. These guys have absolutely 0 intent to kill. They just want to brawl. Realizing these beastmen are obsessed with pure strength, he cheerfully asks if they're here to throw hands. The boss grins, admitting they can't fight their natural instincts. It's basically in their blood. He tells Russell to call the start. Russell casually gives the green light. Loving his bold attitude, the leader launches himself forward, ready to test those skills, as the beastman charges in. Now pay attention here. Our boy knows a basic spell won't cut it against this tank. He has to condense his mana to the absolute max. Packing serious heat, Russell blasts out a massive shock wave. The beastman praises the hit, but laughs, claiming that weak magic won't even leave a scratch on him. But as the guy tries to power through with sheer muscle, boom, he's sent flying backwards. The rest of the gang stares in pure shock. Their boss got launched by one hit. This mage is actually cracked. The crew immediately swarms Russell, begging for a fight, but their boss scrambles up and shoos them away, yelling that this mage is way out of their leg. The boss's quick bounce back is wild. Anyone else taking a hit like that would be rocking some seriously broken bones right now. But beastmen are literally built for battle. Russell figures if this guy knew how to use aura, he'd be absolute superhuman tier. He asks the beastman for round 2. The guy wants to bad, but admits his body is completely wrecked. He literally can't throw another punch today. Swallowing his pride, the boss admits defeat and respects the epic fight. He asks why a human is way out here, since they usually stick to the trading borders. Russell drops his question about the overlapping rivers of ice and fire. Once again, total blank stare, but the beastman points him toward the divine region, hinting he might find the real answers up there. This divine region, it's literally holy ground where a god lives. The beastman admits he's never been allowed inside. But it's the only logical place for something that crazy. Russell suddenly remembers old records of the first Beast King. You and I both know he can't ignore this. The underworld altar dropped this clue, so he absolutely must investigate. Fast forward a few days. Russell crushes yet another beastman. That makes it his 17th fight today alone. Talk about grinding. To enter the Holy Land, he needs the great warriors and elders to acknowledge him, and the only way to get that, beating down everyone in his path. He's been brawling non-stop for 15 days, but none of the big shots have shown up yet. Suddenly, a Jaguar tribe guy rolls up, checking if he's the famous human. When Russell nods, the dude tells him to follow. Someone super important is waiting. Spotting the special knot on his waist, Russell knows this guy is a great warrior. He asks if it's an elder or warrior who wants to chat. Nope, it's Muya, the literal Beast King. Our boy was just hoping for a high ranker. But the king himself, that is a massive jackpot, stepping back in time for a second. Muya had actually called in the Jaguars, asking about this human outsider causing total chaos on their island. They confirmed the crazy rumors. Especially since multiple gatekeepers got folded. The king was shocked that fighters near warrior level got crushed, so he ordered them to find this guy immediately. They wanted to drag him back by his collar, but Muya said no. He wanted Russell brought in with respect as a royal guest. Back to the present, while the Jaguars are giving Russell the rundown. He's super hyped to go, but one Jaguar glares at him with pure disgust, thinking he looks way too weak. This dude assumes everyone just let their guard down, fuming that the king is treating him so well. Another beastman catches his bad vibe. He warns him to chill out before his combat instincts ruin the mission. That's where we leave it today, guys. The Jaguar beastman mutters he is not dumb enough to attack the king's VIP guest. He storms up to Russell, annoyed, demanding they speed up because they are super busy right now. Russell totally agrees, so the guy launches into the sky, daring our boy to try keeping up, as this cocky beastman blasts off toward the Beast King's location. He secretly plans to show this human scum the massive gap in their power, but instantly our boy pops up right behind him, chilling and complimenting his speed. The beastman absolutely loses his mind seeing Russell match his max speed, but his jaw drops even harder when Russell casually tells him to stop holding back, basically saying he can go way faster than this. Hitting their destination, the beastman actually gives Russell props for his speed. He straight up never expected a human to even keep him in sight. Finally, he asks if Russell is literally the fastest human alive, but our boy casually drops that there are at least 30 guys in his kingdom just as fast and maybe 100 continent wide. That completely shatters the poor beastman's ego, shifting focus to the view. Russell is stunned to see a massive city hiding inside the forest, but hey, it makes sense for the Beast King's turf, moving deeper in. He spots the legendary cool warriors, all packing forth circle power minimum. Their fighting aura is so stupidly thick, it feels like wading through heavy mud. That totally confirms he was smart to wait until hitting the 6th circle before visiting. Meanwhile, watch closely because things are about to get crazy. The warriors are blown away that Russell can tank their pressure, but suddenly the Beast King steps out, demanding to know why they are starting beef against her orders. Muya hops up onto her throne, telling Russell it is nice to finally meet. She calls him a human kid and formally introduces herself. Russell instantly reads her crazy high power level, guessing she is probably tied with Master Daria, but honestly, he totally did not expect the king to be female. She catches him staring and calls him out. Russell quickly bows, introducing himself as a flame tower warlock, begging pardon since he has zero clue about beastman manners. Hearing that polite greeting, Muya awkwardly looks away, muttering he does not need to be so formal. But honestly, she is absolutely loving the respect. She asks what drags a human all the way out to cool, so Russell drops the truth he is hunting for where the rivers of ice and flames overlap. The warriors instantly lose their minds, a weak outsider who is not even a recognized fighter wanting to crash their sacred divine zones, unacceptable. The king immediately silences them. Russell calmly asks if it is literally impossible for an outsider to enter or if there is just some strict rule blocking the way in. Muya realizes Russell is incredibly sharp, seeing right through the politics. Plus, she senses his wild fighting potential is easily on par with her top guys. His bold attitude might actually be exactly what her stagnating beastmen need to wake up. She tells him to keep talking. Russell pushes his luck, asking if officially recognized warriors get a free pass into the divine region. Hearing this, "You and I both know where this is going, right?" Muya asks if a human really wants to tackle their brutal trial. Russell says absolutely, if that is the only legit ticket inside. She lays out the rules and they are brutal but simple. Just survive inside a deadly canyon for 10 whole days. Zero food provided. He has to hunt for his own meals, plus throw down with 5 great warriors every single day, and he has to win every match. Russell instantly gets it. This is a hardcore test of mental grit, survival instincts, and combat skills. Plus, there is this creepy dark energy bleeding out of the canyon, meaning he has to keep his sanity in check. Without wasting time, Muya declares the trial officially open. Russell literally takes a leap of faith to officially start the trial. The second he lands down there, he realizes the dark aura is insanely heavy. Then it clicks. He remembers hearing this is the exact canyon where the corpse of Gander, the legendary snake that killed Fenrir, the first Beast King, is buried. Suddenly, massive snakes slither out. But Russell just chills and summons Pepper, who completely roasts them with a fire blast. Looking at the crispy results, Russell jokes that snake meat is on the dinner menu. Cut to the final day. Muya is seriously blown away by our boy's iron willpower, that magical campfire Russell lit. It has been blazing nonstop for 5 straight days. Even crazier, after wrecking 20 top-tier warriors, he does not have a single scratch. Seeing this absolute powerhouse in action, Muya just cannot hold her own battle cravings back. Ignoring her panicked guards, she leaps straight into the canyon. Russell immediately complains, saying the Beast King herself joining the fight is a little bit unfair. But she grins, saying her warrior blood is practically boiling right now, and technically speaking, she is still a Beastman warrior too. So she offers a deal, survive just 5 of her attacks and he clears the entire trial. Russell actually loves this shortcut, block 5 hits and he gets to clock out early today. But obviously the Beast King is a whole different monster compared to her guards. Still, since she asked for it, he decides to play along, instantly triggering his draconification. The spectators freak out at the massive energy explosion, seriously questioning if Russell is even human anymore. Meanwhile, Muya is absolutely loving this flex of his full power. For her, it means she gets to actually have fun, even if it is just for a few seconds. Her trash talk definitely puts Russell on edge as she suddenly rushes in. She excitedly swings her weapon for a kill shot, but he barely throws up a magical shield. As expected from the strongest of the strong, Russell is instantly pushed to his absolute limit, just deflecting her crazy strikes. Needing breathing room, he tries freezing her movements with a blast of ice energy. He hits her dead on, but she literally just tanks it and laughs like a maniac. Finding his magic super fun, Muya violently rips a massive rock straight out of the ground just to smash his attack. Trust me, we can all agree this fight is absolutely epic. Once the ice clears, she cheerfully counts that move as 2 exchanges. Russell sweats, realizing he only has to survive 3 more attacks. But Muya is already in the air, throwing a bare-handed punch that he barely blocks with his spear. Desperate, he tags in Pepper, who point-blank blasts her with fire. Completely unfazed, Muya charges right through the flames, booting Russell back into a solid rock wall. Now watch this, Russell bounces right back, sparking his lightning ring to summon that epic hammer, but Muya literally just punches the weapon straight backward. Absolute madness, right? Alright, let's jump right back into the chaos. She grabs the hammer, straight up smashing Russell into the ground, but he quickly casts a falling sun spell. Stick with me here because things get wild. She is forced to slam the brakes on her charge. Hidden right inside that massive falling sun attack is the Gibalg spear, a brutal backup plan to finish her, and Russell absolutely drops both on her. The smoke finally clears. Our boy is absolutely gasping. You saw that too, right? The Beast King actually lets him off the hook. He is clearly running on empty, even though she totally wanted to keep brawling. She admits the fight was super fun, hands him a passing grade, and boom, he completely blacks out. A little later, a heavily bandaged Russell jolts awake in total panic, finding Pepper waiting right by his side. The Beast King is chilling right there, saying Pepper never left. But trust me, you are not ready for this. He completely panics because she casually starts taking off her clothes. Stick with me here, he panics, literally using Pepper as a blindfold, demanding answers. She is totally confused, just wanting to show off the wild marks he left on her. Our boy goes completely tomato red, like when did that happen? But nope, she just yeets Pepper aside, completely exposing the burn mark on her bare shoulder. You and I both know she never expected him to blow up a literal sun with his spear. 1 second slower dodging that, the burn would have been massive. So yeah, his ultimate attack technically landed, but honestly, the scratch is way too tiny to call it a real win. Muya sees him blushing hard, checks his forehead, and realizes it is not a fever. Watch closely, this is where things get absolutely hilarious. Alright, stick with me here. She straight up asks if he's acting up because he wants to hook up. If so, she might actually call him a real man instead of an outsider. Russell frantically tries to chill her out, but she closes the distance, seductively hinting she's totally down to take his seed. Naturally, our boy instantly senses her absolutely insane energy. You and I both saw this coming, right? He hits the brakes, explaining he already promised his future to his girl. Hearing that hard rejection, she finally backs off and chills out. With that awkwardness cleared up, Russell finally asks about entering the divine region. Muya just smirks, pointing out that absolutely nobody would be dumb enough to object after witnessing his epic performance yesterday. They're all just jealous of his crazy strength. Hyped, he asks when he can go. She says once he heals, "Trust me, you're gonna wanna see this." The doc claimed healing would take 2 whole months. Yeah, right, just 3 weeks later, Russell is already flying to the divine region with the Beast King. She is totally mind-blown that he bounced back in 3 weeks. What she doesn't know, his insane wizard body and the overload skill did all the heavy lifting. Now watch this, he is super grateful she is personally guiding him, but he is low-key wondering, doesn't a king have actual king stuff to do? But Muya explains their king concept is totally different from ours, as they finally start approaching the divine region. Alright, stick with me, we are about to hit some wild fantasy logic. She signals him to fly down the cliff, hovering above the water until he spots a hidden hole to enter. Russell is honestly mind-blown that a giant space like this exists underground. Once inside, she points out an underground water flow, explaining it is the exact source feeding all the lakes around here. This is not regular water, bro. It comes from the divine region, and to get there, he literally has to climb a magic river. She decides to bench herself and let him handle this solo run. He scales the magic river and finally hits the jackpot, the sacred land where the Beastman god actually lives. Crossing this massive river, everything seems totally normal at first. That is, until he hits a crazy spot where the water splits into 2 colors. His main quest, climb all the way to the end of this river of flames, so he keeps pushing forward. Turns out, the river starts at a literal volcano, but his map promised hidden loot nearby. He catches a weird bubble popping out of the water, and his gamer brain kicks in. Finding his target here would be way too easy. Now pay close attention, this is where it gets good. Those bubbles mean a secret underwater tunnel. He dives straight in and swims right into another hidden cave completely buried beneath the surface. This has got to be the spot. It is pitch black, so Russell summons his buddy Pepper to sniff out any magical energy hiding around. Pepper instantly locks onto a trail, leading them straight to Ignar, the dead fire dragon. But the dragon's spirit pops up, greeting his little master and saying sorry for dying early. Then he flexes a literal divine weapon called Brahmastra. The dragon explains he hung around as a ghost just to pass down this epic magic. Russell can literally feel the insane power radiating off it without touching it, wondering if he can even survive using it. Suddenly, his system dings with a massive warning. The corrupted will of the first Beast King, Fenrir, is reacting to the Brahmastra. You and I know what this means, boss fight time. The system tells him to purify Fenrir's spirit. Right on cue, Fenrir literally spawns in, and Russell is absolutely shook by how huge he is. This dude looks like a majestic god, not a monster, but Ignar begs Russell to grab the weapon now. Russell grabs it, sweating bullets. Boom, he is hit with a crazy flashback vision of giant warriors rolling up to jump a single woman. She promises to wipe them all off the map, but the giants leap right at her. Russell is praying she dodges the massive attack. But she just glances back at him with a smirk. As he freaks out wondering if she actually sees him, he notices her awesome scaly horns forming a literal crown. It finally clicks, she is the divine dragon king. While styling on these giants, she casually crafts Brahmastra, a brand new divine weapon so busted it can kill gods. She says it will guide him to become a torch, totally synced up with the Dragon King's spirit. Russell in the present chucks the Brahmastra straight at Fenrir and is absolutely stunned when it one-shots the boss. This weapon packs 8 or 9 circles of pure power. With the boss purified, a mysterious dude pops up claiming he has dragon blood, and that is where we leave it, wild right. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the madness. The guy hands Russell an item for his kids, hoping to ask the great dragon master a massive favor. Russell immediately spots it. It is the sacred Beastman treasure, the very thing holding them down. The guy is basically begging Russell to break their chains. Ding, the system pops up. Fenrir's corrupted will is officially purified, and the reward, the legendary Brahmastra, as this epic weapon floats right toward our boy. Let's dive right into this crazy mess. Our boy is getting absolutely cooked by intense fire energy. It literally feels like every mana vein inside him is melting. With his current fire skills, he shouldn't be hurting this bad. But here is the catch. The stuff stimulating his mana veins is basically ninth circle high magic. As this raw power floods his system, he realizes his brain will literally explode if he cannot control it. Boom, the system chimes in. Brahmastra just forcefully expanded his brain capacity, leveling up his understanding of the power immediately. Brahmastra totally reconstructs his mind, and he finally blacks out. Pepper sprints to his side in tears, absolutely terrified that he is dead. But the divine dragon says relax, Russell just passed out from exhaustion. The Dragon King then explains that her own kid, Ignar, was actually supposed to serve him, but fate messed that up. So she asks if Pepper will inherit his power, seeing Pepper look super worried. The dragon explains there is zero reason to freak out. Being part spirit and part dragon makes him the perfect vessel. Suddenly, all that energy morphs into an egg. She totally hopes Pepper becomes the new fire dragon and tags along with Russell. Plus, she really wants him to keep the dragon bloodline alive. Later, Russell finally wakes up to find Pepper munching on something weird. Our guy is completely clueless. But the system alerts him that Pepper just inherited the fire dragon spirit. Suddenly, Pepper envelops him. The system drops a warning. It is going to take serious time for Pepper to digest this buff and become a second-generation dragon. Pepper instantly drops into a deep sleep and hits the floor. Russell scoops him up, totally regretting not playing with him more before this sudden coma. He is terrified of what might happen. Stepping outside, he runs into Muya. Seeing his face, she immediately suspects he scored epic loot. Now pay close attention here. He hands her the item from Fenrir, and she completely loses her mind, demanding to know exactly where he got it. Muya reveals this thing is the legendary moon crystal. Then, she asks if he even knows why the beastmen are trapped on Cool Island. Russell guesses they stick together for protection because of their size. Muya calls absolute cap on that, pointing out the long-eared archers. Meaning the elves and the earth stumps, which are dwarves, live safely on the mainland, despite being much stronger. Turns out they were stuck here searching for that exact item from the first Beast King, Fenrir. Russell realizes this means the dragon's shackles. So he asks why they are so crazily obsessed with this rock. Muya hits him with a simple term, beastification. It is a wild ability that skyrockets your combat stats by waking up the beast in your blood during a full moon. They hit moon beastification, making them 3 times stronger, but this crystal right here, it lets them use that insane power without the moon. Mind blown, Russell asks her a huge favor, spar with him once a day until he leaves the island. Cut to the spar, and Russell gets absolutely launched into a rock. Muya jokes around, asking why he is panting so hard when she barely warmed up. She roasts him, saying he will never satisfy his future partner if he is this weak. Getting fired up, Russell quickly bounces back for another round. He casts an original construct, yelling that his tank is still full. He fires 5 massive spears at her, unleashing the magic spear of death. Muya completely loves the hype, casually blocking the exploding spears. When the heavy smoke finally clears, you and I both know the feeling. Russell realizes Muya is a total monster, wondering if beating her requires his full draconification. Muya strolls up, asking if he is done, begging him to transform like last time, but Russell insists he is strictly practicing basics. Using draconification ruins the point of training, but Muya does not care, she is just bored. Suddenly, she looks right at our human boy. She hits him with a massive request, become their bridge to the outside world. Now that they have the moon crystal, the beastmen are ditching this island within a few years. Russell is totally confused. He does not have the political power to just hand them a chunk of the Endmian territory. She gets annoyed, clarifying they just need a tiny plot of land to survive on. Suddenly, gears start turning in his head. Russell excitedly asks the Beast King if she actually plans to join Endmian. She confidently nods. She is even willing to bow to his king and provide heavy military backup in future wars. That is huge, and Russell is absolutely stoked. Later, inside Endmian Palace, the king and top officials hold a serious meeting about letting the Cool Island beastmen migrate over. The finance minister is sweating bullets, 200,000 beastmen, finding food and shelter for an army that massive sounds like a total nightmare. But the military minister pushes back hard. Even half that number joining their ranks means insane military power they simply cannot ignore. The arguing gets loud, so the king shuts it down. He points out they are arguing blindly without actual facts. So he puts Russell on the spot. As the future royal husband who actually spent time with them, he needs to talk. Stepping up, Russell explains the beastmen are aggressive, but their culture is basically identical to theirs. Giving them space is tough. But he believes this alliance guarantees an insanely overpowered army, making the deal a massive win. Wrapping up, Jillian asks the golden question, how strong is Muya? Russell answers bluntly, from their spars she is an easy 3 levels above McCree Hughes. Princess Hecate gets tense hearing the Beast King is female. Amelia, the White Tower Master, steps up, asking Russell if Muya only seemed strong because he is weak. Jillian tells the White Tower Master to chill, but Amelia claps back, furious. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this crazy drama unfolds next. Sir Jillian just cracks up laughing. He points out that the Beast King is pure warrior, not a mage. So naturally, an aura expert like him needs to handle this test. Amelia is totally annoyed, but she finally backs down. Bam! Jillian launches an absolute storm of weapons right at Russell to test his skills. Our boy is completely blown away that this guy can manifest hundreds of aura weapons. Blocking that, yeah, he would end up looking like Swiss cheese, so Russell deflects them instead. And man, Jillian is completely shocked he can parry raw aura. Jillian realizes Russell got way stronger, guessing he leveled up big time fighting the Beast King, once our guy officially clears the test. Sir Jillian bows to His Majesty, apologizing for the wild mess he just made, but he confirms Russell is the real deal and totally trustworthy. Hearing this, the king decides there is only one thing left to do. They need to figure out if the Beast King is actually serious or scheming something shady. Russell steps up, backing her up completely. He flashes the canine tooth necklace the Beast King gave him, proving she is 100% sincere about this. After soaking up all the details, the king suggests they officially table this chat for later. He adds that if everything goes smoothly after this first talk, Endmion is about to welcome a massive wave of 200,000 beastmen. And get this, the king calls it a massive victory for Count Russell. Our boy tries playing it cool, saying he just bumped into them and wasn't chasing clout. But the king is not hearing it. He officially hooks Russell up with the epic title of Count Morningstar. Oh, and free access to grab one single item from the ultra-exclusive Imperial Vault. The king wraps up, hoping Russell keeps shining bright for Endmion just like his new name. Just so you know, a vault item is worth literal billions of gold. Russell is sweating, thinking this reward is way too insane. But let's pause for a second. You and I are definitely wondering the same thing, is the king hiding a secret motive here? Master Daria snaps him out of it, telling him to hit the reception room next. The king has something super urgent to discuss with both of them behind closed doors. Fast forward, Russell whips out a beautiful jade hairpin for Hecate, saying he heard it is great for tying hair up. Hecate knows exactly what it is, but she playfully asks why he bought it. Our guy smoothly admits he just thought it would look gorgeous on her. Hecate blushes hard, completely admitting that his sweet words actually beat the physical gift. So he steps in to help her wear it. But right in that cute moment, Hecate suddenly brings up the female Beast King, suspiciously asking what their exact relationship is. Panic mode, Russell stammers, fumbles the pin, and frantically explains that they literally only fought each other, nothing else. Hecate snatches up the pin, hitting him with the ultimate trap. Why would she give him a custom tooth necklace then? Russell is sweating bullets as she corners him. He is totally busted. A bit later, after narrowly escaping that interrogation, Russell realizes he totally didn't expect jealous Hecate. He feels a little wrongfully accused, but honestly, kind of hyped she cares that much. He is just super lucky the king interrupted exactly when he did. The king drops an absolute bombshell. He has been digging into the old Raymond family files and found something totally insane about the report that claimed their territory went back to the treasury. It was completely faked. The land was actually stolen right out from under them, which is exactly what forced Russell out. The king literally bows down, apologizing for missing this huge cover-up, but Russell quickly panics, begging the Majesty to stand back up immediately. Now pay attention, because this is where you and I finally see the puzzle pieces connect. Russell remembers Hughes calling him an idiot for blaming the Empire, if those documents were completely faked. That means someone inside Endmion actually murdered his dad. Seeing him spiral, Hecate gently grabs his hand to ground him. It definitely helps calm his racing heart, even if it does not erase the years of pure trauma he lived through. Next up, the king hands him a super rare exclusive pass to Luvium's secret 6th-floor basement. Russell heads straight over, saving the vault trip for later. He hits the 5th basement level, which normal people think is the rock bottom, but nope, there is a totally hidden floor beneath it. This secret floor holds all the Magic Tower Master's personal research and crazy original theories. You absolutely cannot get in here without the king's golden ticket. He pops open the permit, and boom, teleportation magic fires off, zapping him straight into a massive library packed with thousands of rare books. The catch, he only gets 48 hours in here, so reading every single book is literally impossible. Oh, and it is a total anti-magic zone, meaning 0 shortcuts allowed. No image magic means he has to skim the absolute best titles manually. Before long, he stumbles on a crazy book called The Roar of the Dragon by Van Rudkin. This guy was the Yellow Tower Master 400 years ago, so Russell is hooked. Reading through, he discovers Arvon somehow buffed a 5th circle earthquake spell into a crazy 7th circle move. He pulled it off by dragging deep underground mana right to the surface, blasting it outward in a massive fan-shaped shockwave. Absolutely wild technique. While he is nerding out, the system chimes in. His advanced Earth magic knowledge just leveled up, but it has officially hit the current level cap. Suddenly, a brand new quest screen pops up. He needs to push his advanced Earth magic past the limit into mastery grade. The loot, advanced mana stones, and 2 literal footprints of the Earth Dragon. He is totally shocked by the dragon footprints. He had no clue how to track down other dragons after his crazy run-ins with the silver and fire ones. So what do you and I make of his brilliant plan, brute force memorization? That's where we leave it, but trust me, you're going to want to see this next part. Alright, stick with me here. You and I are diving into some wild magic. Reading isn't helping him, but he suddenly remembers he can snag 1 book before his 48 hours run out. Trying to pick the ultimate prize, he spots a book totally gripped by a random statue. He immediately wonders why it isn't sitting on the normal shelves. He walks right up to investigate and realizes it is the Transcendent Dream, a super rare book actually written by the legendary founding mage himself. Let's dive back in together. The founding mage we're talking about is Luther Raymond, the absolute legend. Transcendent Dream is his signature magic, and that stone statue is totally him. Russell can't help but wonder, did Luther set this whole thing up for him to find? Bam! Master Daria suddenly teleports right into the room, and she instantly starts roasting him for looking like an absolute zombie after staying up for 48 hours straight. She's always lecturing him about getting enough sleep, but once she finishes her rant, she spots the book he's holding. She explains that Transcendent Dream literally breaks past human limits, replaying magic in its purest, most raw form. This magic straight up breaks the rules of the world, and according to the old legends, the founding mage literally turned into a massive tsunami during a crazy ocean storm. People even say he transformed into pure lightning right in the middle of a heavy downpour. Taking those wild ideas and actually making them real makes Transcendent Dream completely priceless. Seeing his master hype it up this much leaves Russell absolutely impressed. So she tells him to go for it. She won't hold him back, but she warns him to stay super careful since this is 8th circle magic. Honestly, it goes way beyond even that. One wrong move and the magic could straight up devour him. Russell takes that warning seriously. Right after that, they head straight to the Imperial Vault way out in the outskirts. Master Daria mentions they are hitting the first treasure vault before anything else. The first vault is basically all accessories. Vault 2 is packed with weapons, and the third one holds every other crazy treasure you can think of. Once they arrive, she tells him to watch closely. She starts weaving these gorgeous, super complex magic circles loaded with hundreds of deadly traps. Without her, he definitely wouldn't have cracked this lock. Suddenly, the river totally splits in half, revealing a hidden stairway leading deep underground. Heading down, Daria reminds him he can only grab one single item, just like at the museum. He nods along, but right at that second. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. His ring suddenly starts blasting out lightning. It is acting completely crazy, unlike normal combat. It acts like it just reunited with an old best friend. Daria figures the other half of his ring must be hiding somewhere in this vault, meaning this whole time, he's been wearing a two-part artifact. Most artifacts just work perfectly fine on their own, but some super rare ones actually need a missing half to unlock their true, overpowered potential. Kind of like his golden mask. Come to think of it, almost all his dragon-related mission rewards seem to be missing their other halves. Out of nowhere, the ring shoots a bright beam of light, pointing straight to its missing piece. Russell wonders what kind of crazy artifact has his ring acting this desperate. Following the light, they discover the Jade of Clouds, an epic item with the insane ability to literally control the weather. Get this, there are literally less than 10 mages on the entire continent who can control the weather. It is insanely tough to learn. Daria warns him that while weather control is a huge flex, it comes with massive risks, like completely draining your mana and taking forever to cast. But since he felt this exact same vibe when holding Brahmastra, Russell chooses the Jade of Clouds. Sure, other items might be way more practical, but whatever. The second he touches the artifact, it shatters and gets instantly sucked into his ring. Ping, the system tells him he just scored a wing fragment from the Cloud Dragon. This absolute beast controls the climate and is actually a mutant lightning dragon born with incredibly rare, top-tier abilities. Russell is totally blown away by the whole mutant lightning dragon thing, because lightning is normally just considered a spin-off of fire in academic circles. Since it sits outside the standard 5 elements, lightning mages are super rare and get massive respect. That makes this item's value completely off the charts. Honestly, the true power of this jade goes way beyond just changing the daily forecast. Naturally, Daria gets super impatient. She really wants to see him test out this newly upgraded artifact. So they step outside. Russell activates the ring's somersault form and leaps into the air, but he shoots up so incredibly high. Way higher than a normal jump should go. This isn't just basic flight magic, it's way faster, and he doesn't even lose speed when taking sharp turns. The catch, it eats up mana like crazy, and he's already getting exhausted. Next up, he triggers the weather form to summon a massive storm cloud. I know what you are thinking, is he overpowered now? Yep, Daria even says that blast could easily wipe out an entire castle. But then he suddenly passes out mid-flight and crashes right into the water. Yeah, definitely out of mana. Hours later, our boy finally wakes up and heads over to the academy. His entire body is aching, so he decides to keep the cloudy ring as an absolute last resort, shifting his focus back to his main mission. Leveling up his advanced earth magic straight into the mastery tier. And since the yellow tower is literally the top spot in Endymion for earth magic, he starts hunting for 6th circle mages or higher from that faction. It doesn't take long before he finds the perfect guy and heads over. He knocks on Elder Spiegman's office door, apologizing for being a stranger lately. The elder just laughs it off. Spiegman instantly notices Russell hit the 6th circle. Back at the Temple of Mirrors, he was only a 5th circle mage. Right after that, Russell explains he needs some pro tips on the earth magic he found in the basement. Spiegman is totally pumped to help him figure it out. Meanwhile, late at night, the shady Archduke is busy writing a letter to his allies, bragging about all the folks they've bribed to their side. Weapon production running flawlessly, and it sounds like their secret army's food supply is completely sorted out too. Now they're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and the Endymion throne will finally be his. Just then, a late-night guest sneaks in, apologizing for the terrible timing. Seeing those creepy green eyes, the Archduke guesses it is Sharon. He quickly confirms it is actually him, since they have never met face-to-face before today. So what happens next? You and I are about to find out. Sharon finally hands over the ultimate prize, the keystone of magic sealing. All right, stick with me here. This magic keystone is the exact seal that locked down Tard Ruse for ages. But wait. The Archduke, completely unimpressed. This tiny rock can't possibly stop the masters of Endymion. A terrifying purple aura explodes around him as he snaps that he was promised way more than some basic stone. Karen instantly notices that royal purple energy. Even exiled to the borders, he still has it. Meanwhile, Sharon explains the epic ancient war between the gods and the massive giants. After a brutal, drawn-out battle, the gods actually won. They ended up sealing hundreds of those massive giants and terrifying monsters straight into TARDIS. To lock down that many overpowered giants, the gods needed hundreds of special sealing stakes. If they dig up just 2 of those bad boys, they can totally paralyze the masters of both the Blue and Flame Towers. Sharon promises their digging crew is fast and top tier, so they will find a real stake soon. The Archduke suddenly realizes Karen only brought this stone as a sample, not the final product. He promises Sharon he will absolutely help them take out Daria once he claims the throne. But if they break their promise, they will face his absolute fury. Sharon agrees and heads out. The Archduke scoffs. He knows these pagans are lying about teaming up just to kill Daria. He can totally sense they are planning some sneaky side hustle. But whatever, a hunting dog gets tossed once the hunt ends anyway. Meanwhile, Spiegelman is stressing hard. Russell dropped more questions just 2 days after he answered 40 of them. Every single question is super deep, proving Russell isn't just a natural genius, he grinds hard too. With his answers locked in, our boy heads straight home to organize all this crazy information. He figures out the Earth Dragon roar isn't just blasting mana, it actually pulls raw heat right from the ground. Time to test this bad boy out. He keeps it grounded in earth magic but lets it freely mix with flame, wind, and lightning, just opening up wild new combo possibilities. Then, suddenly, pay attention, we are witnessing a huge upgrade. A glowing tree appears, and the system confirms his earth magic just hit a crazy new level. It literally evolves into mastery-grade earth magic. The system alerts him that the mission is clear, rewarding him with advanced mana stones and the Earth Dragon footprint, which looks exactly like a weird little pipe. Russell is confused. He has zero clue how to use it. He totally expected a map like last time, realizing it definitely isn't a weapon. Our guy spots a wild pattern. Knowing it's no normal stick, he rubs ink on it and rolls it out. Boom, it's actually a literal sky chart. Right as he cracks the code, the system drops a new quest. He needs to follow the chart and enter the actual Earth Dragon's hidden lair. Apparently, a magical light will guide him once he gets close, and the quest rewards, insane. We are talking Earth Essence and a massive pile of advanced and low-grade mana stones. Russell is hyped, but still wonders why they didn't just give him a normal map. Guess he will only find out once he reaches the dragon lair. Next step, pinpointing the exact location. Using the North Star, he pinpoints the Nadia Desert. Soon, Hecate learns Russell requested another overseas research trip. He says sorry for bailing, but she just smiles. She tells him she is not some narrow-minded girl who gets mad over his ambitions. She gets what her man has to do, she is just genuinely worried. She simply asks for regular updates, which he completely promises, leaving a quick kiss on her cheek. But as he leaves, she totally complains that is not enough. Sometime later, our boy is baking in the brutal desert sun, super thankful he tagged along with the merchants. He finally gets why he needed a star chart. The wind shifts the sand constantly. The dunes literally change shape every single day while traveling. A merchant offers him a long robe to cool down, but Russell politely passes. Out of nowhere, he feels a massive tremor, and it is definitely not from the surface. Something absolutely massive is swimming right beneath them. Boom, a terrifying monster called Korko bursts out. I know exactly what you're thinking. Run, right? The merchants scatter in pure panic, but Russell, he just calmly stares at it. The woman screams to run, but he tells her to stay close. For Russell, this is the perfect chance to test his new magic. The skill he scored from the basement, written 2 centuries ago by Anael Glaman. He instantly unleashes a blazing whirlwind technique known as the Desert Flower. The massive flower traps the Korko, burning the absolute life out of it until it drops. The merchants are left speechless, wondering who this god-tier mage is. Suddenly, toxic blood from the dead monster splashes onto Russell's camel. He quickly sinks the infected camel into quicksand before it spreads. With the chaos handled, the woman walks over. She introduces herself as Anne Mashin from the Kurt Birth Association, thanking him endlessly. Russell uses the name Richard, asking her for a new camel as a reward. Since he is heading a totally different way, they have to split up right here. He grabs the camel and rides out. Late that night, Russell spots a specific constellation. Boom, his sky chart shoots out a bright laser, guiding him straight to the target. He hops off the camel and follows the light, but the spot is literally just empty sand. Realizing the lair has to be hidden underground, he uses his magic to literally tunnel straight through the earth. He finally breaks through into a dark room with a marble floor. He tries summoning Pepper for light, but remembers the little guy is still asleep. Either way, he made it. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what's inside. All right, stick with me. You and I are diving into pure chaos. He runs into these nasty scorpion monsters, but honestly, he's way more worried this massive underground ruin will completely collapse on him. He goes full beast mode, shredding through every single monster until he hits a literal dead end. This has gotta be the deepest zone. Boom, a warp gate appears. Only problem, he has zero clue how to activate it. Spotting a tiny hole at the top, it totally clicks. That's exactly why his sky chart didn't look like a normal map this time. He jams the chart right in. A blinding flash erupts. The door swings open, dumping him into this wild, deserted wasteland. Seriously, it looks like he just teleported outside. But wait, the vibe here is totally off. Suddenly, he gets a one-needle compass and a system screen pops up. It says this whole space is literally a daydream built just to test someone. His mission: use the compass to reach the very end. Oh, and flying or mobility magic completely locked out. Good luck, buddy. But the loot is insane. The Divine Dragon King's horn, earth essence, and fat stacks of mana stones. Russell figures out he's trapped inside someone's actual dream. Still, something feels super sketchy here. Whatever, he follows the compass straight into a blazing volcano zone oozing with magma. The arrow points right through the fire, so our guy just charges in. No pain, no gain. After barely surviving a brutal sandstorm and a massive snowstorm, he's now literally roasting in a giant sea of fire. He's actually blown away that this whole nightmare is made of pure magic, so he decides to read the mana flow. He reverse engineers and totally dismantles it. Those older tests checked if he was worthy, but this is a hardcore test of his raw skills as a mage. Boom, system notification. Mission cleared. He's now entering the Earth Dragon's crib to finally snatch up that super rare Divine Dragon King's horn. Stepping inside, he realizes it's the exact same spot where he found the door earlier, except now the door and the warp are gone. Now watch closely because things go sideways here. The Earth horn pops up and he touches it for that sweet mana, but wait, the massive energy is straight up blocking his mana veins. If those veins get fully blocked, game over, he's totally useless. He desperately needs to guide all that wild mana straight into his circle. He completely absorbs it, his body glowing crazy bright yellow. The system chimes in, he just hit his maximum mana capacity. Any extra juice from the Earth horn gets stored away as dormant potential. And get this, the system says that sleeping power will be a huge lifesaver later on. Plus, his Earth element mastery gets a solid bump. Suddenly, weird shells start peeling right off his body. Gross, right? It's like dead skin shedding, but his muscles and bones are feeling insanely tough. Even his grip strength is off the charts now. He's basically built like Spandam at this point. Wasting no time, he dips out and hits up a warp gate over in the nearby Yellow Tower. Arriving at the Yellow Tower, our boy gets a direct order from the Kingdom and Flame Tower Master. Target: wipe out a Hydra in Raquel County's swamp. Searching his past memories, he definitely remembers a massive Hydra popping up out west right around this exact time frame. Originally, Vermilion was supposed to catch this mission, but history has totally changed. He traveled back 8 whole years and 7 have already passed right by. So now he only knows less than a year of the future, skimming the orders. He spots Sir Alan on the backup mage list, but wait, Alan is still stuck at the 5th circle. He honestly expected the guy to be 6th circle by now based on his past speed. Meanwhile, Alan and his squad of mages, fresh off the king's orders, roll up to pay their respects to Count Raquel. The Count is hyped that the Blue Tower's genius mage is here to save them, but Alan clarifies he's actually just backing up Count Russell. Yep, Russell is leading the charge, and the Count knows his legendary name. Alan quickly asks where this monster's swamp nest is located. The Count points to the swamp beyond the plains, noting the beast hasn't actually attacked them first. Alan figures they really should just wait for Russell to show up. But stalling might make this Hydra situation way worse, so he makes the call to go scout the swamp area out in advance. You probably thought they had time, right? Think again. Massive explosions rock the county as the Hydra attacks, completely terrifying the shocked Count. Alan rushes out to hold the line, screaming at the Count to evacuate everyone. The mages sprint outside. The huge Hydra hasn't spotted them yet, so Alan orders his squad to dump all their firepower into one massive strike. He knows he can't solo this boss at his current level, but with the team, maybe a chance. They blast it with a giant combined attack. 0 damage, the monster just tanks it, and they scramble to fall back. If this beast unleashes its power, the whole castle is totally doomed. They have to prevent a slaughter. Meanwhile, standing on a nearby cliff, Russell instantly senses that Alan is in deep trouble. Back inside, the Count demands updates on the beast, which went totally silent after retreating back to its swampy nest. The news is bad. Sir Alan took massive damage and got hit hard by the Hydra's toxic poison defending the walls. He's barely hanging on. The Count orders the medics to do whatever it takes to save him. Suddenly, word arrives, Count Morningstar has entered the chat. Before anyone reacts, Russell leaps right over the walls, landing like a boss and greeting the squad, stepping into Alan's sick room. He finds out Alan's been knocked out for 2 straight days. Just breathing that toxic air wrecked him. Any normal dude would be totally dead by now. Russell asks, was it an 8 or 9-headed Hydra? They say 5. Wait, 5 means it's just a baby. A newborn having poisoned this insanely lethal makes 0 sense. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Russell reaches out to investigate, ignoring the guards, and boom, he's suddenly completely engulfed in roaring flames. Let's dive right in. To crack this poison, Russell has to find its roots while the heat burns it away. Bingo, he tracks it down and realizes it's dragon poison. Immediately, the system pops up with a wild new quest about some hidden Hydra secret. The mission, beat back the Hydra and uncover exactly what it's hiding. Do that, and he scores a mastery grade monostone plus whatever that secret actually is. Russell is totally clueless about this secret. When Count Rackwell nervously asks if something's wrong, our guy plays it cool. He says it's nothing and casually drops that he can totally cure Sir Alan. But there's a catch. Everyone else has to clear the room immediately so they don't catch the fumes. Normally, to cure poison, you'd need a specific antidote or some holy healing magic. But Russell, he's just gonna literally burn the toxin right out of Alan's system. Obviously, forcing it out like this is gonna cause some massive physical pushback. Plus, even if he pulls it off, this dragon toxin is so incredibly potent that Alan could easily get reinfected. But Russell refuses to quit until every last drop is gone. After yanking out the gunk, he stabilizes Alan's mana flow and just keeps grinding this loop until the poison is 100% cleared. Suddenly, Russell picks up a completely different vibe radiating from Alan. Did this guy seriously just hit a breakthrough and achieve enlightenment while getting detoxed? Sure enough, Alan stands up looking fresh, and Russell hypes him up for officially hitting the 6th circle mage tier. Alan is super grateful for the save, but classic Russell, he totally brushes off the praise, claiming the Rackwell County locals are only breathing today because of Alan. A bit later, the dude steps out to address the squad. Alan says sorry for the scare, but honestly, the Count is just hyped his top guy is still breathing. But Russell shifts gears fast. He demands a head count and power scaling for the knights joining the raid, plus every single detail they have on the swamp monsters. Turns out they've got 30 knights and 500 foot soldiers, but literally 0 heavy hitters. And the swamp, it spans a massive 1,500 hectares. Worse, they have absolutely no clue about monster types or numbers. Ever since that Hydra moved in, the whole mud pit morphed into an absolute monster breeding ground. With a zone that ridiculously huge, they're looking at thousands of beasts. Plus, the muddy terrain is basically gonna trap the soldiers in slow motion. Now watch closely, because our boy's got a crazy plan for this. He just needs the Count's backing to get everything locked and loaded for deployment in exactly 3 days. Fast forward 3 days. The army captain hypes the troops, reminding them how their home was practically glowing with peace just last fall. But that's all gone now, completely trashed by the Hydra's invasion. Hearing this, the boys get absolutely pumped to crush the beast that wrecked their perfect lives. With morale through the roof, Russell drops the battle strategy. Step 1, the knights split into 2 squads. Their main gig is guarding the 3rd and 4th circle mages. Meanwhile, they'll lock down the rear line so 0 monsters can slip past them. But wait, there's more. They've got to team up with the 5th circle heavy hitters to bulldoze a path. When a nervous foot soldier asks how they're supposed to survive the absolute meat grinder waiting for them up front, Russell just grins and tells them to chill. Fast forward to when they finally roll up to that nasty, monster-packed swamp zone. The beasts spot the light and start swarming over. That's when Russell drops his Falling Sun original construct, and boom, the entire swamp instantly goes up in raging flames. The soldiers are literally jaw-dropped. They're watching a 6th circle mage absolutely cook these beasts without breaking a sweat. Then Russell casually tags Sir Alan in for the next wave. Alan admits flash freezing a mob that massive is super tough, but hey, since the boss is asking, he's definitely gonna give it his absolute best shot. He unleashes Ice Age, that exact same wild spell he used against Russell earlier. Instantly, the charging monsters are frozen solid like cheap icy lawn ornaments. Without missing a beat, the troops use that fresh ice as a runway. They march right up and start shattering those frozen beasts, but in the middle of the slicing, a massive beast grabs one of the officers and chucks him like a rag doll. The squad takes it down fast, but Russell spots a huge problem. The monster count isn't dropping. He can't just nuke the whole field without friendly fire, so he switches gears. It's time for a boss rush. He leaves the mob and sprints into the trees. As he runs, the ground shakes. He feels the intense tremors and realizes the massive Hydra is flanking them right from the side. Moments later, the colossal beast ambushes the troops. Even from a distance, its sheer size has the soldiers completely paralyzed with fear, but out of nowhere, Alan drops a massive ice wall to block it. But nope, the Hydra smashes right through and dives at them. Alan maxes out the chill and activates a frost stop. You and I both know this is the perfect opening for Russell. He jumps in, but suddenly links to the Hydra's mind and realizes it's just raging to avenge its dead mom. Meanwhile, up on a cliff, some creepy dude rocking a literal dragon eye is watching everything. He smirks as Russell tries to flex his draconic dominance on the beast, which totally fails. The Hydra doesn't even blink. It's like his mental command hit a total brick wall. Obviously, something or someone is actively hijacking the connection before it can connect. Left with 0 options, Russell decides on pure violence. He starts raining massive fire down on it. Combining the Lightning Ring's ultimate 5th circle spell, Thunder Giant's Hammer, into one absolutely devastating nuke called Karavnos. Alan watches this, totally stunned. He realizes that even though they're both 6th circle mages, Russell is just on another planet entirely. The blast lands, leaving the Hydra super mangled. But Cliff Guy isn't about to let his pet die today. The dragon blood connection he shares with this monster is way too strong to let it go down this easy. Out of nowhere, a crazy purple aura wraps around the beast. The man commands his Hydra servant to rise again. Russell sees this glowing buff and knows they are screwed if it heals, so he just spams multiple Gable spears straight into it. Boom, a massive explosion rips into the beast again. He gears up for one final kill shot, but freezes. Sickly black mana suddenly leaks out of the beast. It looks exactly like that nasty pagan magic, just way more sinister. That dark, familiar energy immediately makes him realize he might actually know exactly who's behind this. So what do you and I make of this insane cliffhanger? That huge dark cloud expands, the Hydra revives, and things are looking unbelievably grim. Let's dive into this madness. We're staring down a 6-headed Hydra. Russell can literally read its mind, and it wants to devour every human in its path to avenge its mother. The beast lunges straight at Russell and Alan, but they throw up a magic shield just in time. Realizing how crazy this is about to get, Russell yells at Alan to evacuate the troops. Here's the catch: the legendary Hydra from the past only had 5 heads. A 6-headed monster means history just got completely rewritten. Someone or something is seriously messing with the timeline. He blasts the monster with a massive strike, but boom, not even a single scratch. Thank God he got those soldiers out of there. Time to get serious. He goes full partial draconification, charging right in with his spear to take down this massive beast. Dodging a nasty blast of venom, he finally slices right across its neck. But wait, the wound starts stitching itself back together at an absolutely insane speed. Okay, so normal hits are totally useless here. To finish this, he has to squeeze out every single drop of his mana and channel it into one massive, earth-shattering blow. He unleashes a crazy technique called Gi Balg, but as he launches himself at the monster, he takes a nasty slice to the gut and has to leap back to rethink. Switching tactics to the Lancia method, he drops a massive giant slayer attack, absolutely devastating the beast, right after our guy lands that brutal hit. He literally hears the Hydra cursing them out. It claims it's just a servant, swearing they'll all be wiped out the day its true master finally ascends to power. Hearing that confirms it for Russell, somebody is definitely pulling the strings behind this mutated Hydra. Meanwhile, the creepy dude controlling the monster realizes why Russell's power felt so familiar. Our boy is the Dragon Emperor. Fast forward to the aftermath, Raquel County throws a massive, epic banquet to celebrate the victory. Russell spots a bunch of noble ladies staring right at them. He immediately taps Sir Alan on the shoulder and warns him he's about to be in deep trouble. Poor Alan is totally clueless. Suddenly, he gets completely ambushed by noble women flexing their family names. Alan frantically screams for Russell not to abandon him. Classic young mage struggles, but since Russell is officially taken, the ladies just completely ignore him. It hits him that it's been a hot minute since he talked to his fiancée. He plans to call her tomorrow. Suddenly, a weird energy spikes. Russell looks up, locking onto the exact guy who controlled the Hydra. Check out those insane dragon eyes. As the mystery dude casually strolls out, Russell is completely hooked by his intense aura. Now pay close attention here. Russell tails him outside and straight up asks if he's a dragon. The energy radiating off this guy perfectly matches the Hydra fight. Russell completely suspects this raw power is exactly what mutated the monster so fast. Then suddenly, boom, the dude sprouts massive wings and launches off the balcony. He yells back that, yeah, people used to call him that once. Russell is left totally speechless, just staring up at the sky. Sensing someone else approaching, the winged man decides to bail. He totally wanted to chat more, but an annoying intruder just ruined the vibe. He promises they'll definitely meet again soon. Watching him vanish, Russell's brain is spinning. Was that guy basically saying he isn't a dragon anymore? Ding, the system pops up. Mission to crush the Hydra, complete. Reward, 5 supreme magic stones, plus he fully unlocked the hidden truth behind the monster's creation. That alert is hard proof. The winged guy was definitely the mastermind, but it seriously begs the question, what is his actual endgame here? Cut to another spot in the country. The strange winged dude steps out of a portal, instantly sensing his target hiding right in the shadows. When the guy tries to play deaf, he gets violently yanked out by the throat, coughing up a lung. Winged dude straight up reminds him, I told you not to come here unless you have a death wish. He calls this trembling guy Hypnos. Yep, the exact same shady Hypnos contracted to the Archduke, sweating bullets right now. Hypnos panics, claiming they are totally out of time, demanding to know when the deal happens. But the winged guy just laughs at the absolute nerve of this punk giving him orders. Turns out this absolute beast is Jillian Register, the legendary fallen dragon. Desperate, Hypnos screams, asking if he's actually planning to betray their boss. Jillian just violently tosses him like trash. He spits that he doesn't care about their little schemes. Just because he gave up half his body doesn't mean anyone owns him. Hypnos runs for his life, yelling that he'll pay for this. Left alone, Jillian stares off, wondering if Russell can actually break his cursed binding spell. Sometime later, Russell finally heads back to the palace to see the royal princess. Hecate gets the word that Count Raymond is here. She immediately lets him in, absolutely lighting up when she sees him, and Russell smiles right back. We both know where this is going. He instantly blushes seeing her reading a newspaper with his face on it. She teases that the drawing is cute, but the real guy is way better. Her maid giggles in the background. Hecate finally asks what brings him around, so he drops the bomb. He's leaving the capital for a few days. This totally catches her off guard. She instantly pouts, upset because the dude literally just got back and is already bouncing again. Russell waves his hands, swearing it's definitely not for another dangerous mission. He just wants to go inspect his new territory, Raymond County, the 3 epic towns the king gifted him. Hearing that changes everything. Blushing hard, she mutters that he doesn't need to report every little trip, but then, smooth as ever, he flat out asks her to come with him. Boom, road trip. They arrive at the massive metropolis of Westel, right in his domain. Russell immediately sets up a meeting with the local market bigwigs to understand the business side. Once Hecate hears the meeting is wrapping up, she sneakily suggests they ditch everyone for a romantic city date. Russell completely agrees, spinning around to hug her. But the undercover royal guards totally panic. Thinking she's being attacked, they suddenly jump out of the crowd. Russell has to awkwardly wave them off like, "Guys, chill, we're just hugging." Hecate asks what the game plan is now. Russell casually suggests checking out Westel Academy, and she's totally down for whatever he wants to do. Cut to the dark forest where the pagans are scheming. A fairy captain looks around and realizes the monsters are getting way more aggressive than usual, and today, it's hitting maximum levels. A young scout rushes over, terrified. A massive, super dense fog is rolling in, something they have literally never seen happen in this forest before. Trust me, you and I know this means absolute disaster is coming. Even the spirits have no clue what's happening. A fog that makes spirits shake with fear, totally ominous. All right, you and I are jumping right in. He tells his crew to fall back, but boom, monsters ambush the fairy village out of nowhere. They scramble to get the kids to safety first, praying the north wind guards them. Sadly, lives are lost while people scream for help. Meanwhile, Hypnos is up there holding 2 massive stakes from the magic ceiling, totally loving it. He turns around, absolutely grinning. Why? Because TARDIS is about to open. This monster wave is just the warm-up, and those seals are failing fast. Once they break through, the Titans, those literal gods of destruction, are coming back. When that hits, Enmyon is burning to the ground. And honestly, Hypnos is so hyped about it. Back in the massive city of Westel, Russell realizes his sweet future knowledge cheat code is expiring. All those little fragments of future events, done, gone. Now he actually has to figure out how to survive an unpredictable new timeline. Hecate catches him zoning out and asks what's up. Startled, he admits he was just looking back at his journey, wondering if he can keep winning. Out of nowhere, Hecate asks if he knows why the king gifted him this city. Russell completely draws a blank on that one. She drops some wisdom. Sure, cash and clout matter, but real power is people. The king totally wants Russell's family to become big shots again. She promises to stick with him no matter what. Honestly, it's super sweet, and they share a romantic kiss. But wait, buzzkill alert. A guard barges in, sweating bullets with a crazy urgent letter straight from the royal palace, when Russell opens and reads it. His jaw drops. Literally every tower master mage and master-level aura fighter is being summoned to the palace right now. Is it an all-out war? He tells Hecate that things are hitting the fan and they need to head back immediately, but she tells him to go ahead without her right now. Russell totally hates the idea of ditching his girl, but she insists the kingdom's survival is way more important than romance, so he finally takes off. As he zooms away into the sky, Hecate thinks to herself, honestly, the hardest part isn't the danger, but the constant waiting and stressing. Still, she knows it comes with the territory. When you're dating an absolute hero, dealing with the worry is just part of the package. Shortly after, he hits the palace. Now watch closely here, because every single master is gathered, and our guy has zero clue what's going down. The king struts in, skipping all the boring royal greetings, and gets straight to business. This is an absolute code red. He demands the folks involved start talking. Right on cue, they bring in Alan, an elf guardian from the Blue Wisteria tribe. He's rolling alongside a dwarf named Mats from the deep underworld. Russell is totally shook seeing elves and dwarves actually hanging out together. Even though both squads live down southwest, it's wild to see. He instantly knows something absolutely terrible must have gone down over there. Soon, using this flashy new underworld projector tech, they slap footage of a massive monster invasion right on the wall. We're talking tens of thousands of beasts. Alan explains this huge swarm just attacked, forcing elves and fairies to bail. Same story in the Red Gorge, where the dwarves got totally kicked out of their home turf. Russell throws his hand up and the king gives him the floor. our boy points out the monster count is just insanely high. Like the entire forest shouldn't have this many. Master Melville guesses they were artificially made, while Daria suspects a dimension portal. Amelia chimes in, noting it gets way worse. These specific monsters are supposed to be completely extinct. Suddenly, Alan and Matt start begging for the Great Forest, the Underworld, and Red Gorge, pleading with the Masters of Endmion to swoop in and save their homes. The king asks them to rise, declaring that the current situation is that they have no idea how this ridiculous army spawned, but ignoring it, that will undoubtedly lead to game over. In the name of the King of Endmion, he orders everyone to back up the forest and the underworld, ensuring zero monsters cross their borders. Everyone nods. Right here, Russell realizes his time travel cheat codes are totally useless now. You and I know he's flying completely blind into this new battle. He just has to trust his hard work and push forward. Right after, Miss Daria sends out her elite students. She can't join the hype because she's guarding the capital with her spear tower. Her squad tells her to chill. They promise to completely wipe the floor with these ugly beasts. She trusts their skills, but battlefields are chaotic and a random stray arrow could be fatal. She begs Russell, the rookie, to play it safe. He casually promises he'll be fine. After all, the guy has already fought countless bloody wars in his past life. Out of nowhere, Daria shivers, remembering a certain kid who would have grown up just as brave as Russell if he survived. Her students catch her shaking, but she brushes it off, pleading for her beloved team to come back alive as they hit the portal. Over on the other side of the warp gate, they bump into Niccolo Machiavelli, the commander-in-chief, alongside the Golden Tower Master and the crew. Looks like only the spear and white towers are missing. Apparently, the warp gate is totally lagging from max capacity. While waiting, Russell walks up to Alan, asking if he knows a lady named Io from the White Ash tribe by any chance. Russell realizes Alan must know Islo super well. Alan nods, clarifying that she isn't from the tribe but is actually a powerful sentinel. A sentinel protects all elves, not just one tribe. Hearing this, Russell wonders if she leveled up to sentinel status by awakening her dragon power. When Russell asks if she's all right, Alan admits she was battling on the very front lines when he left, so he isn't totally sure. But this means she was alive at least 5 days ago, and Russell knows they have to rush over and help her immediately. While they talk, Alan and Olive from the White Tower show up. Trust me, you'll love what's next. You and I are about to dive into absolute madness. Amelia and the crew step through the warp gate, and Niccolo instantly reveals the elf command center relocated from the Great Forest, forced out by monsters. Amelia chimes in. The 5th and 7th Corps are still at least 10 days out. Moving an army that massive? Yeah, it takes serious time. The mission: push these beasts back into the Great Forest before backup gets here. It's a 3-day trek with the plan set. The whole squad charges toward the command center. They're totally determined to wipe out these monsters, pushing hard into the dead of night. Suddenly, Amelia freezes. She signals a full stop. The smell of blood is heavy in the air and it's only getting worse. Huge red flag since they are still miles away. Niccolo immediately splits the team. He grabs the Flame Tower priests to follow his lead, while everyone else flanks right around the rocky mountain. Olsen takes point with the Flame Tower crew. Halfway up the ridge, they spot something sketchy when they finally crest the peak. Absolute chaos. A massive swarm of monsters is swarming the Feather Tribe. The bird folks are desperately dropping boulders, while a handful of elves fire off arrows trying to survive. Niccolo is not having it. He completely snaps, slamming his foot into the ground. Hundreds of jagged rocks launch straight at the monsters, ripping them apart. Suddenly, the wind violently shifts. That is Amelia. She uses her wind magic to literally sweep away 100 monsters like absolute trash. Russell just stands there, totally hyped, watching the capital's 4 Great Tower Masters flex their insane power. Meanwhile, Olsen snaps his squad back to reality. They cannot just be spectators here. Russell excitedly drops his signature spell, Fallen Sun, on the clueless beasts. Down below, the fighting dwarves and elves spot the Endmion mages arriving and absolutely lose their minds cheering. Alan and Mathers succeeded. They are saved. Russell stares down the horde with ice in his eyes. He whispers a cold goodbye and slams the Fallen Sun down, literally turning them into extra crispy monster kebabs. You and I need to pay attention here. Deep in the forest, a freaky multi-faced monster awakens. Meanwhile, Alan starts skewering beasts with massive ice spears. Master Amelia is going wild, frying them with a massive lightning storm, and Master Niccolo just impaling waves of them with brutal earth spears. Problem with dropping crazy large-scale magic like this, it is incredibly destructive. The sheer amount of raw power they are blasting out is literally going to force cartographers to redraw the entire map. But get this, the monster swarm isn't even shrinking, plus stacking huge elemental spells on top of each other. It's totally going to cause massive friendly fire. The front line is just a chaotic mess now, realizing the danger. Olsen frantically yells at Niccolo and the squad to cut the heavy artillery. Large-scale magic is officially banned. It is time for up-close, full-scale brawling. Niccolo immediately orders the charge. Russell instantly knows he has to play it smart with his mana. This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint, so his overpowered draconification form is totally off the table. The crew dives in, shredding monster flesh using their personal skills. Some elves also provide solid backup, firing off crucial support arrows. Suddenly, Olive, a white tower mage, gets totally blindsided by a monster creeping up right behind her mid-fight. Russell blasts the monster's head wide open with lightning and checks on Olive. She thanks him but panics. Why aren't their numbers dropping? Where are they coming from? It honestly feels like this brutal fight will never end. But then, the sun finally starts rising over the horizon. And the dwarves and elves absolutely lose it, cheering and praying to the wind spirit. Olsen and Hubert are just standing there totally confused, like what does sunrise even change? I know what you're thinking, they're not undead, so sunlight shouldn't matter, but wait, check this out. The second that morning light hits, the monsters quickly retreat, leaving the mages totally confused. Soon after, the representative Orion walks up, thanking the team for helping them survive another fight. Feather Chief Curvo and Dwarf Rep Atri also join in. Niccolo humbly clarifies they just came to support their allies. Ara apologizes for the terrible hospitality given the whole Warzone vibe. Russell tells her not to sweat it, but immediately asks, where is Lady Iso? Ara notes Iso left days ago, instantly stressing Russell out. Later, Ara explains the brutal cycle. Monsters get wildly buffed at night, then weaken and completely retreat at dawn. But here is the creepiest part. They aren't just attacking randomly. They are hyperfixated, persistently targeting only. The fairies, like some deep grudge, that guarantees another attack tonight. Olsen immediately pitches an aggressive play. Let's jump them during the day while they are severely nerfed. Atri shakes his head, total no-go. Their whole alliance is barely pushing 1,000 people, and less than half of them can even swing a sword. Amelia tells Niccolo the hard truth, they just have to survive until the heavy cavalry gets here. Niccolo nods, immediately ordering the crew to grab the wounded, patch the front line, and prep for a war room meeting. Right after, Ara slowly walks up to Russell. She asks, are you Sir Russell Raymond? He is so confused, how does she know him? Ara quickly introduces herself. She is the White Ash Chief, an elite elf manure and actually Alo's mom. Turns out Alo heard about the trapped fairies and rushed out to save them. But when the monsters ambushed, it became a disaster, and tons of fairies got completely scattered. Russell hopes they stay safe, assuring her that Alo is incredibly tough. Soon, the others are totally shocked to discover Ara is an elite manure. In case you didn't know, a manure is basically the ultimate elf boss. They replace the extinct high elves, and get this, only 5 of them are born every century. Niccolo is totally amazed he met an elf manure. Amelia expresses deep honor to meet Ara, but awkwardly stumbles, completely unsure of what formal title to even use. Ara just bursts into laughter. She totally gets why Amelia is sweating the formalities. Despite being an elf, she grew up completely surrounded by human culture. Ara gently bows, telling her not to worry. Immediately after, Niccolo steps right up and explains the serious battle strategy they devised back in Enmion. Step 1, box them in. The approaching backup army has nearly 60,000 troops, definitely enough manpower to completely trap the monster horde. Amelia explains Step 2, exterminate the trapped monsters and shove them back into the forest. So trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here, you are about to see this war hit totally different levels. The battlefield just shifted entirely to the Great Forest, absolutely shocking the elf and feather chiefs. Why? Because this isn't just their home. It is a completely sacred place blessed by the gods themselves. Moving the war here means absolute massive destruction. Fixing a forest this huge, it would literally take over a century. Niccolo steps up, explaining that while the exact damage is wildly unpredictable, Indmayan is fully committing to the cleanup, promising to totally rebuild housing for the fairies. Hearing this, Ara and Curvo swallow their pride and accept the total destruction. Niccolo thanks them, promising to keep the collateral damage as low as humanly possible. But out of absolutely nowhere, a soldier screams that something huge is flying straight at them. Everyone braces for a monster attack, but Curvo squints and realizes the absolute truth. It is not a monster at all. It is one of their own guys who went out looking for the fairy tribe days ago. The guy crashes into the dirt, bleeding everywhere. Curvo screams for medics, but the soldier mutters that the silver-haired sentinel is trapped. This completely triggers Russell and Aaron. That instantly triggers Russell. Seeing his reaction, Niccolo immediately orders him onto the front lines as the main rescue squad. Olsen totally steps up to join him. Russell is hyped because the White Tower search magic is insane. Amelia also tells Olive to tag along. Erin trusts Alan with her entire life, sending him and some elite elf guards with them. She desperately prays to the spirits for their absolute safety. The squad blasts off. Seconds later, Olive senses some crazy monster energy up ahead. Olsen totally hypes them up, yelling at everyone to push straight through. Now watch closely because things are about to get absolutely crazy. They instantly run into hundreds of giant, nasty vulture monsters known as the Great Rock. The elves instantly snap into combat mode. Russell does not even hesitate, unleashing a wild red lightning chain explosion that literally vaporizes half the flock. Olive watches this and is completely shook. They are both Tower Lord tier, but Russell's raw power is just on another planet entirely. Suddenly, a massive booming thud echoes right behind them. Olsen is absolutely styling on a huge mob of monsters in the back, claiming he could not let Russell have all the fun. The blast is so insane that Russell actually laughs, wondering if Olsen is secretly a martial artist. The squad pulls back while Olsen jokes about showing off too much. Catching their breath, Alan steps up like an absolute boss. He tells them to push forward while his team completely wipes out the remaining stragglers. Olsen and Russell immediately sprint after Olive at completely max speed, with Russell just desperately praying that Alo is still breathing. Cut back to the Great Forest. Alo and her surviving elves are holding up a massive barrier against a completely relentless monster wave, but their mana is basically empty. Alo is sweating bullets, wondering if they can even survive until dawn while praying for literally any backup. Bam! A monster completely shatters the shield. Then another one. Alo draws her bow, screams out to Eurus, the legendary wind spirit, and unleashes an absolutely massive gust arrow. Later that night, Olive feels massive energy shockwaves over the mountains and screams at the team to sprint. They hit max speed, with Russell terrified they are too late. Meanwhile, the monsters totally smash the first wall, so Iso drops an epic gust rain attack. She screams at an elf guard to fix the shield, but before he can even blink, the frontline warriors start screaming in pure terror as the monsters smash the back wall too. Alo instantly spins around, aiming her bow. You feel that tension, right? Suddenly, Russell completely pops into her mind, making her feel wildly embarrassed. Boom! Russell drops in like an absolute superhero, slapping down a giant firewall that roasts the monsters. Iso is completely overjoyed. The fire mages officially land. Olsen decides to totally clear the runway for Russell. He drops his signature flare strike, literally nuking the monsters into dust so Russell can check on her. She is totally overwhelmed, having zero clue how to ever repay him, but Russell just smirks. He casually reminds her he is just doing his job for the Alliance. Then he tells her to drop the shield so they can totally vaporize the incoming horde. Iso completely panics, saying the wounded kids cannot possibly run that fast. Russell just grins, telling her to chill while Olive works her total magic. Olive immediately hits the entire fairy squad with a massive speed buff. Suddenly, Iso feels light as a feather, completely ready to sprint without getting tired. The heavy backup squad finally rolls up, and Alo is completely hyped seeing Alan. Olsen totally takes charge. He puts Olive and the fairies in the dead center, Russell on the left wing, and Iso with Alan on the right. Olsen takes the absolute front. With the master plan set, Alo screams at the elves to drop the massive shield, and they totally sprint. As they close in on the Red Canyon, Olsen warns an exhausted Russell to save his juice. They still have an absolute ocean of monsters to punch through before reaching their team. Hitting the canyon border, they see Niccolo's squad completely trapped in a giant sea of monsters. They are barely surviving inside a massive fortress Niccolo literally built overnight. Hubert spots the rescue squad blazing in and completely freaks out, screaming the awesome news to Commander Niccolo. Arian is absolutely thrilled to see them alive. Niccolo instantly drops a huge defensive wall to violently carve out an escape route. It is all on Olsen and Russell now. They burn absolutely every drop of mana left, blasting an apocalyptic fire attack straight through the giant monster horde. They scream at everyone to push forward because safety is right there. The entire squad rushes the gap. Alo completely breaks down, hugging her mom, while the rescue team finally collapses. Looking around, Russell just smiles, so incredibly thankful that they actually survived this insane night. A few hours pass, the beautiful sun comes up, and a whole week literally flies by. So what do you and I take from all this madness? Survival is basically a full-time job here. They fight till sunset, but at least our scattered fairy tribe is finally perfectly safe. Stick with me, you and I are jumping right into a camp of 9,000 fighters, and trust me, these warriors are absolutely ready to brawl. Soon after, the 5th and 7th Corps roll in. The very next day, Legion commanders gather around a giant map in the war room, talking strategy. Niccolo kicks things off with a massive thank you, but the Legions brush it off. They are simply doing their duty for the country. Niccolo breaks down the frontline rescue mission. To explain the real threat, he calls up the guy who actually fought these monsters firsthand. Russell Raymond steps up with a total swagger. Whispers fill the room, everybody knows this legend's name now. Moving map pieces, he lays out his master plan. The 5th Legion is on strict defense duty. These monsters are grouping up and could crash straight into Endmian territory at literally any second. Setting up an ironclad perimeter to rescue the trapped elf tribe is step 1. Russell makes it crystal clear, nothing gets past the 5th Legion today. Then he looks straight at Dwell and the 7th Legion. They are attacking head-on. They're pushing those beasts back into the Great Forest, wrecking their chances to regroup. Dwell nods, totally hyped. The whole operation kicks off in 3 days. After one final strategy check, Russell stands tall to drop the ultimate mission, take back the Great Forest. The 5th and 7th aren't just your average squads. They are literally the best on the continent. Leaning against the wall, Russell stares at the battlefield. He's confident they will win, but something feels totally weird. Now pay attention, because here is where things get wild. A soft voice calls his name, and he turns to see a beautiful elf girl standing right behind him. He totally overlooked something huge in the chaos. She just stares at him. Clearly, he's no longer the weak kid she used to know. Our boy got way stronger. A little smile creeps onto her face. Her mom watches this whole thing totally amused, putting a hand on her shoulder that makes the poor girl jump. Smiling, her mom tells her to go shoot her shot. Alo completely freezes, so embarrassed, she shakes her head. Russell is literally engaged to Endmian royal family royalty. She really shouldn't be crushing on him, but the feelings are definitely there. Her mom gently cups her cheek. Alo just closes her eyes, focusing hard. She can literally feel the magic connection between Alo and Russell. Their fates are super tied together. Alo gasps, does her mom really see it? Her mom whispers yes. She explains Alo has this exact same gift, but it only activates if she accepts her destiny as Manhwa, the tribe's next boss. She gives her daughter this super loving look. Time is running out for any second thoughts. Alo has to make a huge choice really soon. Russell's upcoming destiny feels crazy heavy, like a freezing winter storm. To be with him, she must accept that insane burden. Boom, cut straight to the battlefield. A massive monster roar shakes the entire landscape. The earth literally quakes as the bad guys roll up. A golden-armored dude wipes his sweat. Here we go again. The 5th Legion holds the line while everybody else charges. Absolute swarms of beasts charge with glowing red eyes. Russell just looks at his squad, epic fire magic already sparking in both his hands. Swords draw, spells light up the sky, and this epic all-out war begins. They charge straight into the creepy red dusk. A warrior girl takes a breath, pulling her bowstring back as pure magic swirls at the tip. Right nearby, a dwarf berserker charges with his heavy axe. He slams a beast, completely shattering its thick armor in one hit. An awesome young mage summons a massive magic spear. It crashes down, blasting shockwaves everywhere. Niccolo and an elf archer perfectly dodge the explosion, raising weapons as another beast attacks. But boom, it gets instantly wrecked by a wild blast of wind and ice. A magic blade flashes brilliantly in that fading sunlight. It slices straight through the monster's armor like absolute butter. A warrior screams to hold the front line, while a soldier blindly rushes in to close up the gap. Meanwhile, Russell stands there holding pure fire. He launches a massive heat wave, completely scorching every single monster around him to ash. Screams echo as creepy flying beasts screech from above, but the elf archers unleash pinpoint arrows until the sky is totally clear. 15 days later, the squad finally hits the forest's edge. They are totally exhausted but ready to party. One guy cheers, and suddenly everyone is shouting, their victory hyping up the whole woods. You and I both know it's a trap when things get this quiet. Olsen asks Russell if he feels the bad vibes. He nods, and they push deeper into the dead silent trees. This super thick mist is just lingering, and the silence is suffocating. Alo tells her mom she can't hear the forest spirits at all anymore. Her mom instantly frowns. They know something is seriously messed up here. The squad stops, waiting for the Feathercloak scouts who took a gadget up ahead to scout things out. Someone yells as the scouts rush back. Everyone crowds inside the tent to look. The gadget projects a hologram of the forest, but it just shows totally dead, empty trees. Russell demands a much better bird's-eye view. When a confused scout asks why, he points right at the screen. The creepy mist gets way thicker deeper inside. Another guy totally agrees, and a scout jumps in saying he saw the exact same weirdness. Suddenly, a brand new recording pops up on the screen. A scout waves everybody over. Look, a glowing blue sphere is literally floating out of the fog. The whole tent goes dead silent until someone whispers, "What is that?" Zero answers. Alo's mom realizes this magical forest is completely corrupted now. Russell squints, wondering if the insane bad vibes he has been feeling are tied to that mysterious floating orb. His crimson eyes narrow sharply. He claims the crazy magical imbalance is 100% coming from it. The hologram shifts, revealing a second orb right in the middle. This one is pitch black, pulsing with raw dark energy that literally freezes the room. A warrior clenches his fists. Yep, they just found the boss-level source of their nightmare. Curled inside that black void is a horribly twisted beast. Its violet veins pulse with pure evil magic. Red scars crack its face, and those eyes snap open, burning crimson. As the monster wakes, an insane wave of killing intent washes over the entire forest. The real nightmare starts now. This scout footage proves a seriously terrifying reality. That single zone could easily be hiding millions of monsters. A stressed-out warrior turns to Ara, practically begging to know if she has any clue what this thing is. Ara thinks it's tied to an ancient legend about the Great Forest's actual creation. She explains this myth dates all the way back to when the world of the gods was literally collapsing. The gods supposedly blessed this land to create the forest. Russell is locked in, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here because this gets wild. Niccolo asks if Gaia really created this forest, meaning it does way more than just grow trees. It is basically a giant cage for monster hordes, but Russell senses a red flag. If the gods were active when Gaia built this place, why seal the monsters instead of just wiping them out? Yeah, they are totally missing a huge piece of the puzzle here. Olsen catches on. Russell bets Gaia is hiding something way worse than monsters. An elf suggests sending a scout team to check it out, and the commander officially gives the green light. The whole squad regroups. Meanwhile, deep in the thick woods, two scouts push forward. One guy points out the dead silence. The other feels the creep factor. The forest is alive, but the vibe is totally wrong. Niccolo throws up a hand, calling for a quick breather. Russell checks on the team, getting a solid nod that everyone is okay. Then he spots Erin frozen, eyes shut, swirling with magical lights. Alo explains she is contacting the forest spirit, noting there are way more spirits out there than just the basic 4 elements. Russell chimes in lightning, ice, light, and dark have spirits too. Aaron then promises to show them the actual forest spirit. Bam, swirling waves of pure energy beam out from a tiny spot. Russell is absolutely speechless. He had only heard the myths and the squad is hyped. Right there, a tiny creature made of dirt and leaves pops up. Its adorable doll-like look totally steals the show. It actually speaks to Russell. He freezes, glancing at Alo, half wondering if he is just losing his mind right now. Our boy realizes this spirit is just a mashup of tiny entities with zero brain power of its own. Alo is literally sharing her consciousness with it. She says it needs time to buff up since it lacks free will. Russell thinks driving this thing is basically just like remote controlling a golem. Suddenly, the spirit glitches out. Alo frowns, summoning even one is a nightmare because this forest energy is completely wrecked right now. Aaron slumps against a tree, totally drained, while the spirits look absolutely terrified. Alo asks if her mom found any solid clues. Ara shakes her head. The dead center of the forest is pure darkness. Russell goes dead silent. His brain panicking over whatever nightmare is hiding in that shadow. A sudden shout snaps him right back to reality. Someone blasts ahead using wind magic. The squad hustles after them through the thick air. The green-haired warrior scowls, feeling the heavy mist literally messing with his head. Now pay attention here. They stumble into a boneyard of broken armor, corpses, and bloody blades shining under eerie violet light. It clicks, the 7th Legion got completely wiped out here, totally blindsided by whatever attacked them, deep in the forest core. A massive violet energy ball floats there, pure dead silence. Then boom, the earth starts violently shaking as giant stone blocks shift. Runes light up everywhere. Niccolo realizes these stones are heavy-duty magic seals. Who dropped these here and what the heck are they locking up? He pushes the team to dig fast before sunset, watching that purple sphere pulse like crazy while the earthquakes get way worse. Trying to find the epicenter, Niccolo guesses it is the darkness itself. Little does he know, he is literally standing on top of a red-eyed demon. Feeling that wicked aura, he screams for everyone to fall back, but game over, too late. Boom, a crazy violet explosion rocks the entire zone. A colossal red hand smashes the dirt, rising up with glowing veins and multiple insane heads attached. I know you see this too. The crew is absolutely paralyzed with fear. Stepping back, stuttering, they realize the actual ground is a living, breathing monster. Niccolo grimly names it Heckin, a Titanomachy nightmare. That forgotten ancient war is officially back. Way back, these titans tried conquering everything until dragons forcefully sealed them away. Alo gasps, this absolute unit has been hiding here forever. Her mom is stunned anything this huge stayed off the radar. Niccolo warns them, if this beast escapes, the whole world is basically doomed. Crimson light erupts and an ear-splitting roar shatters the quiet. Shockwaves blast people into the air. That roar alone is basically a weapon. Alo flinches from the insane rage rolling off it. Setting up shields, her mom yells that it is pure, raw killing intent. Russell balls his fists, they have to stop it right now. It is literally do or die. Niccolo is shook, but Russell stays locked in. Staring down the giant, he declares losing isn't an option. Meanwhile, up on a cliff, a cloaked dude just watches, absolutely mind-blown by the chaos. He realizes it isn't just a titan, but a Heckin way worse. His shock turns into a wicked grin, whispering about a god's rebirth. A masked guy pops up, telling the cloaked dude this is his long-awaited finale. Shocked to see Karen, he demands answers. Sharon just chills there, shadow energy swirling. Sighing that Ho isn't hyped to see him, especially since he brought a present. Ho mutters while Karen brags that this magic keystone is way more powerful than the Tartarus one. Ho flashes a grin and Karen shoots back a smooth nod, wrapped in dark mist. Karen asks if Ho even knows whose seal he is smashing. Glued to the box, Ho says it holds a Heckin beast from the Titanomachy days. He actually name-drops Brierose, the vanguard general who made the gods sweat bullets. Down below, our heroes are paralyzed while Ho casually plans to taunt the fire witch about her dead students. Sharon tears open a green portal, laughing that he cannot wait for the drama. But then he gets serious, failing here means a fate way worse than just dying. The seal shatters, light erupts. One warrior screams it is broken, while another tells everyone to chill, praying the monster is still super weak. Beneath a pitch-black sky, Briarrose stands up, practically sparking with raw energy. Not even at max power, he is an absolute raid boss. So here is where we leave it. Russell grips his weapon, ready for war, while the Tower Master calls forth massive green energy. All right, stick with me here. Her focus is totally locked as she blasts a cosmic beam right at Briarrose, but glowing eyes flashing, the beast charges. Russell suddenly hears Niccolo in his head. Right then, Briarrose completely powers up. Green energy wraps his arm, and boom, he punches the ground, shaking the entire battlefield. A warrior rushes to the White Tower Master, asking if she is all right. She kneels, totally dazed, but insists she's fine, praying her spell holds up. Out of nowhere, Niccolo drops in, casually apologizing for the delay. Snap, his spell turns the ground to sand. Briarrose just ignores it and keeps bulldozing forward. Someone screams to attack, and the warriors unleash massive blasts of red and green energy. The massive explosion totally rocks the battlefield, slamming Briarrose down with an epic howl. Meanwhile, two meditating mages channel the forest's raw power. Massive vines shoot up, locking Briarrose down. Then the Great Spirit appears, wrapping him in giant stone arms. He violently struggles but can't break loose. One warrior smirks, totally thinking they have this in the bag, but another shuts that down fast. It is still not enough. Briarrose is absolutely furious. He shatters the stone arms with one insane punch, sending debris flying everywhere, screaming that these warriors are totally worthless. Pitch-black energy pools in his mouth, firing a terrifying blast that leaves the mages screaming. Nobody expected this freak to speak. With every single step, the earth completely trembles. He glares at the warriors like they are literal insects. Niccolo drops to one knee, completely gasping. Briarrose brutally mocks him, laughing that he clearly wants to get eaten. Smirking, he swears to tear absolutely everyone apart. Now watch this closely because things are about to get wild. Niccolo stays calm, hinting Briarrose missed something huge. Bam, massive energy lights the sky, Russell's fist crackling with lightning. Niccolo yells at him to prep their ultimate strike. Trying to push through, Briarrose actually freezes for a second, sizing up the black-haired fighter. Russell charges a blinding spark in his hand, and an epic lightning bolt comes crashing down. How could a six-circle mage pump out that much raw power behind a glowing barrier? Iso finally gets why the Fire Tower Master backed this guy. Russell floats in the thick smoke, bright light swirling everywhere. This insane spell is draining way more of his mana than he originally planned. Even with that crazy intensity, did the monster take the full hit? Russell stays locked in, absolutely sure his attack connected perfectly. But nope, the enemy stands tall, red eyes glaring with insane strength. The squad is completely stunned, it is still standing. Niccolo knows their attack only bought them a little time. Gasping hard, Russell is totally stunned. The beast shrugged it off. The creature growls. Russell's magic weapon failed. The freak's dark aura violently flares, growling that the name brings back painful memories he hates. Then with pure murder in his voice, he declares it is Russell's time to die. A red blast explodes, and a razor-sharp airblade shoots forward. A red-haired dude sprints desperately toward Russell, screaming at him to dodge. Glancing up, Russell finally sees the fatal attack coming, but he completely hesitates. Off in the distance, the monster glows with blazing fire on one side and freezing frost on the other, still rocking full strength. A super confused white-haired guy cannot understand Alan's reckless move at all. Blood splatters, the sound cuts out. Russell totally staggers back, tasting fresh blood. He realizes he is seriously messed up. Any closer and it was game over. Someone yells to check on him. Olsen is pinned, barely breathing. Russell spots him and desperately screams his name. Another teammate checks Olsen. It looks super bad, totally broken ribs. Slumped against the giant rock, Olsen flashes a weak smile, knowing he is benched for a while. Russell slowly stands up, hurting everywhere. Niccolo shouts his name, and Russell swears he is fine, while they desperately hold off the massive monster. Niccolo asks Russell if he can spam that same spell again. A clean hit would be absolutely devastating. Right then, the enemy smashes another earthquake punch. You and I know one clean hit changes the game, but he's seriously struggling to control that insane lightning vortex at his current level. Fists totally clenched, raw energy sparking all around him, he gets ready to blast again. This might literally be their only shot to win. The monk clenches his teeth, tanking the heavy shockwaves while silently praying Russell can pull this off. Russell stands there, gasping for air. While Niccolo screams he needs exactly 15 minutes to prep, he hypes the squad up, yelling they will hold the line to protect Russell. Everyone nods. They are totally ready to keep this freak away. Russell figures Olsen is safe enough, but he cannot wander off. He has to hold his ground. Feeling his mana tank hitting zero, he absolutely needs a quick recharge. His body morphs into a badass draconic form as his hidden power awakens. Boom, a blinding flash of light erupts and an epic legendary weapon spawns. It is the Brahmastra spear, built to pierce absolutely anything. The massive enemy completely freezes, terrified by the sheer, overwhelming power pointing at him. Roaring in pure fear, he curses Russell as Kim Hyun's descendant. Then he just snaps with rage, completely obliterating the ground and sending shockwaves everywhere. He lunges super fast, radiating dark, deadly energy. Right then, a massive wave of blue energy floods the battlefield, freezing the beast mid-step. The white-haired girl pulled off a clutch magic trick. The whole squad pushes up, glowing with insane radiant energy. A giant blast of Prometheus flame explodes everywhere. Everyone completely shifts to defense, holding the line. The terrifying beast lets out an agonizing roar, his gigantic frame finally buckling under their heavy attacks. A silver-haired dude summons massive freezing pillars of ice. Meanwhile, two powerful mages drop down, summoning wild forest spirits. Giant vines erupt, wrapping the beast up as he violently thrashes around. Niccolo sees the whole team is completely running on empty from spamming spells. That's where we leave it, trust me, you want to see what happens next. The smoking monster glares in pure rage, curses them, and violently charges again. Stick with me here, you are about to see an absolutely insane fight. Dark purple energy explodes, tearing everything apart. Above, Russell hovers with his glowing spear, while Niccolo stumbles back, completely panicking. A warrior charges forward, slamming his hands down and screaming in pure terror. Watching this, the white-haired fairy cries out Russell's name, her heart totally racing. He was always protecting her. Now, it is her turn. She thinks back to every single time they barely escaped together. If she can just block this attack, they might survive. Suddenly, a massive burst of purple light shoots straight at Russell. Hand glowing, she reaches out, begging for one last chance to save him. And right when all hope seems lost, that chaotic energy completely slows down. The wild light fades, the power literally crumbles like invisible hands are tearing it apart. She just stares, totally shocked. Did time actually stop? Everything goes dead still. Pure darkness wraps around the area, dropping it into total silence. Her lips tremble, whispering in absolute awe. Boom, a divine creature floats into the void. Its voice echoes, dropping a massive truth bomb. The real power was always inside her. She just had not unlocked it. Sitting there totally confused, she looks up. The being just smiles, reminding her she already knows what her gift is. Then a massive dragon emerges right behind it. The voice booms, revealing only one way to awaken true dragon power. A horned woman with pointed ears steps up, her eyes dead calm but super serious. Taking this power means locking in her fate and ditching her old life. She hesitates for a second, clenches her fists, and confidently says yes. The being smiles like it knew that all along. Below, guys are staring in pure shock, screaming Russell's name in total panic. Suddenly, flames erupt all around Russell as crazy power surges right through him. Now pay attention, this is where things get wild. A massive explosion rips the air. Angry red eyes blaze and a glowing giant dragon appears. Niccolo just stares, totally mind-blown. 700 years later, a dragon is finally back. The white-haired elf whispers alow in shock. The monster screams in pure fury, red eyes blazing as it talks trash. The beast slams down hard, shaking the whole area. It tells the dragon to move, but the dragon just stares back, roasting the monster for holding a 1,000-year grudge. Then the dragon opens wide and blasts a deadly beam. The monster tries blocking it, but gets completely shoved back. Grinding its teeth, the beast realizes it got weak. Super mad, it vows to rip off the dragon's wings and eat its heart. Smoke swirls as it promises absolute destruction. Out of nowhere, a bright light shoots from the sky, and the huge beast totally freezes in shock. Even after going all out, there is zero fear left. The dragon morphs into a horned woman, closes her eyes, and just vanishes. Her job here is totally done. Russell is standing ready, absolutely loaded with divine energy. The Brahmastra spear glows with crazy destructive power. Everyone is sweating, while Niccolo watches in awe alongside the quiet elf and small creature. Buying time actually worked, but Niccolo still cannot wrap his head around this 6th-level mage strength. Right in the chaos, Russell is covered in flames holding that glowing spear. Niccolo wonders what would happen if this wild energy was not controlled. Just the pure force could wipe out the whole forest. Far away, the monster's eyes go wide, yet Briarrose is actually terrified. A Titan general shaking like a leaf, literally unheard of. Russell throws the spear at insane speed. Briarrose flips backward through the air, barely dodging the massive hit. It starts laughing, super proud of that dodge, but Russell is already rushing in. The monster's eyes bug out, seeing him right in its face. A chill hits its spine. When did he get so fast? Using his ultimate trick, Russell speaks the words of Arachne and summons 2 epic daggers. You and I both know this looks like game over. The sky burns red, light crashing down everywhere. Next second. Crazy powerful mana blows right through Briarrose's core. The beast roars, shaking the whole sky. A huge hole opens up and it cries out, "I was trapped forever, now I am free." But all that past pain turns into pure rage. Smoke and dust explode everywhere as Briarrose fiercely swoops down. Our boy coughs up blood, taking the massive recoil head-on. That overpowered magic is literally tearing his body apart. It is way too much. He plummets through the air, wind screaming past, falling toward the battlefield. Covered in brutal wounds, pain is stabbing him from every single angle. His vision gets blurry, but hey, he protected his squad. Suddenly, a sweet system notification pops up. Mission complete. Time for that sweet reward. Fast forward, he is in bed looking like a mummy, breathing slow. His eyes flutter open, but sitting up sends a sharp, painful groan right out of him. A voice calls out. Elo steps inside holding medicine, looking so happy our guy finally woke up. Fighting the pain, Russell sits up and asks about the crew. She nods softly. Most are healing up fine, but Olsen definitely needs more time. Relieved they survived, Russell flashes a weak smile, but then he spots his arm and something totally clicks. He asks Elo what is going on. Smiling wide, she explains she took in the dragon power during the fight. Now, they are linked forever. He suddenly remembers dragon scales and a weird force protecting him earlier. It hits him she was the one keeping him alive. She just gives this soft smile, letting him connect the dots like a boss. He admits he is pretty confused, but feels it. She starts explaining the next generation of dragons that serve the legendary ancient dragon emperor. This connection, not random at all, it is destiny. Russell looks super concerned, asking if she is okay and telling her to stay by his side. He is stressing that this dragon magic might change her personality, but she just smiles, saying she chose this path herself. She is still the exact same. Still 100% her. Gripping tight, she locks in her choice. Russell's heart goes crazy. It is her call, even with another companion around. Knowing she wants to stay means everything to him. After a second, she asks what they should call each other, since Dragon Emperor is way too formal. Russell shrugs, so what do we make of this? She thinks for a second, then drops the word master. Classic anime ending. Stick with me here, guys. Russell laughs, telling her to just use his real name. She tests it out, getting closer each try, and smiles big when she finally nails it. Across the room, Niccolo watches him with total respect. He thanks Russell, admitting a lot of people would be dead without him. Even though Russell is still banged up, he sits up. No way he is resting while people need him. He cracks a faint smile, saying he couldn't have done it alone. He reminds Niccolo about the time Niccolo saved his life, calling this payback. Niccolo goes completely quiet for a second, then nods, thanking him again. He asks if Russell has seen the whole crew yet. Russell just nods and smiles. Niccolo laughs, betting it was super loud in there, then tells him to get some rest. Once everybody clears out, Russell flops onto the bed, totally drained. But resting, not happening. He jumps right back up, his eyes burning with absolute determination. Time to level up. He grabs the third golden mask he scored from beating Briarrose. This thing grounds his mind and cranks up his mental resistance. Now dark magic, curses, and illusions are no problem. He stares at the 3 floating masks. One buffs his attack control. Another boosts his defense, and the third blocks mind games. But he can't wear all 3 at once, so he decides to fuse them together. A massive wave of pain hits as raw energy surges through his body. He grits his teeth, pushing through. Slowly, the masks merge and shift back into shape. The system chimes in. He just forged the crown of Solomon, holding the power of all three. As it glows, the legendary ancient mage king, Solomon himself, appears. Russell is totally mind-blown. A mythical relic is right there, but then he spots something super weird. The crown is way smaller than expected. As tiny crowns spin around his head, he wonders if they are summoning other relics. Boom, one lights up and shoots right at him. He flinches as this crazy feeling hits. It is literally like a second version of him just spawned. His body explodes with a red aura as crazy power wakes up inside. Suddenly, he is standing in this massive blue void packed with glowing symbols. Talk about an epic power trip. A weird sense of calm hits as he floats in this magical void. Looking at the crown, he feels a living presence inside it, grinding out complex magic math. It feels like his brain just hardwired into the crown, and it is not just a feeling, his magic is way sharper now. But watch closely because things get wild here. Part of his mind starts splitting in half, then something brushes his leg. Pain jolts him awake, completely drenched in sweat. Clutching his head, a system warning pops up. His main consciousness is almost drained, and the crown is losing juice fast. He thinks about the crown's backup brain. It does not save everything, just enough to reboot him if a curse tries to hijack his body. He smirks at the crown, ready to master its insane power. Back on the training field, Russell stands tall, his cloak blowing in the wind. Magic fire rains down, but he casually waves his hand to control it. He throws his arm up, sending massive magical blasts crashing down. The whole ground shakes. A guy nearby is totally stunned. It only took Russell 10 days to recover, and somehow he is way faster and stronger. Another dude laughs, saying Russell always grinds hard. Then Olsen steps up, demanding a pure fist fight, zero magic allowed. Russell hesitates but says yeah. The ground shakes as the first punch connects, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Olsen twists his body, laughing, totally confident he can take the hit. Russell watches him, wondering if this dude is even a real mage. Right as things heat up, a screech cuts the air. A guard yells that something is happening. Most monsters are dead, but danger is still out there. Suddenly, Russell spots someone flying straight through the sky. His stomach drops. Knights on horseback charge in, waving a red emergency flag. Olsen scowls, guessing the Empire is finally making a big move. Niccolo steps up, looking totally stressed. He shouts that a national emergency is officially declared. Right after, a flag with a weird symbol pops up. Then Grand Duke Bismar's ice-cold glare flashes on screen. Niccolo confirms Bismar is finally showing his true colors. Olsen slams the table. Is Endmian under attack? The answer is a massive yes. You and I knew this was coming. Flames erupt as 5 magic towers and the 13th and 21st Legions blitz the capital. A young guy clenches his fists, eyes burning with pure rage. Blaine's name echoes in his head, the exact man who destroyed his family. He connects the dots. Blaine works for Duke Bismar. He flashes back to when his master saved him. Across the room, a guy smirks, totally daring him. He freezes up. Wait, why are his master and the Blue Tower Guardian at the Capitol right now? Suddenly, they both completely vanish. The squad is stunned. The silver-haired guy and the badass woman just disappeared without a trace. Olsen pounds his fist down. Furious that all this chaos popped off while he was gone, Russell stays chill, swearing there is zero chance their master could actually lose. If he did, the bad guys would be bragging already to crush their morale. The silver-haired girl crosses her arms, guessing Duke Bismar just locked him away. Russell figures the real target is the throne. That means the king and princess are in huge trouble. Niccolo chimes in, saying a top-tier guard is protecting the king and a blue-haired knight has the princess covered. Still, things are looking insanely bad. A cold chill hits Russell's spine. The princess is a sitting duck if the enemy brought a heavy hitter like a tower guardian. One name flashes in his head. Hecate, a 7th Legion knight, yells they need to attack right now. Niccolo holds up a hand, trying to keep the panic under control. Even leaving right this second, they won't reach the capital in time. He spins toward Sir Hubert, asking for the absolute fastest shortcut. A gate mage brings up teleporting, but immediately shoots it down. The main gate is definitely busted or totally out of commission by now. Someone suggests cutting through the Red Gorge to use the capital's magic tower, but that takes a whole 24 hours. Niccolo stresses that waiting is not an option. Russell smirks, asking if he wants a faster ride. Niccolo hesitates, then boom, a box opens revealing the arrows and psyche rings. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to dive into something epic. The arrows ring teleports its wearer. The silver-haired girl suggests a guardian, but Russell stays totally cool. Only he can do this. Once it binds, no take-backs. Niccolo gives Russell a solid pat on the shoulder, fully trusting him with the job. Russell vows to guard the princess with his life. Boom, a blinding blue light erupts as the ring activates. His red eyes lock in. A system alert pops up: protect Princess Hikari Rathmos until the rebellion ends. Reward unknown. Meanwhile, outside the palace, absolute chaos. Warriors are screaming orders to hold the line against the rebels. Over at the Geneva West Gate, royal forces desperately regroup. A soldier screams to drag the wounded back and hold the front line. Medics are losing their minds, scrambling for supplies as bodies keep dropping. Nearby, a knight is fighting for his life with a massive chest wound. His buddy kneels down, begging him to just hold on while the medics work. One guy spots Princess Hikari and totally freezes. She drops to her knees, holding his hand. With a warm smile, she tells him nobody here is disposable. But before he can even reply, her eyes snap wide open. The West Gate just collapsed. Soldiers are screaming to make one final, deadly stand. Warriors grip their weapons, ready to go down swinging. Then, bam, a massive explosion absolutely rocks the battlefield. Scorching fire swallows the soldiers, their screams echoing through the thick smoke. Out of the inferno walks one lone dude, his red cloak shining. He looks completely bored, wondering why he's even here with the top mages gone. A silent, red-cloaked squad stands right behind him. Arcarium Ergo steps up. He introduces himself as Blaine's top disciple. Now here's where you and I watch closely. Princess Hikari shoots him a death glare, shutting him up. Arcarium just smirks, claiming he doesn't deserve the title of Sir anymore. One of his goons adds that only actual royals get that respect. Hikari pulls her sword, blazing with purple fire, and calls him complete trash. A soldier gasps, it's Arendite, the legendary water nymph blade, literally the same sword that slaughtered a berserk dragon. Arcarium's eyes light up. Snagging a royal treasure like that, to him, this feels like absolute jackpot luck. The knights beg Princess Hikari to run while they hold the line. Fighting back tears, her voice trembles, calling their names. She's caught between total grief and pure resolve. The enemy smirks, calling game over. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, flames swallowing everything. In all the madness, her guards try dragging her to safety, but a wall of fire traps them. Hikari just looks down. She whispers an apology to her love, gripping Arendite tightly, ready for the end. Boom, another blast shatters a knight's shield, sending him reeling. Arcarium watches from afar, feeling a weird distortion in the air. It's like dark magic is literally warping reality itself. Panic explodes, someone screams these flames belong to the Fire Tower Guardian. A white-haired guy freezes up, while a red-coated dude stares in shock. A dead enemy just came back. Hikari gasps for air, completely confused, scanning the smoke. Right then, a voice cuts through the absolute madness. Russell drops in, looking super worried. Hikari shakes, calling his name. Nearby, a golden-eyed guy is freaking out over a teleport gate. His face goes serious, planning to hand this enemy's head to the Grand Duke. A mocking voice echoes, it's been a while. I know what you're thinking, a mid-air showdown. Russell holds Hikari, glaring at Arcarium, demanding what he did to their master. Arcarium just smirks. He waves at his goons, ordering them to snatch the princess. Russell senses these mages are high tier and screams for a tactical retreat. A massive explosion hits. An enemy mage summons fire warriors to roast the rebels. Arcarium jumps in, unleashing a giant wave of roaring flames. He straight up mocks their arrogance. Russell charges forward to bait Arcarium away from the princess. Blue lightning crackles from his fingers, slicing the fire. Arcarium totally didn't see it coming. Russell blasts him with raw lightning, completely shattering his magic shield and sending him flying backward. Arcarium groans, raging about cheap tricks. He claps back with a gigantic fire blast, swearing to turn Russell into a pile of ash. But Russell stands firm, ready to counter the blaze cannon. Their powers clash, sparking a fiery explosion that shakes the entire battlefield. Russell holds the line, blown away by this guy's speed. Arcarium might not be superhuman, but his rapid-fire casting is insanely lethal. Russell realizes he's skipping heavy spells for speed, sacrificing raw power. A huge grin spreads across Russell's face, time to strike back. Out of nowhere, a massive fire snake charges him. Russell's eyes lock in. Sweating but ice cold under pressure, he waves his hand, taming those flames like a beast and sweeping them away. Hikari is panicking, watching this insane fight. Meanwhile, far away near a creepy tower, some mages are pulling off a dark ritual. A voice mocks them from the shadows, calling the top student a failure. Briarrose lies there, completely motionless. A cloaked guy steps over Briarrose, revealing his target is the enemy. With crazy eyes, he swears to burn Mian. A masked voice coldly adds it will definitely fall. And every disciple will be wiped out. The barrier holds, but the impact is absolutely insane. Raw magic slams it like a freight train. Russell checks his shredded cloak and curses. A royal knight sprints in, begging the princess to escape. Hikari looks back at Russell, visibly stressed. The bad guys spot her escaping and immediately give chase. Russell stays ice cold, knowing the knights can handle those goons. Suddenly, a dude in a red jacket laughs and unleashes a massive firestorm. He dares anyone to survive it. The ground shakes, but Russell stands firm in his shield. He knows playing defense won't cut it. A wild idea hits. He summons the magical sword Gay Bulg, blasting a lethal energy beam. The red jacket guy realizes what's coming way too late. What do you and I learn? Don't mess with Russell. The blast hits, blood sprays, and he drops, totally defeated. Stick with me, you and I are diving into absolute chaos. Arrogance just got him smoked. Outside, knights and sorcerers are clashing in straight-up fiery madness. He turns to a glowing doorway, whispering Hickote. Russell steps into the dust, but red-cloaked enemies block his path. One stumbles, another totally panics. Smirking, Russell sparks a flame and lobs a massive fireball. Their screams echo as he roasts them to ash. Ice cold, he warns them to never mention their boss again. Suddenly, Hikata bursts in crying, hugging him and checking his face. Russell swears he is fine, tapping the glowing ring she gifted him. He admits his magic is gone, so the ring is useless. Together, they stare out a shattered window. Wind howls from the palace. Russell tenses up, telling her to chill. He trusts Sir Jillian has the king secured. Grabbing her hand, he says they gotta team up. Enemies will bounce once Arcarium falls. Hikate reveals her title as Princess Mian. Raising the sacred sword Arendite, she summons the king's blessing. Blinding light erupts and Russell gasps as his power floods back. Then Hikate drops. Panicking, he catches her. Arendite just drained her life force. She whispers she gave it all. He grips her hand tight while the crowd honors her massive sacrifice. Now pay attention because things get wild. A nasty voice mocks them for crying over a girl. Holding Hikadia, Russell senses pure danger and screams to fall back. A blood-red flash sweeps the zone as a black-cloaked villain raises his hand. His creepy voice echoes, literally cracking the ground below. Boom, nearby buildings get absolutely wrecked, filling the sky with fire, ash, and shattered armor flying everywhere. Stepping from the smoke, his cloak waving, he casually drops his name, Blaine Blade. Welcome to the new nightmare. A red-cloaked grunt smirks, mocking Russell that it has been forever. Russell throws up a quick shield for Hikari, gritting his teeth. This dude is way stronger than expected. From far off, the villain looks shook that Russell actually tanked such an insane attack. He mutters in pure disbelief, realizing this fight is gonna be rough. Russell is breathing hard, mind blown that someone instantly flattened a palace. This guy is a totally different beast. Blaine Trilogy smirks, seeing Arcarium is gone and guessing Russell did the dirty work. He mutters that Arcarium's ego was totally his downfall. Hearing this, Hikate steps up, absolutely furious. She screams, demanding why Blaine betrayed the kingdom and dragged innocent people into his sick game. Voice cracking, she accuses him of hunting her all along. Blaine just laughs, totally mocking her big heart and joking she would be a cute king. Smirking, he asks if she is done yapping, he has king business. Russell slides right between them, warning Haiti to step back. Words will not fix a guy like this, he says. Royal knights rush the scene, screaming for the princess. She drops a relieved smile, saying the king is safe. They only showed up after seeing the palace crumble. Blaine groans at the Knight squad, muttering this is getting seriously annoying. In the back, knights raise their weapons, ready to jump him. Suddenly, boom, Blaine takes a massive explosion straight to the face. You and I both know words are useless here. Stepping back, Blaine floats up, asking if Russell will stop him. Russell's deadly glare screams yes. Blaine cracks up, saying Russell looks like Daria did during their last brawl. Then his tone drops, Daria is trapped in the void forever. That hits Russell hard, making him rethink the line between void and darkness. Blaine dares him to flex his max power for his master. Blaine throws a flaming sword right at Russell, who pops Solomon's crown to tank it. The blazing blade slams the ground, causing a gigantic explosion. Russell realizes this blade is breaking the sound barrier. The shockwaves rock the battlefield, leaving Blaine completely stunned that a level 6 fighter dodged it. Russell realizes he can bend time to predict Blaine's next strike. He could dodge, but his squad is still in the danger zone. If he moves, his team dies. So he stands tall, spawning 5 crazy gay bulg spears and launching them with pure sniper accuracy. Blaine just scoffs. He thinks protecting friends is a huge weakness that only gets you killed. Purple energy flares in his hand as he shoots a colossal blast, flexing the insane power gap between them. The knights desperately try falling back. A sudden stone wall blocks them. Hickade gasps as purple energy smashes the rock, triggering massive explosions everywhere. The earth shakes in pure chaos. Russell staggers back, totally shocked. Blaine can literally cast spells just as fast as him. Magic rings orbit Blaine as he stares at Russell like a science experiment, curious how long the kid can survive. Then Blaine goes dead silent. Boom, the ground quakes from a massive energy surge. Fire and smoke clear out, revealing Russell still standing, totally bruised, but not dead yet. Gripping his bleeding shoulder, he coughs in disbelief. Blaine smirks, admitting he would have made Russell his student if Daria had not interfered. Catching his breath, Russell realizes Blaine completely outclasses Arcarium. Right then, Hesse runs over, looking absolutely terrified. Russell just stares at her, totally shocked, whispering her name. Blaine chuckles, mocking their little romance and promising them matching graves right here. That makes Russell absolutely snap, screaming at him to shut up. Blaine just readies another fiery nuke. Insane heat radiates off him. Before he strikes, a knight in the distance screams for the princess to retreat. Warning they cannot hold the line. Blaine raises an eyebrow, shocked to see mage soldiers joining in. He mutters about the Duke's secret. Plans, complaining this battle is a massive headache. Meanwhile, Russell can barely stand. That is where we pause. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. Stick with me, our boy is about to go full dragon mode. Hecate rushes over and he promises he's fine. A system alert suddenly tells him to grab a relic. It's the glowing blue necklace worn by Princess Hecate. He turns and asks her for it. She's completely caught off guard, but finally hands it over, totally surprised. It's her mother's precious keepsake, but with a heavy sigh, she gives it up. Russell thanks her, channeling his raw mana straight into the necklace. A blinding blue light erupts. The system confirms the relic's true form is actually a legendary dragon scale. He was totally expecting horns, but hey, he rolls with it anyway. He confidently declares he'll absorb the scale. Brilliant blue energy blasts outward, completely shaking the ground. Blaine's eyes go wide, sweating bullets because he just cannot believe this insane power. Emerging from the dust, Russell is now armored in badass black dragon scales. Hecate can only stare in pure awe. The system chimes in, announcing his body got a massive boost. This transformation will last way longer with barely any side effects. Clenching his fist, he feels that godlike strength. One eye glows bright as pure dragon power courses right through his veins. Fully transformed, he stands tall, coated in jet black scales and just radiating insane energy. Blaine hovers high above, muttering that the crazy rumors about Russell's dragon bloodline are actually true. Dust violently swirls as Russell glares up at him. A scar-faced dude watches nearby, finally realizing exactly how McCree got wrecked. Russell turns back to Hecate, warning her to step out of the way. There is no way he's letting her get hurt. Blaine just laughs, sensing Russell's massive dragon mana. He admits it rivals his own and dreams of totally stealing it. Now watch closely. Red and blue energy violently clash in the sky. Blaine plots to surpass every tower master, while Russell's body literally burns from the intense heat. He knows Blaine has the magic advantage, but Russell's got that epic physical strength. He decides it is game over. Activating overheat, wild flames violently surge all around him. He focuses all that insane energy right into his palm, unleashing a massive fire blast. The impact, falling sun, crashes down like a meteor, totally obliterating everything. Right after that, he fires off 12 glowing spears, shooting forward at absolute lightning speed. Mid-flight, Russell pops his Titan killer skill, swinging wide to unleash a blazing fiery slash. It rips straight through the battlefield. Searing heat waves push the fight to its absolute peak. But Russell knows that still wasn't enough. Suddenly, Blaine vanishes into thin air. Before Russell can even blink, Blaine reappears way up high. Wrapped entirely in raging flames, he slams down with a devastating heavy hit. Blaine mocks him, calling him flashy but completely harmless. Russell answers by charging a huge fireball. Overheat, he screams, blasting Blaine backward in pure agony. Without skipping a beat, Russell fires off a massive flame cannon with everything he's got. The crazy explosion completely swallows Blaine in fire, but just as Russell tries to catch his breath, a wild shockwave strikes, violently knocking him back. Blaine lands with a cocky smirk, admitting Russell's power is practically superhero level. He even jokes that in 5 years, Russell might actually beat him. Blaine raises his hand, swearing to end this right now, but out of nowhere, Russell dive bombs with a glowing sword. He goes all out, hunting for a weakness. Massive fireballs start raining down as Russell channels every single ounce of strength he has left. He truly believes one final push will end this crazy fight. Roaring like an absolute beast, he blasts a powerful energy surge into Blaine. The villain screams in agony as wild lightning crashes everywhere. Blaine fiercely grits his teeth, realizing his dragon form is running on fumes. Solomon's crown is failing. Russell sees his opening and calls down an epic, massive lightning bolt. The brutal hit forces another loud, pained scream from Blaine, but Russell's hitting his limits too. Both his dragon transformation and Solomon's crown are dangerously close to breaking. Across the field, Blaine is trembling but still refuses to yield. You feel that tension, right? Filled with pure hatred, Blaine preps his final move. A dark storm brews as he unleashes Demon's Flame. But right before it hits, another crazy blast smashes into it, literally tearing the sky wide open. Thunder booms as a brilliant blue light totally wipes the field. Russell slams into the dirt, absolutely aching and barely seeing straight, but man, his red eyes are still burning fierce. Thinking about his loved ones, he forces himself back up. Blaine watches, completely shell-shocked at Russell's insane growth. Our boy has officially hit the 7th tier, a crazy level Blaine thought was totally impossible. Another lightning bolt strikes down, hitting Blaine right in the gut. The enemy mutters that reaching the 7th completion is totally unacceptable. Out of nowhere, a brand new voice chimes in, completely roasting the Red Tower Master. This blue-haired guy straight up threatens to rip out Blaine's tongue if he speaks again. Another shadowy figure drops in, casually asking why he's late. A deep voice replies that things just got super messy elsewhere. The guy in the black cloak smirks, touching his cracked face. He brags about breaking the Fire Tower Master's seal, but claims he patched it up perfectly. Way off in the distance, a horribly injured man is gasping for air. Gritting his teeth, he demands to know what happened to his master. Russell glares up. Even though they've actually spoken before, this is their very first face-to-face showdown. The dude grins coldly, vowing to murder both father and son of the Raymond clan. Russell glares back, pure fury blazing right in his eyes. Our boy is tearing up, realizing this is the monster who killed his dad. The bald guy fully admits it. But he tries shifting the blame, hinting that Blaine is the real mastermind. Russell screams Blaine's name, demanding to know why. Blaine just smirks, finally spilling the tea. Russell's dad uncovered a dark conspiracy linking the Duke to an evil cult. That secret got him killed, and Russell's blood is boiling. Cursing him out, Russell fiercely glares while the half-burned villain preps a nasty strike. He violently casts Pandemic Gust straight from the 7 circles. It launches a glowing skull that spews toxic fumes. Grinning like a total psycho, he promises Russell a fate way worse than death. Suddenly, bright light floods the field as someone fiercely promises they'll never lose a loved one again. A fiery army charges in. Russell spots her and feels an immense wave of relief. Standing right there in the roaring flames, she gives him a soft smile, silently apologizing for taking so long. Both villains are completely stunned. They absolutely cannot believe she escaped Tartaros. They exchange extremely anxious looks. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. All right, stick with me here because we are diving into absolute madness. They are trying to figure out how someone so ordinary shattered that seal. She just laughs, calling her or her partner regular humans. Total joke. She makes it crystal clear, underestimating her was their biggest mistake. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Blaine and his crew totally panic seeing the Blue Tower Master escaped. Russell drops to his knees, calling out for his master in pure worry. She promises him this nightmare is almost over. Her face goes ice cold, cursing those traitors and swearing payback for ripping open old wounds. Then, a sudden flashback. A super hyped young Russell throws his hand up, telling his mom he wants to be an epic mage just like her. She smiles and lifts him up, telling him he will absolutely make it. He is her son. Russell shows off a magic missile and she praises his talent. He trains constantly, eager to impress. Glowing with pure fire, plus the kid has a massive sweet tooth, always hunting for candy. His mom used to joke about it, until that tragic night. Out of nowhere, his mom got a shady letter from the royal court. She rushed out, completely clueless it was a trap. By the time she realized, game over. She returned to a completely wrecked house. Her husband vanished and her little boy was severely burned. She hugged him tight while he cried for her. Trying to stay tough while tears streamed down her face, she whispered for him to sleep. Right then, it felt like she lost her entire world. But when all hope faded, this mysterious white-haired woman showed up and saved her life. Now, that exact same woman is geared up for war. Her voice shakes with pure rage as she screams at the enemy. Nobody escapes. Flames dance all around her, ready to incinerate anyone who caused this trauma. Watch closely because this gets insane. She summons the Fire Giant King, a massive beast terrifying everyone. Then she drops her ultimate move, merging Muslim Flame from the 8th circle with her signature Flameflower Dream. She sends a massive wave of absolute destruction crashing across the battlefield. The enemy shrieks as their defenses melt under that insane heat. With crazy flames still swirling around her, she warns them she is not even done yet. She drops her original spell, Rot Apple, spawning a fire vortex burning hotter than anything. A blinding burst of orange light floods the entire area. Blaine screams at her to stop, throwing his hand up. But those flames slam right into him. He shrieks as the fire grabs hold, burning him alive. His agonizing screams echo as he gets completely consumed. Nearby, Hypnos curses, watching in pure horror as his buddies get absolutely scorched. Finally snapping, he screams he has zero choice left. A massive explosion completely lights up the sky as he teams up with the Duke to crush the royal house. He tries making a run for it, but flames wrap tightly around his legs. Russell yells that absolutely nobody is escaping, gripping that fire string hard. Hypnos totally panics after taking a brutal blast of fire. Russell just stands there, icy cold, reminding the guy that he totally warned him. The white-haired woman makes it dead clear nobody leaves alive. Hypnos completely freezes, finally realizing how insane these flames are. Another massive explosion hits, swallowing his scream in blinding white light. Trapped, he thrashes against flames that only tighten their brutal grip. He screams one last time, completely engulfed. The white-haired woman demands Hypnos start talking, promising a quick end. But Hypnos just laughs like a maniac, claiming the true darkness is still coming. He vows to drown the whole continent in blood and pure chaos, laughing hysterically. She calls him totally twisted, destroying himself just for a cheap win. Meanwhile, Blaine leans heavily against a wall, bleeding and shaking. He admits the master plan completely flopped, bitterly cursing the cult he trusted. You and I both know he wants to run, but as Russell approaches, Blaine sees Alex Raymond's face and freezes. Memories of Alex's death hit him hard, leaving him in pure disbelief, covering his face. Before he can even process it, Russell charges in with a blazing, flaming sword. It impales Blaine right in the chest. Too late, he realizes Russell is Alex's son. Dropping down, Blaine whispers that Alex Raymond finally wins. Blood completely soaks the ground, marking the absolute end of their bitter feud. Up on the ramparts, a massive clash of energy makes the air vibrate. A thick magical barrier holds strong. The knights are full-on panicking, praying for backup. Then, boom, a bearded mage drops in, blasting massive water attacks at the enemy and laughing while they scatter. Soldiers start screaming that the fire tower joined the war, as flaming beasts literally swarm the battlefield. One soldier shouts a warning that Jillian is guarding the ramparts. The commander screams at his troops to hold the line, hyping up their numbers' advantage. A knight curses, furious the enemy is flipping the tide right before victory. Another knight glares, demanding to know how these monsters got loose, totally blaming Blaine and Hypnos. Suddenly, a new figure steps up, pointing right at two charred bodies. With an epic sunset behind her, she says they are completely unrecognizable, but brought here for a reason. A woman shouts the Grand Duke's name, stepping up. Flames literally in her hands, she is ready to defend Russell's squad. Then, a knight wrapped in a sick purple glow steps up, bragging about his grand master plan. Sneering, he shouts and swings his massive blade, ready to slice through anyone stupid enough to block him, right when it looks like he might actually lose. Russell's hands violently burst into flames. The white-haired woman reminds him it is payback time, with a quick nod. Russell unleashes the ultimate flame of destruction, sparking a massive firestorm across the battlefield. That purple knight gets totally swallowed up, screaming while his armor literally melts to ash. Suddenly, dead silence. The knights slowly lower their heads, one after another, finally realizing this insane battle is actually over. Dawn breaks, pouring light over the ruined palace. The king starts planning the rebuild, but demands they use the golden tower to fix up the people's homes first. The tower leader agrees, promising to fast-track everything. Then, the white-haired woman gives the king a dark update, confirming Hypnos's warning was absolutely real. She explains Hypnos warned about true darkness coming to wipe out the continent. The king gets how serious this is, immediately ordering everyone to gear up for war. He orders the Tower Mistress of Flame to investigate the cult, and she jumps right on it, while the king scrolls through a list of names. He stops dead at Russell Raymond's, smiling in pure disbelief at how fast this kid climbed the ranks. Meanwhile, Russell is passed out in bed, covered in bandages. The white-haired woman reassures the anxious princess he just needs rest. So what do you and I take from this? Trust me, it only gets crazier. Stick with me, we are diving into something epic. She explains he pushed his new powers too hard, but his ring is holding. Flashback, Russell smiles weakly mid-battle, showing pure, insane endurance. She tells the princess to step back, promising he will bounce back. As sunlight streams in, Russell's magic ring catches the rays, glowing faintly. He stirs, calling his master. Sensing warm red energy, he realizes it is Pepper, now an intermediate fire dragon. A system alert pops up, fusion confirmed. Russell grins, feeling a massive surge of renewed strength, outside in the moonlight. He clutches his chest where Pepper's light pulses. Feeling crazy strong, he starts casting the spell of perfection. Reflecting on his insane journey and getting revenge for his dad. But reality check, the job is not done. That creepy cult is still out there. Fists clenched, flames rising, he swears to get stronger. Glancing around the open space, he wonders if Pepper can still change sizes like before. Hyped up, he opens the spirit gate and yells Pepper's name. Boom, a massive fireball shoots skyward. Out of the flames steps Pepper, rocking blazing wings. Russell is totally stunned, hyped to see his overpowered buddy. He sprints forward with open arms to welcome his dragon spirit. Pepper rumbles happily while Russell pets its head, hyping up its cool new look. It feels like a long-lost reunion. Russell geeks out over Pepper's upgraded form. Blown away by this majestic power-up, he realizes Pepper only woke up because he hit 7 perfections. Their bond is stronger than ever. Russell touches his chest, feeling their mana flowing perfectly in sync. He grins. Yeah, they are definitely in for some epic adventures now. Looking up, he asks if Pepper can still shrink down. The dragon tilts its head, listens, and then pop. It turns into an adorable tiny form. Russell cracks up clapping, totally amazed that trick still works. Pepper bounces around, absolutely loving the hype. Russell says it is time for fun, and Pepper instantly shifts to giant mode. They blast into the sky, and Russell is completely awestruck by the dragon's wild agility. Clinging to Pepper's neck as they dive bomb through the air, Russell feels the crazy wind rushing past. He grins, knowing their combined stats just hit a new tier. Suddenly, Pepper blasts a massive stream of fire skyward. Startled at first, Russell bursts out laughing. They are perfectly in sync. Flames wrap around him, creating fiery wings, and he shoots forward in a blaze. Confident they could dominate anyone in the air, he tells Pepper to fly even higher. Soaring into the night, leaving glowing trails. 3 days later, Russell reads a royal message, sparking huge cheers. Now watch this twist closely. He stares in total shock. He was just named a duke. That royal status is basically unheard of for outsiders here. Even the first Raymond only reached Marquis. The princess touches his face, sharing his pure shock. The Gold Tower mistress recalls the meeting hall going dead silent. A buff warrior laughs hard. Nobody can argue this. Russell absolutely earned that shiny title. The Flame Tower mistress teases him, calling him Duke Russell. Embarrassed, he begs them to just act normal. He swears he is still just Russell, her student. She promises nothing changes. A warrior slaps his shoulder. Laughing that his humility makes him even cooler, the squad chuckles, keeping the vibes wholesome. Later that night, sitting on his bed, Russell pets a snoozing Pepper. He sighs, checking his system rewards. A glowing map pops up, pointing to another dragon nearby. He leans in, entirely intrigued. Pepper tilts its head, sensing his focus. Russell thinks hard, plotting his next move. The Britannia flag flashes in his mind. Rumors say their emperor is sick, princes are feuding, and tensions are skyrocketing. With strict borders, getting in will be brutal. We both know Britannia is pure danger, right? Russell mutters the exact same thing, but his mind is totally made up. Rubbing Pepper's cheek, he promises they will figure this out. The dragon chirps back. Meanwhile, cut to a mysterious woman on a ship, smiling at the starry horizon. Eyes sparkling, she whispers that the boy better wait, she is coming to find him. Meanwhile, the king steps into the grand hall. Morning sun hitting the floors. The whole room bows instantly, showing deep respect for the crown. He announces the plan to sort out the fairy and beast people's futures. Nearby, a young guy stands completely lost in thought. Memories hit him. It has been forever. Guilt washes over him for almost forgetting the beast people's escape during that rebellion, but it quickly transforms into hardcore resolve. The king assigns the White Tower mistress to help the fairies, and Duke Russell, he gets tasked with protecting the beast people. A nearby guy bows, accepting his duty with calm confidence, smiling tightly. The king says it is time to discuss future plans, but the room's tension is crazy heavy. Russell plays it cool, but inside he is sweating over Muya's fiery temper. He just knows she will demand a duel, which is terrible timing since he is still recovering. The thought rattles him. He has zero clue how to handle her attack. Cut to Muya, she is literally soaking up the sun, stretching like a massive wildcat ready to pounce. And she is grinning like crazy, dreaming about throwing down with that human boy. Her mind is buzzing with the pure hype of an epic fight. A guy nearby mentions the Beast Queen looks extra pumped. A massive bullman nods, saying it makes sense since she finally found a worthy opponent. Another dude looks super confused, but before he can ask why, a tiny bunny with binoculars screams that they finally spotted land. Hype explodes on deck as the Endmian skyline appears, officially ending their sea journey. Over at the harbor, Russell is admiring the massive rows of ships lined up. That is our cliffhanger. He spots a huge crowd buzzing for the legendary beast people. Trust me, we gotta see what happens next. Alright, stick with me because we are jumping right into the next arc. Russell suddenly catches a weird spike of mana. While he's scanning the crowd, somebody yells out for Sir Alan. A guy with silver hair steps up smiling. He recognizes Russell right away and says the king sent him to help out. Russell just laughs, telling him to drop the formal stuff. Alan totally jokes that he will just call him Duke then. Russell admits that actually sounds pretty awesome. But before they can even chill, a booming voice orders everybody to line up. The whole harbor starts buzzing. A new adventure is kicking off. The beast people start marching in single file. Each one has these crazy unique features turning heads everywhere. Russell and Alan are looking for Muya, and boom, she charges in ready to brawl. Alan totally freezes. He feels this massive aura that is even wilder than the tower mistress. He instantly knows this is the fierce warrior Russell hyped up. Muya stops right in front of them, greeting Russell with her usual chaotic energy. He jokes she hasn't changed one bit, and she laughs, saying he definitely leveled up. She totally senses his aura and wants to spar right then and there. Russell is still healing up, so he asks her to chill since her crazy energy is freaking everyone out. A little later, the beast people head deep into the massive Avert forest. Walking through, Muya asks why the heck fairies are crashing their turf. She starts complaining that nobody gave her the memo. Russell explains Avert forest is huge, so there is plenty of room for both groups without starting a turf war. Muya just keeps grumbling. Fairies are way too peaceful and boring for her. To get her to chill, Russell promises to find her a real opponent if she behaves. Oh, that totally gets her hyped. She points right at Alan and declares anyone fighting her needs to be on Russell's level. Alan just flinches, completely caught off guard. Muya leans in close, saying Alan looks pretty tough, but honestly, she cannot feel a single drop of mana from him. This gets Russell thinking hard about Fenrir, the very first beast king who supposedly had dragon blood. He starts wondering if Muya is actually part of that crazy bloodline. Watch closely here because he notices she looks exactly like Fenrir. If she has his blood, she might have dragon traits too, but then Muya just tackles him with a massive hug. Russell starts stammering and begs her to let go, while Alan is just standing there paralyzed. Meanwhile, the White Tower mistress praises Russell for getting so incredibly strong. He tells her to call him whatever she wants. Nearby, Muya spots a tough-looking human girl and makes a snappy comment. The girl immediately calls her rude. Then this super cheerful voice welcomes the beast people. Aaron and Alo bow to Russell, saying it has been a while. Muya immediately teases them about their sharp ears and hidden strength. Alan jumps in, telling her to show some actual respect, but Muya just sniffs the air, telling Russell that one of the fairies actually smells exactly like him. Alo is totally caught off guard and frantically denies it. Muya just smirks, joking that Alo is trying to claim Russell. Alo snaps right back, saying he is not some kind of prize. To stop a fight, Russell pulls everyone together to map out some boundaries. He says a little friction is totally normal with different cultures, so they need clear borders. He points out this massive chestnut tree to use as the main dividing line. Fairies get the north, beast people take the south. Both sides agree to it, and naturally, Muya reminds him not to back out of their big duel. Later on, riding in a quiet carriage toward the capital, she asks if this royal meeting is a big deal. Russell says she is literally representing all beast people. Muya just shrugs the title off. She just wants a good fight. Russell mentions the palace is throwing a massive ball to show the whole world they are united. Hearing about the food makes her light up, but then she suddenly freezes. She senses two insane auras coming. One is on her level, but the other one is way stronger. The idea of fighting them gets her absolutely pumped. Russell quickly tries to talk her down, explaining that the crazy strong one is actually his master. Muya snaps at him for not warning her. She starts frantically fixing her outfit, asking how she looks. Russell is totally clueless and just stays completely quiet. The carriage finally stops. Russell's master and the Blue Tower mistress step out. He is completely blown away that they actually came in person. Hemingway and Daria explain the king sent them as a welcoming committee. Aaron totally recognizes Daria and thanks her so much, remembering how Daria literally saved her daughter's life back then. A woman next to her introduces herself as an elf from the White Ash Tree tribe. She apologizes for taking so long to finally thank Daria. Daria just gives this warm smile, saying she only did what was right. Then Muya awkwardly stumbles through her intro as the Beast Queen. Daria sweetly tells her to relax. Muya insists she is totally fine, but you can tell she is sweating. Russell realizes she must be super anxious around anyone stronger, since her culture is all about raw power. Out of nowhere, Alo shoots a look at Daria, noticing something super weird. Daria just tilts her head, looking completely confused. Muya actually sways on her feet, and Russell asks if she is okay. Daria looks slightly annoyed, realizing that even though Russell is chill, he is definitely no fool. Now pay attention because the vibe is shifting. While she braces for drama at the ball, the princess is looking over the capital, completely gripped by this unexplained dread. Russell cannot believe his eyes. The palace looks absolutely incredible after the repairs. It is like the battle never even happened. Daria is right there beside him. She is grinning, explaining how Niccolo and his students pulled all-nighters to fix it. She starts rushing everyone to get inside because the king is literally waiting for them. Walking inside, Russell steps up like a total boss as Duke Raymond. he proudly announces his mission was an absolute success. The king hits him with a huge smile and tells him to rise, totally grateful for his hard work. Then Ara and Iso step right up. They bow respectfully, introducing themselves as the Celestial Pure White Tree Clan. The king gives them his absolute deepest thanks. He promises their help will go down in history, hoping for real peace between the races while the forest heals. Then Muya steps up to introduce herself as the Beast King. She's trying so hard to nail the formal greeting. Russell jumps in real quick to cover for her, explaining she is not exactly used to all this royal stuff. The king is super chill about it, totally respecting beast folk ways. He even offers Muya a real official title for the ball, which completely catches her off guard. She totally stammers but promises to follow his lead. And honestly, you and I both know Russell is definitely going to have to give her some serious etiquette lessons soon. Fast forward 3 days. Muya confidently drops to one knee before the royal court, reintroducing herself as the Beast King and swearing absolute loyalty to Endmian. The whole elegant way she carried herself totally stunned the crowd. Honestly, everybody expected her to act way more feral because of her wild reputation. King Alon's Rathos gives the signal to start the massive ceremony. With total royal formality, he grants Muya the Lacos family name, dubbing her an earl and making her official nobility. The second he taps that ceremonial sword on her shoulder, genuine applause totally erupts. Under massive sparkling chandeliers, all these fancy nobles are dancing gracefully. Muya just watches them, totally confused, wondering why human parties have to be so extra. Russell casually walks over and tells her she absolutely crushed it. Right after that, a fancy noblewoman pulls him away to dance. Right then, Hiket Rathmos strolls in looking effortlessly gorgeous, apologizing for being late. Alo's eyes go wide, immediately noticing how super close Hiket seems to Russell. Muya figures this girl must have some serious royal connections. Hiket then suggests switching spots, inviting both Muya and Alo for a totally private chat. When Russell tries tagging along, Hiket kindly but firmly shuts him down, claiming this is strictly girl talk. Watching from a distance, Daira literally chuckles to herself. She knows exactly what this is, a super subtle turf war over Russell. We cut to a quiet room where a maid bows, literally calling her princess, and lets them in. Hiket tells Muya and Alo to just relax and ditch the formalities. Muya looks totally chill, while Hiket puts on this dead serious face, claiming they need to discuss something huge. Now watch this closely, she suddenly downs her drink, completely shocking them both, lowering her voice. Hiket asks what they actually think about Duke Russell, the guy she is apparently engaged to. Muya stutters, completely mind-blown, while Alo eventually admits she really has strong feelings for him. Muya is way more blunt, admitting she is super drawn to his raw power and fearless vibe. Hiket just nods, totally expecting this. She truly believes Russell is destined for absolute greatness, a guy meant to lead everyone and maybe even snatch the actual throne. With that insane responsibility, she insists he absolutely cannot have any romantic distractions. With crazy confidence, she swears she will never share Russell with anybody. Alo is shaken by her intensity, while Muya calls out this typical human arrogance. The Beast King shoots back, declaring she is keeping Russell too. Hiket pauses, suddenly dropping her guard. She admits how insane Russell was as a kid, bringing up those dragon blood rumors. He might easily surpass normal humans, maybe even reaching god-tier status. Hiket honestly confesses her fear if she vanishes from his life, he will be totally alone. This leaves the girls completely speechless. Muya leans right in, asking if she means something deeper. Hiket simply smirks, claiming the #1 spot and asking who wants second place. You felt that tension too, right? The question hits hard. They exchange sharp glares before Hiket randomly stumbles on the palace steps. Russell smoothly catches her, lightly scolding her for drinking way too much with such a weak tolerance. Leaning against his chest, she mumbles some weird question about letting enemies destroy each other. When he asks what the heck she means, she shakes her head, begging to crash in his room. Holding her super close, he promises she is always welcome. Fast forward 3 months, Russell is scheming with Daira inside the flame tower. He groans that just when life finally chilled out, another completely random headache pops up. Daira asks about the princess. He confirms she definitely knows and actually gave him the green light. Smirking, Daira warns that Her Highness might absolutely hate him vanishing like this. Russell just sighs, wishing for one normal, quiet day. She hands him files for his next destination, Akan. She seriously questions if he knows what he is walking into. He confidently nods yes. Akan is this massive city-state famous for insane casinos and ridiculously shady black market deals. The Tower Master warns him to watch his back, pointing out that Akan's dark underbelly is terrifyingly deep. Russell flashes a confident smile, promising he will stay sharp. Taking her warning to heart, his boat slices through the super foggy water, but he is on edge. He feels like somebody has been tracking him since the actual train station. Whoever this sketchy stalker is, they are hiding perfectly, completely masking both their aura and intent. Knowing this could be a massive threat, he decides fighting out here is a terrible idea. Frustrated, he throws off his cloak and demands the stalker reveal themselves. Surprise, it is just Muya standing there, laughing awkwardly. When Russell demands answers, she admits she still wants a rematch. Hearing he was leaving, she just decided to tag along. He warns her to turn back immediately. But Muya stubbornly claims she has her own business in Akan. He sighs, explaining Akan is just a pit stop for his real, insanely dangerous goal. His actual mission, facing the Britannian Empire, Endmian's biggest enemy. Meanwhile, Master Darius Snow White is reading reports about the deadly Imperial Throne War. Things are escalating fast with 2 princes already dead. She silently prays this absolute bloodbath does not drag Endmian down. Her eyes land on a letter from Russell Raymond. She smiles, thinking our boy has finally grown up enough to actually send mail instead of reporting in personally. So what do you and I make of this? Her face completely drops. He is marching straight into the enemy empire. All right, let's jump right in. Back home, she is absolutely screaming at the walls, cursing his reckless choices. Meanwhile, on a boat far away, our guy gets a massive chill. Russell shivers like crazy, totally freezing despite the nice weather. Muya asks what is up. He admits someone is definitely cursing him, instantly picturing her super angry face. He knows she got the letter. Classic move, way easier to beg for forgiveness later than ask for permission up front. Stick with me, you and I are hitting the darkest part of the continent. Russell knows she wouldn't let him leave. Muya suddenly points out they finally reached the On-Commerce Empire. Later on the street, Russell hands Muya a mysterious ring and tells her to put it on right away. It is a magic artifact that changes your look so she can ditch the mask. Our boy then slides his own ring on. His features shift into a northern frozen land local, rocking platinum hair and black eyes. Muya tries hers on but gets annoyed since she barely looks different. Pepper chirps to cheer her up. Russell promises the disguise works and says to just play along. At the hotel, our guy books 2 separate rooms. The nosy manager jokes that separate rooms on a honeymoon means these young lovers are fighting way too much. Russell tries saying he just wants some alone time, but the crowd cheers, totally misunderstanding the whole vibe. Upstairs, Muya complains about the setup. She claims sharing a room keeps the disguise way more believable. Thinking of the crowd, he says they need witnesses. Plus, he reminds her he is engaged to Princess Hecate. She pouts but agrees, dropping a hint about a secret promise to Big Sis. Russell switches topics, petting Pepper while hyping up their master plan. Tonight's mission, grab fake IDs from the Red Serpent Corporation, the massive syndicate running on, when Muya asks how they will even find them. Now you and I need to watch this closely. He flashes gold coins, making the syndicate come to them. Tonight, they hit the biggest casino. He makes her swear to follow his lead no matter what goes down. She just laughs and totally agrees. Meanwhile, manager Dalton counts cash, whining about his boss's cut. Suddenly, a bald guy rushes in panicking. Someone is completely wiping out their chips. Dalton checks the window and spots our duo. Dodging a public scene, he orders his goons to bring them up to the penthouse. He declares his word is law. Downstairs, Russell scores his 9th straight win as Muya hypes his skills. He claims it is math, but knows the game is rigged. Seeing hidden marks meant only for the dealer, he decided to teach them a lesson. The bald guy invites them to a high-stakes game. Faking boredom, our hero agrees. They head to the luxury penthouse where Dalton greets them. He acts friendly, wanting to celebrate their wins. Muya whispers his smile is annoying and asks if she can just kill him. Russell mentions their promise. Dalton offers a drink. Muya chugs it excitedly but instantly spits it out. Smashing the glass and hating the taste, our boy drops his drink, confirming it is spiked. Game over. Guards swarm them as Dalton promises death. Russell unleashes his aura. Eyes ice cold, he asks if Dalton is doing this just for cash. Feeling the pressure, the manager realizes his mistake. The bald guy, blind to the power gap, keeps yelling until Dalton screams to shut up. He knows this monster has broken human limits. Terrified, Dalton drops to his knees and begs for mercy. Our guy walks up using sound transmission so only Dalton hears. He praises his smarts and asks for a favor. Shaking, Dalton agrees to literally anything. Russell stares him down, demanding 2 flawless fake IDs by tomorrow. Shortly after, our duo stands outside the casino. Hauling bags of gold and jewels, heist successful. Dalton bows low, thanking them while the bald guy stares in absolute shock. He asks why his boss let them go, arguing it ruins their reputation. Dalton curses him, screaming that nothing matters more than staying alive. He calls him a fool for missing the danger. The bald man disagrees, thinking Dalton, once a fierce hunting dog, is just old and weak. You and I both see where this is going. If he kills the couple, the Red Serpent boss might make him the new manager. Totally delusional, he orders his knights to track them down and finish the job. Meanwhile, from a nearby rooftop, Russell and Muya watch the drama. She calls him cunning. Stashing the loot in his subspace pocket, he smirks, claiming it is time for exercise. Later, Muya is happily eating street food, blown away by how good human grub tastes. She spots a toy monkey, marveling at its weird noises. Our boy watches her, thinking this is exactly what parenting feels like. Still alert, he spots their followers. He leads Muya into a deserted alley. Inside, Russell stops and loudly tells their pursuers to come out. The bald guy and his thugs block the path. Flashing an evil smirk, he declares our hero chose to die here. Muya spots him and immediately speaks up. Calling him Octopus Face, she says she wanted to smash his head since they first met. The bald guy instantly gets completely furious. He curses, threatening to chop her for dog food, and orders an attack. Muya cracks her knuckles, mocking him, saying he talks a big game and wants to test his skills. Our guy uses sound transmission, begging her to go easy on them. He explains that even in On, they shouldn't cause a huge scene. Muya drops her food, saying if she has fun, she makes absolutely no promises. The guy smirks, asking if she is scared. Next second, Muya lands a devastating punch right on his smug face. One hit knocks him cold. She drops the other thugs with single punches, yelling for them to attack. Our boy just sits watching. He thinks having her on his side is a huge blessing. He decides they will grab the IDs tomorrow. Next morning at the port city of Aga, they walk the streets. Muya is eating again. Russell looks around, realizing this is the Britannia Empire. So what do you and I make of this? He used to hate this place for his dad's death. Standing here now just feels strange. Hitting a checkpoint, some grumpy guard checks their papers and demands to know their business. Our boy just flashes a smile, claiming he heard about the Civil War. He plays the worried son, checking on his folks. The guard totally knows the papers are fake, though, and immediately rubs his fingers together for a juicy bribe. The guard calls it a touching story, but says they cannot let just anybody pass. Our boy gets the hint instantly. He pulls out a heavy bag of cash as a sincere token. Looking thrilled, the guard waves them through. Walking away, Russell jokingly thinks he should thank the Civil War. That messy corruption just gave them a super easy free pass inside. 3 days later, Russell, Muya, and Pepper are hustling across the dirt, with Pepper flying right beside them. Our guy tells Muya these fake papers make traveling a huge pain. He guesses they are about 10 days out from their goal. She brags that her stamina is totally fine, but suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks. Russell asks what is going on. She says it smells like a mountain of corpses. He figures it is just a graveyard nearby, or maybe fallen soldiers from the war. But Muya shakes her head. Nope, this is not your average graveyard or regular dead bodies. She calls the scent incredibly heavy and super weird. Our boy looks pretty hesitant. He says he really wanted to avoid any crazy drama, but agrees to go check it out. Muya and Pepper look hyped because they might actually get a fight. Chasing that awful smell, they find a village totally packed with corpses. Muya looks around, completely stunned, calling it a literal ghost town. Pepper hides behind her, shaking with fear. Our hero spots creepy undead just roaming around. Sure, random magic can spawn zombies in graveyards sometimes, but this insane amount is way off. He wonders if those shady cultists did this. Out of nowhere, a system window pops right up, dropping a mission for Russell to wipe them out. Now watch closely because this is where things get real. Seeing Mission 1 pop up, he realizes this is just the start. They definitely have to destroy these monsters. Walking toward the horde, he points out that even though these folks died, they probably do not want to roam around as monsters. Time to give them some permanent peace. Our boy charges in. Muya and Pepper back him up, blowing those monsters away with insane explosive power. Boom, a notification pops up, mission totally accomplished. Every last zombie is gone. Muya notices Russell acting super quiet and asks what is on his mind. Suddenly, she catches that awful corpse smell again. Since they cleared the area, she says she can finally track the true source of that smell, whatever is turning everyone. She points in the exact opposite direction of their goal. Our guy looks stressed since they are definitely not supposed to go there, but whatever, the trio heads that way anyway. As they walk, Russell starts putting the pieces together. He realizes she is pointing straight at a barony, since the government completely controls that territory. Thousands of people live out there. If they all become zombies, the whole country collapses. Russell does not want the Britannia Empire to fall. He is terrified for the innocent civilians. They finally arrive, only to see that over 90% of the town is already undead, watching this horrifying transformation happen. Our boy knows this is totally unnatural. Sure, a civil war causes massive chaos, but there is no way the government ignores an incident this huge unless they are actually involved. He figures some huge big shot in the Empire has to be teaming up with the cultists. Then, he suddenly remembers the dying words. About the true darkness, is this it? But hey, you and I both know systems always have wild timing. A new window pops right up and our hero stands. He tells his crew it is time to do some serious cleaning. He asks them to make sure these people get a painless ending. Russell steps up to the horde, gathering massive mana. He unleashes an epic spell. One single strike completely deletes a massive chunk of the crowd. Muya jumps right in, ripping through those monsters right by his side. Suddenly, he spots these glowing letters burning in the dirt. He realizes they are actual runes written in reverse, but the mana feels totally wrong. Watching how the ley lines flow, the crazy truth finally clicks. Muya asks if he figured it out, and Russell confirms, yep, it is a massive magic formation. He explains it is built to funnel every drop of undead power straight to one specific target, when Muya asks where all that juice is heading. He guesses it is flowing right to the village center, specifically the Lord Manor. She gets super hyped to fight, ready to run over and smash it immediately. Russell grabs her arm, realizing the formation core is actually moving on its own. Suddenly, they see it. A squad of skeletons marches up, calling them literal intruders. Our boy instantly recognizes them as Death Knights. Muya gets ready to brawl, and Russell knows these guys are way stronger than your basic weak skeleton. You definitely cannot underestimate them, but against a superhuman, zero chance. He is totally right. Muya absolutely wrecks them. She tears the group apart, yelling that fighting is just too fun. One brutal kick destroys a knight completely. As another charges in, Muya flashes this wild, strange smile. Before she can even finish it, our boy steps up. He drops the call lightning giant technique and obliterates it. Since the blast was so close, he asks if she is okay. Muya totally grabs his collar, shaking him and complaining that he stole her epic kill right when it got fun. Russell just awkwardly apologizes. Staring at the wreckage, our guy gets super serious. He realizes those poor villagers became undead just to fuel this insane magic formation. Sacrificing this many innocent people for power, that screams cultist behavior. He knows he has to report the Empire connection to the cult like yesterday. Suddenly, Muya starts looking around. She says it feels like someone is watching them super closely. Russell gets spooked and tries to scan for the creeper. High up in the clouds, a figure is stalking them, the fallen dragon. Impressed that Muya actually sensed him, he praises her wild instincts. He looks at our boy, noting the next Dragon King has definitely leveled up, but still cannot detect him. Flying off, he smirks. Russell needs to get way stronger because their clock is seriously running out. The dragon vanishes, taking that creepy vibe. He blames the magic. But trust me, you and I know their next meeting is going to be wild. He tells her to keep pushing since they still have a massive trek ahead. Meanwhile, Muya keeps looking around, wondering if she was just imagining things. Later at Mount Zalo, Russell is hyped, getting super close to his destination. He is positive there is a dragon clue here. Behind him, Muya looks completely wiped. She complains that they are totally lost with nothing around. Our boy whips out the map, and you and I are about to find out. You and I are about to see something wild. He touches the paper and boom, it catches fire. He shouts, but the burning map turns into a compass. Muya asks what it is, and he explains it is a guide to their destination. He checks the compass and realizes they are super close. Meanwhile, the mighty dragon instantly senses our hero's presence. The beast declares the young master has finally arrived. He notices Russell brought along a girl with actual dragon blood. He has no idea why this bride is tagging along, but admits our boy picked a top-tier one. Suddenly, the dragon senses something else and snaps into a rage. He tells the intruder to back off, declaring this area sacred ground for the little master. He lets out an absolute earth-shattering roar, screaming right at the fallen dragon. The shockwave blasts the intruder, who grinds his teeth and bails, muttering he will not give up so easily next time. Cutting back to our boy and Muya, she squints ahead and asks what kind of weird, creepy place this is. Russell starts dropping some mountain lore, but notices the fog getting ridiculously thick. He suggests they get moving until a strange noise comes from Muya. He spins around and the fog is literally wrapping around her, lifting her straight into the air. Muya screams for help, struggling with everything she has, but it is completely useless. The mist squeezes her even tighter. She cries out from the crushing pressure, panicking our hero. Then a light bulb goes off. He blasts a wind spell to push Muya away from the cliff. Once she is clear, the fog just drops her. Muya sighs in massive relief. Russell explains that a hidden spell is baked into the mist, locking out anyone who is not him. He tells Muya she needs to wait behind. She agrees surprisingly fast. Our boy laughs, promising to come back soon, and she pouts with a little bit of fake anger. Russell pushes on alone to find the dragon. Going deeper into the freezing cold, the mist gets super dense. He realizes this magic is insane. The fog is actually reacting to his own mana. He breaks down the complex spell while walking. Then bam, the whole scenery shifts. Our boy looks around, totally caught off guard. Now pay close attention here, guys. A massive labyrinth appears right in front of him. Suddenly, the dragon's voice echoes out, announcing the little master has officially entered the mist. The voice explains the divine dragon king himself created these trials. He hopes the little master will not quit. Russell is shocked to hear the voice, but braces himself for absolutely whatever comes next. 3 whole days pass. Russell grabs his head, his frustration hitting the boiling point along with serious hunger. He is trapped in an endless maze. He remembers trying to jump the walls, but they literally grew taller just to mock him. Magic does absolutely nothing to the stone, and his strongest punches do not leave a single scratch. Still, he figures if there is a way in, an exit has to exist. He is completely determined to crush this trial no matter what. After that, time just starts to blur. Our boy is totally drained, and his senses go completely numb from taking the exact same turns over and over. Doubt creeps in, making him wonder if an exit is even real. Right as he is about to give up hope, a system window pops up out of nowhere. It asks if he wants to abandon the labyrinth, yes or no. The prompt says surrendering lets him leave instantly. Russell glares at the screen. The temptation is massive, and even Pepper looks completely dead on his feet. His hand hovers over yes, but he freezes. This weird gut feeling hits him. He realizes giving up right here just means staying hard stuck in life forever. He thinks back on every single thing he has done. Bringing his family back, getting sweet revenge for his dad, and hitting levels everyone thought were straight up impossible. He asks himself why he even needs more power. The answer hits him from deep inside. He has to reach the 8th circle and the realm of transcendence. He snatches his hand back. Absolute power is waiting at the finish line. Russell decides to push through the pain. The very second he commits, the maze literally crumbles. Our hero watches in pure shock as the walls shatter into light, leaving him floating in a dark void. You saw that coming, right? A window pops up, praising his iron will and instantly moving him to the black dragon. Russell is completely stunned by the name. A second later, his boots hit solid ground. A voice rings out calling him small master and saying hello. He spins around, finding a gigantic dragon towering right over him. The massive beast points at a tiny hut, mentioning he looks super tired and should step inside. A bit later, Russell walks into the house. The outside was a total scam. The inside is fancy enough to be a royal palace. The dragon transforms into a gorgeous woman named Oilia, and our boy formally introduces himself. Oilia totally digs his name and explains that during his whole trial, 0 time actually passed in the real world. Then she offers to answer literally any question he has. Russell remembers the other dragons he met before who couldn't even speak. He asks who the dragon emperor is and why he was chosen for this madness. Oilia explains the emperor basically ruled every single dragon. When Russell asks why so few are left today, her face drops. She says the previous king died from brutal injuries during a massive war. As for why he was picked, that part is simple. He is the last descendant of the divine dragon king and the otherworldly savior. That crazy title completely floors him. Oilia drops a bomb. She was the king's partner and literally came from a different world. She even points out that Russell's hair is the exact same color as hers. Suddenly, it all clicks. His mom's ring, the dragon heart, and the whole reason he regressed. Our hero asks if the second-generation dragons were picked because they had dragon blood just like him. Oilia nods yes, casually dropping that she already picked an heir for her personal power. When Russell asks who the heir is, Oilia starts coughing violently. Our boy asks if she is okay, but she totally ignores him. She tells him to follow her fast since her time is running out. She leads him straight to a gigantic pile of glittering treasure. She admits she was a super greedy dragon who spent her whole life hoarding this loot, and now it is all his. He is totally overwhelmed, but Oilia tightly grabs his hand. Her absolute last words command the small master to head north. And just like that, she turns to dust. A system mission pops up, go to the frozen land up north. As Oilia fades out, some of her magical dust literally flies right into a napping Muya's mouth. Muya wakes up coughing and spitting, totally confused about what just went down. Then, she notices the fog is finally lifting. Back with Russell, the guy is standing knee-deep in treasure, completely mind-blown. He bets even the richest kingdoms do not have this much gold. Suddenly, he spots a stack of papers. These are not just normal scrolls. They are 7th and 8th circle magic spells that everyone assumed were lost to history forever. He realizes this is the true jackpot. A full 24 hours later, Russell is in an amazing mood. Packing all that loot took forever, and he knows his upgraded subspace pocket totally saved the day here. Out of nowhere, he hears a familiar voice. Muya sprints over and traps him in a giant hug. He sets her down, and she demands to know what he was doing. He casually mentions meeting Oilia. So what do you and I take from this? Big changes are coming. He notices the house completely vanished, hopes Oilia is at peace, and asks Muya if anything weird happened to her. Stick with me here because things are getting crazy. She jokes about eating dirt, but he knows the truth. She just got Iso's dragon power and she needs to master it. Out of nowhere, Muya freezes up. That creepy presence is back. She drops into a fighting stance, practically shaking, her instincts screaming that this is a losing battle. Right in front of them stands Rhea, the fallen dragon himself. His expression, totally blank. Russell stares him down, and finally, all the puzzle pieces click together. He calls it out. Reister is a dragon too. Regester, now completely corrupted, locks eyes with Russell. He smirks, noticing our boy got a massive power-up since they last crossed paths. Our guy feels the insane energy rolling off this beast. Sure, it is a dragon, but there is some nasty, twisted cultist vibe hiding deep inside it. Boom, Reister moves at blinding speed, warping right into Russell's face. He scoffs, telling our hero he honestly hasn't leveled up nearly enough yet. Seeing this freak totally invading her master's space, Muya snaps. She goes full rage mode, charging in and screaming for the bastard to back the heck off. But Reister, he just swats her away like a fly. He tells her to stay in her lane, but there is no way Muya is backing down from this fight. Her fighting aura explodes. She vows to take him out even if she goes down with him. Right on cue, Pepper gets furious too, blasting his own energy into the mix. Our boy steps right in the middle, telling everyone to chill. He bets Reister didn't actually come here for a brawl. The dragon glares and asks exactly why he thinks that. Russell drops facts. If this guy wanted him dead, it would be game over already. So he asks straight up, what does Reister actually want? Suddenly, the dragon just grabs Russell's shoulder. He tells him a real dragon emperor never abandons his kind. He challenges our boy to get ridiculously strong enough to make every single dragon bow to him. Strong enough to save Reister from himself. He calls this the ultimate destiny of a true dragon emperor. Now watch closely. He formally introduces himself as Zillion Register, hoping our guy becomes a true master before their next meeting. And just like that, he vanishes. Later on the boat, Muya is happily eating, while Russell sits quietly, overthinking these corrupted beasts. The lore says a dragon, ditching its duties for pure evil, becomes a total demon dragon. But honestly, thinking back to the vibe Reister was giving off, he feels like the guy isn't completely too far gone. Sure, the cultist energy was gross, but Register wasn't actually totally blinded by bloodlust at all. All he really saw in those eyes was just deep sadness. He decides to hit the books on undead dragons again. Suddenly, Muya starts groaning. He quickly asks what is wrong. She whines that her neck is super itchy. Our boy jokingly tells her to take a bath, and she snaps back that she just showered. Russell walks over to take a look. She totally blushes as he checks it out. Using a little magic, he makes a mirror, and boom, literal dragon scales are popping up right on her skin. Muya is absolutely stunned. Our hero realizes this is the exact opposite of what happened with Alo. Could it be because they contracted completely different types of dragons? Muya freaks out. No way, she wants to be a lizard. Russell talks her down, breaking down the whole black dragon lore. Turns out that beast picked her as its successor. She realizes that once this power fully clicks, they become locked into a strict master and servant contract. Our boy instantly feels super guilty about it. Muya is too wild to be tied down, so he figures she will hate it. He apologizes, saying his hands are tied, but then Muya just bursts out laughing. She says this is awesome because she gets a massive power boost. Russell is mind blown. She is so chill about it. Muya gets hyped, remembering Alo is his servant too. She is finally on the same playing field. Our hero is totally lost and asks if she is actually cool with this setup. She tells him to stop being weird about it. She drops a lore bomb. Dragons only pick their mate one single time. Russell does a double take. Muya just laughs and boldly claims her spot as his second wife. You and I both know you don't argue with that. He just goes with it. Meanwhile, at the Flame Tower, Master Daria is absolutely roasting our hero. He literally ducks behind a sofa, swearing that with her insane stats, even a thrown piece of candy is lethal. Daria just flashes this seriously creepy smile. She promises she will not kill him, but she will not exactly let him live either. Before she can strike, someone calls out. She is furious until she realizes who is knocking. She barks at Russell to gear up. The regent is summoning them right now. He panics, asking if the princess got hurt. Daria glares, saying thankfully she is fine. She explains the princess is just burnt out and resting. Our boy breathes a sigh of relief, but instantly starts sweating about facing her again. Over at the castle, Princess Hecate, now the big boss regent, looks absolutely furious. She grills Duke Russell, asking what on earth possessed him to sneak into enemy territory alone. She points out he could face some brutal punishment for that stunt, but given his past heroics, she just smacks him with a 6-month travel ban instead. He takes the hit, realizing he is basically under house arrest. Hecate suddenly tears up, asking why he would take such insane risks. She asks if this whole crazy trip was about his dragon blood. Russell is shocked she even knows. Daria jumps in, explaining that after every single trip, he gets insanely stronger, so they easily guessed he was hunting for dragon loot. Busted, our boy confesses. He explains he found massive parts of the Empire completely overrun by the undead. He even spotted Death Knights roaming around. Daria and Hecate are floored. Hecate realizes that creepy cult prophecy about a blood-soaked continent might actually be happening. With the Empire ripped apart by civil war, these undead mobs prove the nightmare is far from over. She turns to Daria and asks for her tactical read. Daria says they need to send spies deep into the Empire immediately. Hecate greenlights it instantly. Walking out, Russell realizes the poor princess is carrying the weight of the world. He decides he needs to deliver a proper apology. He uses telepathy to ask Daria for clearance. Daria snaps back through the link, telling him to stop asking permission and just go apologize like a man. Her pure aggression terrifies him. Soon, he is back facing Hecate. She asks if the Duke has anything to say. Our boy smiles, saying he actually wants to introduce a friend. Hecate is completely caught off guard. Cut to 2 seconds later, she is hugging Pepper and squealing over how ridiculously cute he is. She asks what this fluffball is, and Russell explains it is his second-generation spirit dragon. She expected a terrifying beast from the reports, not this adorable little guy. Pepper quickly wiggles away, and trust me, you're gonna want to see where our crew heads next. Pepper drops the cute act and transforms into his massive true form. Hecate absolutely loses it seeing a real dragon. Stick with me, guys, cause this is sweet. Russell hops on Pepper, offering his hand for a ride. They take off. Hecate is terrified at first, but once she opens her eyes, the view totally blows her away. Russell smiles, saying he thought a flight might cheer her up. Hecate admits it is gorgeous, but playfully adds that a nice view alone won't completely fix her mood. Our boy quickly apologizes again. She just gives him this super soft look, admitting it really is beautiful up here. The two just vibe, spending some quality time in the clouds. Meanwhile, down in the Avert forest basement, the Beastmen are totally hyped. Russell kicks things off with spiral magma. A massive explosion rocks the arena, shaking dust right off the ceiling. Our guy just laughs, low-key worried that if they keep going this crazy, the entire forest above might actually collapse on them. But Muya, she completely tanks the hit and struts forward smirking. She praises his defense, admitting that last blast was actually pretty solid. Now it is her turn. She straight up warns Russell she can't control her own strength yet, so he better fight for his life and ignore the property damage or it is game over. Boom, she moves at blinding speed, unleashing an absolute flurry of strikes. The impact is totally insane, sending our boy flying backward. Crazy part, Muya instinctively learned dragonification. She leaps in to keep the pressure on, yelling at him to accept her feelings, which basically just feel like absolute bone-crushing hits. Russell smiles, throwing up a magic shield, but watch closely, she shatters it in one hit, the second that barrier snaps. Russell instantly fires off another spell. Bam, a massive lightning bolt drops from the ceiling, hitting Muya dead on, after landing a strike that heavy. He figures a 6th circle spell would turn any normal person into literal ash, but he knows she isn't normal. And yep, Muya strolls right out of the thick smoke with barely a scratch on her. She bursts out laughing, hyping up for round 2, but Russell just walks over and casually suggests they call it a day. Muya looks totally shocked, whining that she was just getting warmed up. He explains he actually has a super important meeting tonight and needs to prep. Real curious, he asks how she even learned dragonification. She shrugs, saying she has no clue. It just triggers automatically whenever she stops holding back. Hearing that, Russell and Pepper just stare at each other. Our guy thinks about the absolute hell he went through to learn that technique, realizing this is what a true prodigy looks like. Later on, Russell and Princess Hecate are chilling and talking, but he just keeps bringing up Muya. Suddenly, Hecate hits him with this weird smile, pointing out that it sounds an awful lot like he loves flirting with other girls. Our boy panics, wondering if he messed up, and instantly denies it. Hecate brushes it off, mentioning his travel ban ends soon, but she notes he already applied to study abroad. She straight up warns him, head to the Empire again, and there will be major consequences. Russell just laughs, telling her not to. Sweat it, he is actually heading to the frozen north this time. Hecate looks super worried, explaining the north is a frozen wasteland that only gets deadlier further in. She asks if he seriously wants to risk going somewhere that dangerous. Our guy is absolutely down and begs for her approval. Hecate steps closer, reminding him the ban isn't technically lifted yet. She says his permission depends entirely on how he behaves right now. He totally catches her drift. Right then, Pepper busts into the room all happy, but Russell immediately kicks the poor dragon out and slams the door shut. Okay, let's pause. We are jumping to the frozen north. Russell stands in the snow, shivering. He visited before his regression, but it was never this brutally cold back then. He runs through the system hint in his head. 2 full moons, the largest mirror. Only one single spot fits that crazy riddle. But walking there, he would turn into an ice cube. He summons Pepper, ordering him to fly at max speed, finally arriving at Lake Kellerman in style. Looking at the famous lake, he is honestly shocked it hasn't frozen over in this insane weather. This location matches the system prompt perfectly. Thanks to Pepper's speed, they actually arrived early. Russell gives the dragon head pats, noting they still have some time to kill before sunset. He suggests lighting a campfire. Fast forward a bit, and Russell is deep into studying a new spell called Fury of Indra. He is seriously impressed. This move looks way stronger than his 7th circle magic, Aaron. Even though he is only 7th circle right now, this new magic is a straight-up 8th circle spell. Since his mana control is absolute top tier, he knows he can make it work. Normally, only Master Day can cast this stuff. He is practically glowing while he studies. Knowing even a weaker version will be an epic trump card, suddenly Pepper gets his attention. Russell looks up, the full moon is finally out. Seeing 2 moons reflecting perfectly on the water, he steps toward the lake. But nothing crazy is happening yet, making him wonder if he totally messed up the location. Wait, he suddenly senses a shift and walks toward a specific patch of the lake. The reflection on the ice looks completely glitched. Standing right over it, he stares down in pure shock. He catches a weird mana pattern and instantly recognizes it, high-level camouflage magic. He realizes if someone dropped a spell like this, they are absolutely hiding something huge. While he is thinking, the water beneath him suddenly starts swirling. He jumps back, totally startled. Classic system, always forcing him past his limits. But hey, he didn't come all this way just to back out now. Right then, an entire cave breaches the surface, like water cascading off the entrance. Seeing this, our boy realizes going underwater is way too dangerous for Pepper, sending him back to the spirit realm. Pepper vanishes, and Russell takes a deep breath before diving in. Down in the dark underwater cave, Russell slowly pushes forward. The insane water pressure is fighting his every move, juggling both water breathing and body temperature. Magic at the exact same time is burning through his mana way faster than expected. This trial's difficulty is just straight up ridiculous. Still, giving up isn't his style. He swims deeper, but you and I both know it's a trap. Suddenly, dozens of ice shackles burst from the dark, locking onto him like heat-seeking missiles. Seeing the threat, our guy quickly pops a magic shield. The shackles slam in with insane force, shattering the barrier into pieces. Stick with me here, knowing he cannot block them. Russell casts Accelerate, moving crazy fast. He dodges those remaining chains by an absolute hair. He sighs, totally relieved, joking that just shaved 10 years off his life, but 0 time to chill. Massive shadows creep up behind him. He turns around to see giant, glowing-eyed sharks circling. Dude is totally stunned. Like, what are ocean predators doing in fresh water? Boom, the sharks charge with wide open jaws. Russell quickly throws up a shield, but the alpha shark cracks it in one hit. These are not normal fish. Their raw power matches high-level boss monsters. Even more sharks swim out of the dark. A long fight means his mana drains and he dies. Time for a total wipeout. He casts Icicle Phalans, summoning an insane barrage of ice spears. Mid-attack, he suddenly remembers a magic formula he just studied. He realizes mixing the water's leftover mana with that formula means major damage. He literally improvises on the fly, weaving a brand new, overpowered spell. The water absolutely explodes with magic. One sweeping strike vaporizes every single shark. Catching his breath, our guy spots a faint light near the exit. He bursts out of the water, gasping and shivering like crazy as he drags himself onto dry rocks. Definitely a new personal record for shark fighting. Scanning the area, Russell spots a soft glow coming from deeper inside the cave. He guesses the trial is pointing him right toward it. Shaking from the brutal cold, he walks toward that light. With every step, the temperature drops, literally freezing the air in his lungs. While walking, he thinks about this ice dragon. Dead or alive, he is not sure, but he knows a dragon horn is waiting. Bingo, he is right. At the very end, he finds a gorgeous ice dragon horn resting on a frozen pedestal. A system window pops up, mission complete. He smirks, eyes locked on the ultimate prize. He finally found it and goes for the instant absorb. The second he touches it, a brand new window appears. Because his current stats and potential are totally maxed out, he can absorb the whole thing. Russell is floored. Usually you only get half the power while the rest just buffs your potential, but this time. Now pay close attention to this. The system lets him take everything, but this energy is violently cold. If he absorbs this mana raw, he will freeze solid instantly. He quickly pumps fire energy through his veins to fight the chill. Boom, violent reaction. The whole cave shakes as crazy mana storms erupt. Russell fights to control the surge. Desperate, he forces the extra mana straight into his all-attribute vein. The pain is absolutely brutal, ripping at his nerves, but our boy stays fiercely focused. After a brutal struggle, the blinding light finally fades. Right where the storm was raging, a mysterious egg is just sitting there quietly. Cut to the royal palace of Endymion. Princess Hecate sits with Master Daria, looking completely exhausted while complaining about this insane regent workload. She prepped for this, but reality hits hard. Daria reminds her she is juggling taxes, security, and diplomacy everywhere. That is why the tower helps. Hecate shakes her head. The grind is not the only issue. She is terrified for the empire. She brings up the civil war and wild rumors of a cultist alliance. Looking super pale, she asks Daria what they should even do. Daria tries to chill her out, saying a messenger is arriving soon. Right on cue, an official sprints in with urgent empire news. Hecate reads the scroll and panics. She drops it, whispering it cannot be true. Daria demands answers. Hecate drops the horrible news. You and I totally saw this coming. The fifth prince slaughtered his brothers for the throne, using an actual death knight to lead his army. Plus, the brand new emperor just officially announced the Black Tower. Daria looks incredibly serious now. The cultists have wanted that tower forever. If the empire is backing it, they have officially joined the dark side. Hec trembles, knowing the empire is totally doomed, but Daria sees a silver lining. This will trigger huge backlash among the mages. They will definitely protest the Black Tower like Endymion did. She specifically names Sir Roderick Armstrong, the Yellow Tower master and strongest mage. A legend like him will absolutely fight this madness. Meanwhile, down in an Empire dungeon, Sir Roderick Armstrong is completely beaten and bleeding out. Standing right over him, Rister, the fallen dragon. Rhys glares down, calling it pathetic that the greatest mage got wrecked this easily. But then, a creepy voice echoes from the shadows. The fifth prince steps out and tells Riester that is enough. He aggressively grabs Armstrong by the hair, asking why he even bothered resisting. He points out Armstrong never cared about politics, or who actually sat on the throne. Barely opening his eyes, Armstrong weakly says the real fifth prince was a kind guy who helped beggars. Glaring up, he says this monster is absolutely an imposter. He demands to know what happened to the real prince. Hearing this, smiling with a cold, inhuman look, he admits Armstrong is completely right. He is not the real fifth prince. He is a monster that devoured the prince's mind, absolute nightmare fuel. Back to Russell, his frozen body violently cracks from the insane pressure. Suddenly, a glowing mana circle flares on his skin. Major breakthrough. System windows announce absorbing the Ice Dragon Horn massively boosted his casting speed and water magic. The process ends and he sits up. His memory is hazy, but he feels crazy light from that dragon power. So what do you and I think happens next? Stay tuned. His casting speed is insane now that his Monoro is fully unlocked, and since his clothes got totally trashed during the transformation. Russell yanks a fresh outfit from his subspace pocket and gears up. He ducks down, creeping forward toward these weird noises he's been tracking. Stick with me, you and I are about to see what pops out. He realizes the sound is coming from that strange egg he found and presses his ear against the shell. Totally different vibe from the fire dragon egg. Russell feels this faint heartbeat of life energy inside. He knows baby dragons need wild mana to survive, so he steps up to help out. He pumps the stolen ice dragon mana straight into the egg to juice up its vitality, but suddenly, the thing starts sucking him dry like a vacuum. Startled for a sec, our boy just smiles and tells the little guy to eat up. Cut to a bit later, and our hero is absolutely gasping for air. It drained 80% of his tank in seconds, giving more means risking his life, but then snap, the shell cracks. Out pops this tiny, cute little creature that looks exactly like Pepper. The baby ice dragon instantly grabs onto Russell. Seeing this adorable little dude, our boy is hyped. He thinks the little guy is epic, but wait, it's super tiny for such a massive egg, plus no wings and total water dragon vibes. Russell figures it has to be a rare subspecies. He summons Pepper for the ultimate family introduction. Pepper looks completely shook, probably wondering if he just got replaced. Russell happily introduces the newborn to his older bro. But Pepper just glares and the baby squares up, ready to throw hands. Just as they're about to brawl, boom, they randomly hug it out instead. Our hero breathes a huge sigh of relief. Pepper shields his little bro while grumbling away, and somehow Russell translates the monster talk perfectly. Pepper demands a name for the kid. Russell agrees he can't just use something boring. He starts tossing out terrible ideas like Big Ben, Hogan Dazs. Baskin Robbins and Jon Snow. Yeah, both dragons look completely disgusted. Russell sweats for a second before finally throwing out the name Sherbet. Both dragons instantly light up. They love it. Our hero sighs in relief, but then reality hits. Where is he gonna keep Sherbet? He can't just carry a baby everywhere. Especially during a deadly fight. Then out of nowhere, chomp, Sherbet bites Russell's hand. A system window flashes. The baby ice dragon activated frozen form. You didn't see that coming either, right? Sherbet straight up turns into a bracelet on his wrist. Pepper is totally lost, while the system confirms this magical bond just buffed Russell's casting speed again. Pumping mana into the bracelet actually levels up its power. Russell is super hyped about this wild fusion. Dragons are already broken, but this ability is pure top tier. He asks Sherbet if turning into a spear is possible. The little guy tries, but clearly it's just way too painful right now. Russell is thrilled it's an option, but Pepper plays the angry older brother and scolds him for pushing too hard. Our boy quickly apologizes for stressing the newborn and tells him to shift back. Sherbet happily returns to normal and instantly clings to his new dad. Riding high, our hero realizes this trip was a massive win. He scored the horn's power and a literal dragon. He tells the squad it's finally time to bounce. Cut to later, Russell is flying toward the Nadia Desert near the Indian border. He tells Sherbet they're close, but suddenly hits the brakes. There's a massive, chaotic crowd at the checkpoint. He wonders what kind of disaster caused this pileup. Meanwhile, a guard spots Russell in his disguise and rudely yells at the kid from the frozen lands to wait in line. But the second Russell drops his disguise, the guard completely freezes. He salutes, apologizing profusely to the absolute pride of the kingdom. Our protagonist just waves it off, demanding an update. The guard drops a bomb. The fifth prince slaughtered his own brothers and snatched the throne. Russell's heart drops. Now pay attention here, because this is where everything flips. The murderous prince is actually backing the Black Tower. The cultists weren't pulling the strings alone. The fifth prince was the true mastermind all along. He asks how Enmyon is handling it. The knight confirms heavy reinforcements deployed to both nations. The Yellow Master hit the Nazi alliance, and Sir Uri rushed to the Kiel Kingdom. Hearing that, Russell pictures Ares Skyland, the Warhammer, a literal superhuman who flattens mountains with a single swing. Russell knows he has to reach the castle immediately. He thanks the guard and blasts off. Later, hitting the flame tower, he finally catches up with Master Daria. She drops the intel. The White Tower Master is already fighting, and Hemingway is prepping for round 2. Meanwhile, she's locked in on guarding the capital. Our hero nervously apologizes for being so slow. Daria just smirks, saying she'd only be mad if he returned with nothing. She's hyped he actually got the goods. Realizing he left as a mid-tier 6th circle mage, but came back as a god-tier 7th circle master, yet somehow Russell looks totally bummed out. He whines that he just got carried by his broken genetics, the divine dragon king and the otherworldly savior. Daria snaps. She tells him to cut the self-pity garbage. Sure, his bloodline is insane, but she insists every level up came from his own blood, sweat, and tears. She lectures him to stop nerfing his own value. Reminding him he is the elite student of the Flame Tower Master, she says his mental game needs to catch up to his raw power. Period. Haters are gonna hate, but he needs to block them out and own his greatness. Fired up by her pep talk, our boy finally stands tall. Daria declares it's game time. The kingdom is calling. Over at the royal palace, the vibe is completely dead. Russell spots the king rocking massive dark circles, looking absolutely wrecked. He instantly worries another frontline disaster just dropped. The king sighs, sharing the grim update from Kiel. The Imperial army just hijacked the 17th Manstone mine. Even worse, 2 Imperial superhumans totally crushed Sir Ares. Hearing this, Russell and Daria are paralyzed with shock. Cut to Ares, he's a bloody mess but refusing to quit. These imperial monsters are honestly impressed by his insane durability. One actually admits that absolutely nobody from Indian goes down without a fight. While the other straight up mocks him, asking how much longer he can stay awake. Meet the Empire's heavy hitters, Pige, a lethal swordmaster, and the terrifying Diablo. Diablo is a legendary battle mage. He laughs right in Ares' face, proposing a sick bet on who gets the kill shot. Ares roars at them to drop the arrogance. But deep down, he knows he's doomed. Soloing a swordmaster and a top-tier mage while actively bleeding to death is a rigged game, since his squad already evacuated. So what do you and I make of this? Pure chaos. He tries retreating, but the enemies lunge. Ares swings back with everything. All right, you and I are diving right back in. The king demands respect, then orders Russell straight to kill. Our boy is completely stunned. Master Daria instantly shuts it down. Arguing Russell would face 2 superhumans and an entire undead army alone. She volunteers to go, but the king refuses. He reminds her that Russell is family, his own son-in-law, and he deeply cares for him. He admits that sending his family to war hurts, but if their absolute strongest defender leaves the capital unguarded, the entire city instantly becomes a giant target. Daria goes totally quiet, no comeback, so our boy steps up. Playing Duke Russell Raymond, he accepts the crazy mission, but on one condition. He needs the king to make every mage and keel clear the skies. Cut to later, Russell is chilling with Hecate. Checking out Pepper, she mentions that riding the beast to Beryl Valley will totally blindside the enemy with that crazy speed, but then she flashes this really sad smile. Admitting how awful this is, playing the dutiful princess and sending her own lover to the front lines, it is absolutely breaking her heart. Our boy looks super worried. Hecate quickly flips the script before the tears fall. She points out his scorched robe. He is totally confused since it is basically brand new. Hecate waves a servant over with a package. Russell slides into the fresh robe she hooked him up with. She asks if he likes the fit, and he smoothly replies he could never hate a gift from her. Catching a slick dragon stitched into the fabric, he asks about it. The servant totally spills the tea. The princess stayed up for nights doing the needlework by hand. Hecate gets super flustered and tells the servant to hush. Russell gives her a real, heartfelt thanks. She just tells him to wear it, remember her, and survive. They share a sweet, quiet moment before he finally ships out. Meanwhile, over at the Kiel outpost, a squad is getting absolutely wrecked by the undead. A soldier is about to get ambushed when bam, Ares drops in and just obliterates the monsters. The guy is completely stunned that Ares can even walk right now. Ares looks rough, man, but he refuses to chill while his people are dying. He knows losing this spot means losing the green field, which is literally 70% of their food. He has to hold the line. Suddenly, those 2 imperial superhumans crash the party again. They ruthlessly mock Ares, laughing about why he even crawled back after escaping. Pigra jokes the guy must seriously have a death wish. Ares yells at his soldiers to bail. Pigra attacks at lightning speed, mocking Ares for trying to run away. Ares blocks the strike cold and tells him to drop the attitude. He is not running, he just needs his men clear so he can go all out. Ares is having a rough time juggling Pigra and Diablo's magic attacks. He dodges some spells, shocking Diablo since Ares is massive. Ares tunes out the trash talk. Knowing in a fair one-on-one fight he would absolutely crush them, Diablo fires off another attack, noticing the big guy is definitely slowing down. Now watch closely because you will love this. Just as the spell almost hits, a giant wall of fire explodes. Guess who? Russell Raymond has entered the chat. He sizes them up, noting these imperial superhumans are not total jokes since they survived his opening strike. Then a system prompt flashes up, assist Sir Ares. Our boy rushes over to check on the big guy, saying he is here on royal orders. Ares cracks a grin, totally hyped to see the Duke pull up. Russell tells him to drop the fancy titles since he is just the junior. Diablo rudely interrupts, blowing away the flames and asking if their little chat is over. Ares admits getting saved by a junior is pretty embarrassing, but he is ready to brawl. Russell suggests they split the targets. Ares aims his massive hammer at Pigra, saying the mage looks super annoying, so he will crush the kid instead. Pigra absolutely loses his mind at being called weak. Ares charges in like a freight train, tossing Pigra's insults right back at him. Russell stands tall against Diablo. The mage instantly recognizes him as Daria's apprentice. Our boy gets seriously ticked off when Diablo disrespects his master, warning him to keep her name out of his mouth. Diablo just laughs, mocking his manners and attacks. Russell taps into the crown of Solomon. As Diablo drops a massive strike, our hero slows time to a crawl and easily slips away. He tags Sherbet in for backup. Using that raw ice energy, Russell erupts the ground with massive frozen spikes. Diablo scrambles into the air to dodge. He is totally floored. Expecting basic fire or lightning, but this mana control, insane. He realizes our boy is a terrifying prodigy and gets hyped for an actual legendary fight. You and I both know this is epic. They clash, turning the sky into an energy light show. Russell realizes this guy is way beyond his usual opponents. So he decides to end this quick. He slams Diablo with intense gravity pressure, pinning him down. Then, he charges his ultimate spell, Inferno 5 stack. Diablo knows he cannot dodge and throws everything into a shield. Boom, the explosion is absolutely massive, and even with his defense up, Diablo gets torn to shreds. He screams in total shock, bleeding out, but refusing to take the L, he unleashes his max power and counters hard. Russell barely dodges by a hair. Diablo literally transforms into this monstrous, godly form, glaring daggers at Russell. He finally understands why our boy is top of the hit list, swearing he will drag Russell to hell with him. Diablo unleashes his signature originality attack. Our hero weaves through the blast, fully aware one touch means game over. Watching his target slip away every time, Diablo loses it. He fires off another insane blast, daring the young mage to dodge if he actually has the guts. Russell reacts in a flash. He triggers Dragonification and uses magic spell excellence to zip away. But get this, he knows playing dodgeball will not win the war. He desperately hunts for an opening. While dodging for his life, our boy starts completely analyzing Diablo's magic. He taps into the magic of Transcendence, an epic move from his ancestor. After a split second, he uses Dream of Transcendence to totally hack how the spell operates. Diablo is absolutely shook watching Russell copy his moves in real time. He cannot believe this level of talent, realizing our hero will just steal his entire moveset. Panicking, Diablo drops his ultimate originality, Thunder of the Milky Way. This thing is so huge, it literally terrifies all the knights watching. Even Pigra stops mid-fight against Ares, shaking in fear. He realizes the old man is officially playing his final card. Feeling that insane energy spike, Ares starts panicking for our boy. Russell is mind blown by the power, but spots Diablo literally burning his own life force to fuel it. Trust me, you and I are not ready. Knowing this blast could end everyone, Russell prepares to tank it head on using the crown of Solomon. Stick with me here, he uses his second spirit to crunch those insane defense formulas. Diablo, totally gassed out, unleashes a massive lightning snake. The attack incoming, our boy scans the spell for weak spots. Right before impact, he tells Pepper to juice him up and boom, lightning strikes. Diablo cracks up thinking he won, but when the smoke clears, dead silence. Russell blocked everything with just a shield. A giant projection of Pepper pops up behind him. That dragon's spirit power is draining Russell's mana super fast, so he orders his buddy to literally eat the lightning. The dragon goes wild, slurping up that magic. Diablo starts freaking out, screaming it's impossible, but Russell notices Pepper is hitting his absolute limit. Flashing back to his labyrinth brawl with Vortes, our boy decides to reroute all that extra electric juice somewhere else. He hits the switch, blasting massive waves of electricity far away. Diablo is totally raging now. He realizes Russell isn't just tanking his magic, he is redirecting it. Admitting he is tapped out, our hero decides to finish this right now. He summons the Spear of Death, and Diablo's eyes just bulge with absolute terror. Russell strikes, a massive explosion totally wipes the battlefield, leaving Diablo knocking on death's door. Russell stands over him, demanding to know why they teamed up with the cultists. Bleeding out, Diablo realizes our boy figured it out. He confesses that spell wasn't regular magic. Casting it literally burned away his life force. Diablo spills his tragic backstory. Back in the day, he was a massive prodigy like Russell, leveling up insanely fast. But then he hit a massive brick wall, a power so crazy he was totally helpless. He says failing over and over just drags you straight into pure darkness. Russell is lost. Does he mean the fifth prince? Diablo just warns that a massive darkness is growing, ready to swallow the entire empire. He curses Russell to get eaten by that same dark force and drops dead. Boom, a system window appears. Mission complete, baby. Sir Ares jogs up asking for the rundown. Our boy confirms the win and asks about Ares' fight. Turns out that coward Page straight up ran. Watch closely, did you and I really think it was over? A massive undead army marches right at them, leaving Ares looking completely panicked. Russell says to chill, promising to solo the horde. Ares is stunned, asking how he can still fight after that crazy battle. The Duke explains that since these zombies won't stop, a necromancer has to be hiding nearby. He tells Ares to hunt the summoner down while he holds the front line. Ares agrees and leaves to hunt the target. Facing the crowd alone, our boy unleashes his signature move, Magma Tsunami. Boiling lava bursts from the ground in a massive wave, turning the undead to absolute ash in a single hit. Cut to the Britannia Empire, where the former emperor is in awful shape. The fifth prince just looks down at his dad. Mocking how pathetic he got in just a month, he demands a status report from his lackey. The mage confirms there is literally zero physical illness. Instead, the emperor's soul is completely shattered. The fifth prince flashes a super creepy smile, sarcastically claiming it breaks his heart to see his dad like this. Suddenly, the Black Tower Master arrives. People behind the prince whisper nervously, terrified and wondering if another huge disaster is about to drop. Getting the green light, Thanos strolls in with a creepy hooded guy. Just by walking inside, they leak so much intense black mana that the air turns insanely heavy. Everyone is struggling just to stand. The fifth prince orders everyone out. Once the room is totally empty, he casually addresses the Black Tower Master as Charon, telling the guy he has been waiting for him. He quickly catches himself, smirking that he should probably use the name Thanos now. Thanos just bows low, swearing he is always at his lord's service. He then drops the news that the prince's special order is finally complete. The creepy hooded guy steps forward and slowly reveals his face. You saw that too, right? It is Sir Roderick Armstrong. The Black Tower literally turned him into a zombie. Anyway, a month later in the Keel Kingdom, Ares and Russell are chilling on a bus. The King of Keel invited them over to show some major gratitude for their help. Ares asks if our boy is planning to dip right after the fancy ceremony wraps up. Russell nods, admitting it feels super weird to bail before the war is officially a wrap. But Ares is quick to remind him that entirely thanks to his insane carry job. They claimed back Mount Calon and all 17 lost mana mines. Ares promises the Duke he can handle the rest, but admits that shady Nazi alliance still has him totally sweating. Our hero asks why he is stressing when Yellow Master Niccolo got sent there. Ares drops a reality check. The Empire has almost zero superhumans left to fight Niccolo, especially since top mage Armstrong died during the Civil War. Russell stays totally confident they will win. Ares agrees, but reveals his actual worry. The whole point of war is usually snagging that sweet loot. Even though they got their territory back, those Imperials executed all the prisoners and completely trashed the entire place. This caused some massive financial damage. Russell thinks to himself, trying to figure out the fifth prince's actual endgame here. Suddenly, Marky Kimberly crashes the chat, greeting our boy with a massive smile. He brings up how the Duke saved him and the princess way back. Kimberly starts getting super emotional, thanking Russell for coming through again, admitting he has literally zero clue how to ever repay this epic kindness. Our hero just chuckles, telling the guy to totally relax. Explaining he was just backing up his allies, so skip the heavy thank yous. He suggests heading inside to see the boss. Cut to later, Russell and Ares are standing right in front of the Keel King. The king drops some major gratitude, and Ares plays it super cool, saying it's just their duty. Then the king calls for gifts. Ares is absolutely floored seeing premium high-grade magic stones brought straight from the mines. While Ares bows in thanks, Russell secretly notes how perfect these rocks are for crafting some next-level magic armor. Suddenly, a servant rolls up with a custom gift just for Russell. The king humbly calls it a small token for all the insane clutch moments the Duke pulled off for them. The second our boy pops the lid, Pepper just yeets himself out of the spirit realm, totally unsummoned. Even Sherbet randomly shifts straight into his true form. Russell is totally shook, asking what the heck they are doing. The king and princess are hyped seeing spirits, proving all those crazy rumors about the Duke being a master are totally legit. The princess thinks they are adorable, but quickly realizes they are totally hyperfixating on that item in the box. Pepper just happily latches right onto the princess. She explains spirits vibe with keel royals because an ancestor once contracted a top-tier spirit. She tells Russell to open the box. Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see what's inside. Stick with me, guys, we are diving right back into the madness. The king hands over a massive family heirloom. Instantly, our boy feels crazy four-element energy and raw spirit power just radiating off it. He asks if the king is really sure about tossing him such epic loot. The king just laughs, explaining his family hasn't seen a spirit master in ages. So honestly, they forgot how it even works. He is betting on the only spirit master around to actually keep this insane legacy going. Russell says thanks for the awesome gift. When asked if he knows how to trigger it, our guy straight up admits he has no clue. But he knows exactly who to ask. Later, at the elf forest, Ira and a low sense company, Russell rolls up riding Pepper. Aaron asks what brings him around so out of the blue. He shows off the shiny new ornament. Both elves are totally stunned. Aaron drops the lore. It is packed with the raw power of the 4 elemental spirit kings. Turns out it is a literal golden ticket to the spirit realm. Russell is absolutely floored. That place is barely a myth in the oldest history books. Holding this pass means someone actually went there back in the day. As a magic nerd, his curiosity is totally off the charts. Aaron stares at it, completely amazed, thinking it was gone forever. Our boy wants to jump in right now, but yeah, it is not quite that easy. Just like spirits need a gate for our world, he needs a special door for theirs. Russell looks bummed, but Ara mentions some ancient blueprints for building the exact gate. She can whip one up in just 3 days. Our hero stops to seriously think it over. He is super tempted, but with the Empire kicking off a massive war, dipping out feels wrong. He pauses the plan for now. Aaron says just holler when he is ready. Russell tells Pepper to bounce back toward Guyavir Palace. Meanwhile, over in the Britannia Empire, a massive, terrifying army of undead and skeletons is grouping up. Now watch this guy. Thanos smirks, praising the Death Knights for buying time. He officially declares the real, brutal war starts right now. Back at Guyavir Palace, Russell chills on the balcony, deep in thought. It has been 15 whole days since he returned to Enmyon. Yet the Imperial army still hasn't attacked. Instead of a straight fight, they are creeping toward the northwest border. He knows this horde is purely undead skeletons, not actual living soldiers. Because of these weird tactics, bad news just keeps rolling in. Suddenly, Russell spots the Blue Tower Master and his apprentice below, rushing over for the scoop. The Master grins, mentioning he heard all about Russell absolutely wrecking Pige. He jokes our boy is super famous now for soloing 2 enemy superhumans. Russell stays chill, claiming he just got lucky because Walter was a crazy hard fight. He asks what brings the Master here. Turns out, the king just ordered him to investigate some wildly unnatural disasters popping up all across Enmyon. We are talking entire forests dying overnight, river water turning totally toxic, getting villagers sick and literal dead bodies waking up to attack people. Basically, pure nightmare fuel is spreading everywhere. Russell is totally shook. The Master gets why he is surprised since he just returned. He promises to drop updates if he finds anything spicy, then heads out. Hearing this insane report, our guy instantly bets the Empire is behind the chaos and decides to dig into this mystery himself. Later, Russell is deep in disaster research, looking super stressed out. Something feels way off. He read every single report but found zero connection to the cultists. He knows black magic would leave behind sketchy mana or heavy curse marks. Now he is seriously questioning if the Empire is even pulling these strings. Out of nowhere, Pepper bursts from the spirit realm looking totally terrified. He asks what is wrong. Pepper is squeaking frantically, so Russell tries cooling him down, saying take it easy. Pepper explains everything and bam, a system window pops up. It warns an abnormal crisis is destroying the spirit realm, bleeding straight into the real world and twisting the whole continent. A crazy new mission drops, solve the phenomenon. Mind blown, right? Russell realizes the spirit realm is causing these weird disasters. He is completely stunned. He quickly briefs the king and everyone else. The king asks if the spirit realm is really to blame, and Russell confirms it. The king asks the other superhumans for their hot take. Master Darius admits they're clueless about spirits, so this is super hard to wrap their heads around. But since Duke Russell hard carried them before, they should trust the guy to handle it. Sir Gillian totally disagrees, though. He argues they are at war and cannot bench an MVP like Russell right now. The king asks Princess Hecate for her thoughts. She points out disasters are ruining their farmers. They have war rations saved up, but if heavy fighting breaks out, food supply gets dangerously unpredictable. She suggests fixing it fast. Our hero appreciates the backup. The Blue Tower Master raises a hand, explaining magic and spirits are actually completely different. Magic is learned through hard work, but spirit affinity, that is pure luck, he points out that Russell is literally the only person alive who can summon spirits right now. Plus, our guy has totally proven he is a one-man army. The king nods at the solid logic. He gives Russell the green light but warns him the spirit realm is completely uncharted, telling him to make it back alive. With his mission set, Russell speeds toward the elf tribe. He realizes if the spirit realm is glitching out the real world, things over there must be apocalyptic. He wonders why Pepper begged him specifically for help. Since normal humans cannot just stroll in, did the spirits somehow know he secured the golden ticket? Guess he is about to find out the hard way. Hitting the elf village, Alo and Ara are already waiting. They ask if he needs the gateway, leaving our boy totally shocked they guessed his plan. Alo flashes her own pass, dropped just last night. Ara pulls hers out too, gifted by her contracted spirit. Turns out, the spirits are sending out a massive SOS. Trust me, this next part is wild. Russell explains the whole crisis. Now we have an elite squad heading in. Let's dive right in. When you've got an elf packing silver dragon power and the tribe rep together, you just know something absolutely massive is about to drop. Russell says they gotta hit the spirit realm ASAP and asks about the gateway. Erin mentions they started prepping last night. Fast forward a few days and boom, the portal is practically finished. Russell watches, totally blown away. This isn't just a building, it's a massive ritual. Plus, their ancient language completely surprises him. Alo and Ara announce it's good to go. Our boy whips out his pass, steps right up, and says he is born ready. He waves goodbye to Pepper and jumps right in. But hitting the spirit realm, the dimension hopping leaves Russell feeling pretty sick. He groans about a killer headache, guessing it's a side effect. Erin is chilling, but Alo looks rough. Embarrassed, she plays it cool and insists she is fine. Russell looks around. The world shines like jewels. Spotting some tiny critters, he asks what they are. Erin explains they are primal spirits, the starting point before any evolution. Our boy is totally amazed, but suddenly, a massive shadow completely swallows them up. It is Pepper fully shifted into his giant dragon form. Seeing this gets Russell super hyped. He laughs, saying Pepper actually looks like a real dragon here. Pepper gives a happy growl. The crew hops on his back to explore. Suddenly, Alo spots something and shouts. Our boy looks ahead and freezes. Things are really bad. Out in the distance is an object so incredibly massive, it makes giant Pepper look tiny. Now watch closely here. He can't see through those black clouds yet, but what the heck is a monster doing in the spirit world? Alo stares at this looming nightmare, asking if it is literally eating the spirit realm. Erin nods, certain this beast is causing all the crazy glitches. Squinting at the behemoth, Russell wonders if it is a spirit. An unknown voice firmly replies that it isn't. Suddenly, the four elements merge into humanoid forms, transforming into the spirit kings. Our boy asks who they are. Alo guesses they are the king's direct incarnations. Russell remembers the old lore. These four kings literally created this world. He realizes they showed up as avatars instead of true bodies to keep the realm's balance completely stable. Introductions go down. That bearded guy, he is Zephos, the wind spirit king. The lady is Earth King Deer, the blue woman is Water King Amphitrite, and the one petting Pepper, Fire King Agni. They have the king's minds, but only a tiny fraction of their real power. These spirits already know Russell's crew, straight up acknowledging him as the Dragon Emperor. Suddenly, Zephos warns this spot is way too dangerous. They quickly fall back, putting some distance between themselves and that monster. Seeing this wreckage, our boy feels like he is watching the literal apocalypse. He asks the kings if they summoned him. Amphitrite explains the whole realm is crying out for him. Since they embody the realm, they summoned him. Knowing it's about the monster, Russell simply asks what they want. Agni explains this thing is pure, absolute hunger. It is a chaos fragment capable of destroying the entire world. Basically an evil god. Amphitrite clarifies it isn't quite a god, just a fragment from a material rift. Shocked, our boy asks if someone from the material world actually summoned it. Agni confirms it was heading for their world but crashed here instead. He explains that the spirit and middle realms might be separate, but they are totally linked. If it eats this place, the middle realm is next. Russell, Elo, and Ara are completely horrified. Agni adds that since it is just a fragment, it lacks full power. Our hero realizes they can destroy it, demanding confirmation. Agni admits the spirits can't solo it, but with the trio, there is a real shot. Russell, Elo, and Ara instantly flare their auras, shouting they are all in. They reach a massive tornado guarding the monster's side. Zephos blasts the wind to carve a path, yelling at them to follow. You and I know this is insane. Up close, it is pure nightmare fuel. Can a mere fragment be this strong? Shaking it off, they start the plan. First, Ara snipes with her magic bow while Pepper blasts dragon breath. The combo causes a massive explosion. Our boy tells Pepper and Agni to attack, launching brutal fire beams into the blast. Russell smirks. The silver dragon's breath is packed with iron and wind. When Agni's fire mixes with that, total catastrophe. The reaction creates an absolutely massive shockwave. Spotting an opening, Russell unleashes his upgraded ultimate, Spear of Death. The blast is so huge, Zephos has to throw up a shield just to block the violent aftershocks. Even behind the shield, our boy gets crushed by the pressure. He prays an attack stronger than a masterclass ultimate is enough to kill it. But then, total shock. The monster uses gross octopus tentacles to attack everyone all at once. Zephos tries to block, but the force shatters his shield, blasting everyone. The entire crew is in really bad shape. Badly hurt, Russell checks on them. Elo and Aaron are injured but say they are fine. He knows their survival is an absolute miracle. Without the wind's spirit cushioning the blow and Amphitrite blocking the mental wave, they'd be dead. He quickly asks Amphitrite how many hits she can take. She can manage 5 more. Russell stands, suggesting if he joins the direct attack, they might win, before he finishes. Elo points forward, screaming that the evil god opened its eyes. One look from this monster crushes everyone with pressure. Zephos remarks on how terrifying a mere fragment is. Russell checks the impact zone, shocked to see 0 damage. This thing is even tougher than Briarrose. He realizes only one crazy method might work now. Someone screams to dodge. Our boy is caught totally off guard, but Pepper snatches his clothes and flies him away at absolute max speed. At a safe distance, Elo says they will buy time, begging him to use the exact technique that defeated Briarrose. Russell hesitates, warning it is way too dangerous. Amphitrite begs for another option. Russell has one, but the charge time is absolutely brutal. Agni unleashes his flames, screaming at him to finish it. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. All right, stick with me, you and I are about to see the ultimate weapon. Zephyros is stunned, but Agni confirms they need the Brahmastra. We get a quick flash of the divine dragon king holding it. Then, Amphitrite straight up asks Russell if he actually has the Brahmastra. Our boy nods, totally confused how they know. The spirit kings flex hard, they literally created it. Amphitrite brings the water and Deer hooks it up with the materials. Agni forges it while Zephyros controls the heat to temper the weapon. Hearing this, Russell is blown away. He had 0 clue the Brahmastra was a massive divine team project. Seeing their combined energy, he knows for a fact he can wreck the monster with it. But suddenly, boom, Russell freezes in pure shock as the creature tracks them down and attacks. Thanks to his quick warning, the Spirit Kings instantly summon a massive shield to tank the hit. Holding back the barrier, they scream at our main character to use the weapon right now. Gritting his teeth, he apologizes. There is no way he can prep the attack that fast. Amphitrite demands a timeline. Russell remembers it took 15 minutes last time, but pushing past his absolute limits, he promises he can pull it off in 10 flat. Elo asks how he is going to speed it up, but our boy stays quiet, already gathering his mana. Demeter and Zephyros step up, promising to buy him time. They drop a heavy warning fail, and he is not the Dragon Emperor. Our hero swears he will do it. The kings clash with the beast. Their hits barely scratch it, but they successfully drag its aggro away from Russell. Watching this insane fight, our guy realizes this monster is a walking disaster. He decides to dump every single drop of juice into one hit. Hitting his peak dragonification form, 4 horns pop out. His aura absolutely explodes as he starts charging the Brahmastra. Now pay attention here because things get wild. The monster senses the massive energy. Ignoring the spirits, its survival instincts snap, firing tentacles straight at Russell. At the very last second, Iso jumps right in front. The massive tentacle smashes into her instead, knocking her completely out cold on the spot. Aaron catches her, totally panicking. But even with brutal injuries, Iso whispers that she is okay, begging her mom to go help Russell instead. Seeing Alo get hurt, our boy falters, but he snaps out of it, knowing he can't lose focus when they trust him. Time to risk it all. Meanwhile, the boss unleashes a massive psychic wave. Amphitrite struggles to block the blast, realizing the attacks are getting way stronger and she is hitting her absolute limit. Out of nowhere, hidden tentacles explode from the monster and grab everybody. The Spirit Kings, Alo, and Aaron are captured instantly, while Pepper watches in pure shock. The beast charges up dark energy for a finishing blow aimed right at Russell. Seeing it coming, Alo screams his name. Suddenly, a tiny sound cuts through the madness. Sherbet jumps out of his bracelet form, turning into a massive shield to tank the blast head-on. Aaron is completely stunned seeing a dragon just appear. Sherbet takes heavy damage, his scales literally cracking, but he holds the line. Completely drained, he starts falling until Amphitrite catches him with a swift water tendril. By now, Russell is basically done charging the Brahmastra, but the insane strain has completely drained him. He literally has 0 strength left to actually fire it. He seriously wonders if winning is even possible now, but using the Crown of Solomon, his brain calculates a crazy solution in a split second. He remembers his epic fight with Pigra and the Raymond family's transcendence magic. It hits him. A mage can literally become magic using a technique called Transcender Dream. Our hero makes a wild choice. He has to become the Brahmastra. Instead of firing the spell, he fuses with it, using his own body as the actual bullet. You and I both know that's reckless. Boom, the monster gets completely obliterated. Everyone celebrates, but then reality hits. Russell has to be severely injured. They frantically search the rubble and find him on the ground. It is bad. His body is totally wrecked by that energy. Agni explains the Brahmastra basically ate the Dragon Emperor since he burned his own life force. Alo starts crying when healing magic fails, terrified he is actually going to die. Out of nowhere, tiny lights start flickering. Primal spirits swarm around Russell like glowing fireflies. Alo is stunned, while Deer guesses the spirit realm is just saying thank you. The kings agree this is the realm's will and step up. Glowing with pure divine light, all 4 spirit kings start pumping their own power directly into Russell. They straight up declare the Dragon Emperor cannot die, the world needs him too much. They keep dropping blessings, dumping their core essence right into his shattered body. As they funnel their raw power, crazy things happen. His broken body actually starts healing, the divine energy literally pulling his flesh and bones back together. After burning so much juice, the spirit kings shrink down to tiny, drained forms. They whisper to each other, totally exhausted and admitting they are completely wiped out. Now it is all up to Russell. He just needs to survive the internal shock and wake up. Alo watches, absolutely speechless. She asks if the healing is finally over. Amphitrite explains Russell is basically swimming in spirit energy right now. It will take time to stabilize and absorb that volatile power. Until he is at 100%, he has to chill in the spirit realm, or his body might literally just fall apart. The kings order the lesser spirits to build him a recovery room. An entire month flies by. Our boy is still totally knocked out. Iso, playing the loyal nurse, finally gets up to gather some medicinal herbs. Pepper and Sherbet, who were goofing off nearby, follow her out, their happy chirping fading away. With the room empty, we zoom straight into Russell's brain. Inside his mind, our guy is locked in an endless, brutal boss fight against that exact same monster. He fires the Brahmastra, turning the beast to dust, but the magic kickback is insane. It literally melts his organs and kills him. Then boom, his eyes snap open again. Time rewinds right back to the start. Russell realizes he has murdered this thing hundreds, maybe even thousands of times by now. But it always ends in a tie with both of them dead. He has used every crazy strategy in the book, but death is an impossible wall. Gritting his teeth, he fires the Brahmastra yet again. He knows deep down there is a way to use full power without dying. He just hasn't unlocked the secret yet, and his current power can't handle the recoil. Still, Russell rushes the monster with absolutely everything. It is a trap, skip transcender dream, the monster wins, use it and win, the spell itself takes him out. So what do you and I make of this? It's a brutal loop. He wonders how his master would ever survive a crazy mess like this. Alright, stick with me here. The MC finally gets it. The transcender dream isn't just some basic power-up. It's literally rebuilding his entire existence from pure magic. Our guy is completely mind blown. He remembers transcendence magic literally ignores every rule of nature. So he goes all in. He ditches his human body to rebuild himself with the exact same stats as the Brahmastra. He fully commits. Thousands of glowing magic formulas swirl around, burning right into his soul. It hurts like absolute hell, but he pushes through. Giving up isn't an option here. Fighting the agony, a glowing shape lights up the dark void. Boom, his 8th circle is finally complete. Meanwhile, out in the real world, Alo is out gathering herbs when a huge explosion blasts Russell's house. Everything shatters completely, leaving Pepper, Sherbet, and Iso absolutely frozen in terror. Right in the center of the crater, it's Russell. He's wide awake, fighting hard to keep his crazy new 8th circle from totally exploding. He is absolutely overflowing with mana. He can't even process this insane power before system windows pop up everywhere. Thanks to the Spirit King's blessings, his elemental mastery is completely maxed out. Russell is shocked. Did they seriously hand him all these cheat codes while he napped? With the mission cleared, more alerts flash. He can now use dragonification to become a full-blown dragon. No more hybrid stuff. Our boy is super hyped but stays cool. He reminds himself to stay careful. A full transformation is awesome, but moving in a brand new body takes some real time to learn. Like a kid walking for the first time, he knows mastering this dragon form takes patience. Suddenly, Alo sprints over, crying her eyes out, and gives him a giant hug. She sobs about how glad she is he's awake and how scared they were. Pepper and Sherbet pile on too, chirping with absolute relief. Now watch this, a familiar voice interrupts them. The Spirit Kings are actually watching. They tease the couple about the sweet moment. Amphitite jokes they only rushed over because of the explosion, but maybe they are just third-wheeling right now. Alo turns beet red and hides behind Russell, stuttering that she is just happy he is safe. Agni laughs, saying the Dragon Emperor looks awesome. Deer is just happy about the massive power boost, pointing out that Russell didn't just heal, he flawlessly absorbed all their wild essence. Russell gives them a super genuine thank you. Amphitite steps up, asking for the Dragon Emperor's hand so they can finally bounce. Russell reaches out, receiving one last energy spark. A glowing mark flashes on his palm. The spirits explain it is a direct magical link to them. He can use it to summon them, but Agni warns him it is a one-time deal. Our guy thanks them for the epic gift. He knows summoning them is a massive game changer, an ultimate trump card. Suddenly, he panics and asks Alo how long he was totally knocked out. She says it has been a month. Russell panics. A massive war is happening, and missing 30 days is an absolute disaster. He begs Alo for a wormhole right now. She hesitates, totally unsure. Seeing him stress, the Spirit Kings use their power to rip open a portal. Since it is time, they invite him back after the war. Russell thanks them for everything and steps right through. Meanwhile, in the human world, Alan is pacing around anxiously when Aslan suddenly drops in. Alan is totally surprised, asking how much longer they really have to wait here. He mentions Lady Arryn said Lord Russell was recovering in the spirit realm. A stressed Alan explains the king gave strict orders to bring Russell back immediately, fearing the worst. Right as they are talking, a massive surge of wild energy blasts out of a wormhole, shaking the entire ground. You and I both know what's coming. Russell Raymond finally steps out of the light. Meanwhile, over at Lavat Fortress, exhausted soldiers are swapping shifts. The nervous new recruits ask the veterans for an update. The older guys explain that a massive level 1 alert is fully active. They complain about the insane workload, venting all their frustration at the Empire for starting this mess. Suddenly, the ground shakes hard. A massive horde of creepy undead shows up. There are so many they completely block out the horizon. Seeing that insane monster army sends everyone into a panic. the scene flips to Russell and Alan flying toward the capital on Pepper. Alan catches Russell up on the Empire's nasty surprise attack. Our hero looks super worried and immediately asks about the total damage. Alan reveals 9 territories got hit and 3 are completely wiped out. They took back 4, but massive fights are still raging in the last 2. Russell gets furious, asking how the capital is reacting. Alan says the king ordered the entire army to gear up for all-out war. This heavy-hitter squad includes Sir Ares and the Beast King, rolling out today. Hearing this crazy news, our boy tells Pepper to absolutely floor it toward Endon. Later, at the royal palace, the king nervously asks his butler for updates on Duke Russell Raymond. The butler says nothing yet. The king panics over who will lead the 5th Army with Russell missing in action. Super stressed, he realizes they have to pick Muya. He explains that Muya is super strong, but she is not really built to lead an entire army. He desperately wanted Russell for this job and is insanely worried about him. He wonders how terrible his injuries are after recovering in the spirit realm for a whole month. Praying for Russell's safe return, the king heads out to address his troops. A giant crowd of soldiers and superhumans are waiting. He kicks off his speech, saying the Empire's cowardly attack caused massive losses and wiped out innocent civilians. To honor the fallen, King Alfonso Rathos officially declares full-scale war on the Britannia Empire. The soldiers go absolutely wild. Then, the king starts handing out orders to the superhumans. Flame Tower Master Darius Snow White gets named commander of the 1st Army and top boss of the forces. Sir Gillian and Sir Ares are given the 2nd and 3rd armies. Yellow Tower Master Niccolo takes the 4th, but right before he can name the 5th Army leader, a massive explosion absolutely rocks the ground behind the soldiers. Everyone jumps out of their skin, but the king smiles seeing the source. Stepping right out of the smoke is Russell. Grand Duke Russell Raymond greets his king. Daria is completely mind-blown by Russell's massive level up, hitting the 8th circle in just 1 month. Everyone is absolutely stunned by his insane growth rate. So what do you and I take from this? The legend is back. Muya is thrilled, our hero apologizes for the delay, and the king is just happy he's alive. Let's dive in. You and I get to watch the king crown Russell commander of the 5th Army. The Tower Masters grab defense and supply duty. Squad assembled, the king orders a full-scale strike on the Empire. Afterward, Russell and Daria totally catch up. Russell spills all the spirit realm tea. Daria is completely shook that otherworldly monsters can actually cross over. He mentions he took notes to share after the war. Daria hypes him up, but honestly, she is pretty stressed. It just feels way too weird how he randomly gets stronger, like his entire path is already rigged. Magic users usually ignore destiny stuff, but if it is actually real, she is seriously worried about his future. Switching gears, she says someone else will handle the daily leading stuff. Our boy is super confused, so Daria explains how normal commanders work. But they are basically a special ops unit meant to handle the Empire's superhumans. They get total freedom to just wreck the battlefield. Even as an 8th circle beast, she warns him to check in before going rogue. Russell totally agrees. Watching him leave, Daria promises herself to have his back through all this crazy destiny stuff. Later that night, Russell is chilling when Muya randomly walks in. Our guy asks what is up. Muya says she just missed his face and brought a message. When he asks, she instantly gets annoyed about his workaholic vibes. She literally complains they have not hung out in forever, 0 proper hellos. Russell quickly apologizes to her. Totally intimidated by her attitude, Muya gets right up in his personal space, sniffs him, and demands to know why his scent leveled up. He immediately blushes and retreats. He realizes she noticed his power jump instantly. Asking about the message again, Muya scolds him for ghosting Princess Hecate, who literally waited forever while he was gone. Russell feels bad, but the frontline situation was just way too crazy to ignore. Muya calls him a jerk, then finally hands over Hecate's letter. She claims she is never playing mailman again. Our boy is super happy though, and immediately starts reading. Hecate wrote that she totally knew he would sprint straight into war. Russell laughs. She understands though, accepting the guy she picked. Apologizing for the bad timing, she just wanted to check up after hearing he got hurt. She promises to keep praying and strictly orders him to come back alive. Seeing how much she genuinely cares hits Russell right in the feels. Meanwhile, over at the Empire's Dragon Fortress. Now watch this part closely. Some shady guys are literally smiling from the shadows, whispering about making this fortress Russell's final resting place. The local lord gets word that Russell's massive army is closing in fast. The guy is absolutely sweating bullets, knowing exactly what our boy can do. But get this, he thinks Russell is still just 7th circle. He has zero clue our hero already unlocked the 8th circle. 3 mysterious dudes suddenly show up, telling the Lord to chill out. Turns out it is the Boar brothers, master mages from the Galmanium Tower. The oldest, Strawber, acts incredibly cocky, claiming they will not lose to some random kid. The Lord welcomes them but still feels super nervous. He awkwardly points out that Russell is 7th circle, while these brothers are only 6th, but Woodbur, the middle brother, drops a wild secret. They mastered an ultimate magic nobody else knows about yet. The youngest brother, Brigger, just gets mad at the disrespect. Relieved by the secret magic, the Lord asks for their plan. Strawber explains they must shift the battlefield to their advantage first. He demands absolute support, promising total victory. The Lord happily agrees to give them literally whatever they need. The brothers smirk, plotting his deadly lesson. Back at camp, Muya's insane yelling literally terrifies the guards. She demands to know if he is actually reassigning her. Russell explains that using a powerhouse like her is better than moving 8,000 soldiers. Muya literally does not care, she just wants to fight together. Russell cuts a deal. Listen now, and they duel weekly after the war. Instantly cheering up, she takes off. Watching her leave, our guy laughs, knowing she hasn't changed one bit. Time to focus on the fortress. You and I can see the problem here. The army arrives, but the ground outside is completely flat. They are absolute sitting ducks out there. Bannon, a staff officer, suggests sending a tiny stealth squad first to avoid detection. Russell completely agrees with the idea to wipe out enemy surveillance, but knows it is too risky for normal troops. He decides to solo infiltrate the interior himself. Suddenly, a scout spots the Imperials demanding a duel. Russell is thrown off. Solo matches usually mean the enemy is just stalling for time. Asking for a duel while hiding behind massive walls, super sketchy. The officer totally agrees. Russell knows they are baiting him hard. The gates open and the Galmanium mages march out. An officer warns him these guys are incredibly toxic. Another guy notes how crazy it is to bring an entire magic squad for a solo fight. Our boy definitely smells a massive trap. Since he knows they still think he is only 7th circle, he gladly takes the bait. The officer freaks out, begging him to wait, but Russell says the enemy's overconfidence is a golden ticket. He orders the army back and walks toward the fortress completely alone. Watching the army fall back, the brothers laugh. Strawber calls them cowards, while the middle brother wants to nuke everyone right now. But Strawber stops him, noticing the enemy is ready to counterattack, so Woodbur uses sound magic to loudly talk trash. Calling Russell a scared little kid, this totally enrages Russell's squad. Hopping off his horse, our boy says he is going in to shut them up. Instantly, Russell stands right before them. The brothers are thrilled. Strawber mocks him, saying kids are easy to play. But trust me, his clapback is legendary. Russell says their lifetime of training still leaves them weaker, just loud old men with one foot in the grave. The Briggs guys are seeing red, but Stro tells them to chill out because Russell is basically a dead man walking anyway. He signals the formation to begin. Stick with me here, this gets wild. The mages dump their mana into Stro, power skyrocketing. Our boy realizes they're going all out. Stro totally flexes about absorbing his team's energy, bragging he's way past his actual tier now. He drops a rapid-fire assault, and Russell actually has to sweat to dodge the crazy barrage. Stro keeps talking trash and hurls a massive flamestorm. Russell fires back with a fire blast, triggering a huge explosion. Stro actually gives him a tiny bit of props, admitting the kid might actually deserve his title. But while blocking, Russell stays ice cold. He notices Stro isn't even breathing heavy after those massive spells. That infinite mana pool, major problem. So he decides to take out the source directly, the magic core. Russell blasts a Corano spell straight at the backline mages. Stro curses and uses Destruction of Anemoy, whipping up a massive tornado shield. He thinks he is totally safe, but then realizes his backup mages are getting blasted anyway. The smirk vanishes. He finally realizes our boy used time layer magic to strike the formation completely under the radar. Stro loses his mind, screaming that Russell is trash and swearing to end him. As the guy preps another strike, our hero gets ready to drop the absolute hammer. Time to stop. Holding back, since these clowns clearly have zero clue who they are dealing with, Strawber drops a heavy spell to completely crush him. Russell dodges the attack like it's nothing and hits the dirt. He instantly casts Earthquake, aiming right at the squad of mages backing up the eldest brother. The ground shatters, heavily wounding the backup mages and completely wrecking their formation. Seeing this happen, Strawber finally starts to panic. If this keeps up, that shared mana pool is toast. Getting desperate, he rushes Russell again. Our boy just smirks, countering with Frost Avalanche as a massive wave of freezing energy crashes forward. Strawber is absolutely stunned seeing Russell drop such insane ice magic. While struggling to block, it clicks in his head. The kid used fire, earth, and now ice magic all at max power. Now watch closely. He realizes way too late that underestimating our protagonist was a massive, fatal mistake. He preps his ultimate attack to end the fight right then and there, but before he can even blink, our hero casts Wild Charge. The spell totally loops around Strawber, blasting the mages right behind him. With his squad injured and useless, Strawber makes a seriously messed up choice. He starts forcefully ripping their mana out to refill his own tank. His allies scream in agony, begging him to stop, but he ignores them and sucks them completely dry. Running on that stolen juice, Strawber unleashes his signature move, Destruction Octopus. Dark, creepy tendrils of raw energy violently lash out. Russell just shakes his head. A move built on sacrificing your own team is complete garbage, even if it mimics ancient magic. He says he'll just destroy it, launching Mantis Slayer straight at him. The attacks violently collide. When the dust finally settles, our boy doesn't have a scratch, but Strawber, he is wrecked, his ultimate spell completely shattered. He screams in total disbelief, completely losing it over Russell destroying his best attack. He desperately tries to scrape together mana for one more strike. But the tank is empty and his squad is done. Our protagonist slowly walks up. Ready to end this, he mocks Strawber, asking if he is finally out of mana. The guy begs for his life, but Russell just drops Flame Cannon. A massive beam of fire instantly pierces Strawber, taking him out. Meanwhile, back inside the fortress, Count Mayhem is pacing around like crazy. He is freaking out because those Galmanium Tower mages went totally silent. One guard nervously guesses they might still be fighting. Suddenly, our hero just casually appears on the fortress wall. Looking down, he announces the battle is already over. He asks if that's Count Mayhem, basically telling them to surrender now so nobody else gets hurt. Count Mayhem just curses at him. He screams about Russell's nerve, mocking the kid for thinking he can take down a whole fortress just because he clapped a few mages. He orders his knights to attack. You and I know how this goes, our boy sighs. If they want to fight, they get one. He uses firewood soldiers, summoning insane flaming constructs. A totally chaotic brawl kicks off between his fire army and the fortress knights. A panicked knight reports that the blazing enemy soldiers are multiplying. Count Mayhem barks out orders to do whatever it takes, screaming that losing isn't an option. But Russell's fire troops are way too beefy for normal knights. Even so, the defenders blindly refuse to give up, trying to protect their fortress's mighty reputation. Seeing them stall, our guy decides to crank the heat. He drops Fire Giant King, summoning absolute units of fire golems. Seeing those titans completely shatters the knights' morale. They panic and run for their lives. Even Count Mayhem is shaking in his boots. He screams about the giants, ordering everyone to fall back and defend the western gate. Meanwhile, outside the massive walls, the Endmian army quietly watches for their signal. Russell told them beforehand that he'd flash some ice magic as the green light once the main fight was over. Seeing the cue, Captain Bannon hypes up his troops and orders the full charge. Back inside, our hero is spamming spells to clear a path. He knows if he drags this out, way too many useless casualties are going to pile up. So he decides to speedrun this. Spotting Count Mayhem screaming orders by the gate, Russell instantly locks on and fires a spell right at him. Barely blocking it, Mayhem triggers an evil technique to boost his stats, his aura turning pitch black. He vows to end Russell right now. Our boy easily dodges, but the massive explosion blows away the Lord's own soldiers instantly. Our protagonist is actually disgusted. He calls the Lord out, yelling that dropping an attack like that in his own camp proves he doesn't care about his men. Mayhem just keeps swinging, insanely claiming that small sacrifices mean absolutely nothing if he kills the enemy commander. Now our hero is genuinely pissed. He calls the guy a cowardly bastard, asking what the hell the point of winning is if you slaughter your own people. He summons Fireblade to parry the Lord's next heavy strike and shatters his sword completely. The sheer force rebounds, flying right back into the Lord's face. The terrifying speed of the rebound strikes Count Mayhem directly, a totally fatal blow. Right outside, the Endmian army is fiercely trying to breach those huge fortress gates. But the defenders are pushing back hard. The battlefield is pure chaos, ringing with clashing steel and roaring magic. But then, the fighting just instantly stops. Russell stands on the wall, holding up the Lord's severed head, announcing Count Mayhem is dead. So what do you and I take from this? Never mess with a legend. All right, let's jump straight into the action. He promises the knights safety if they surrender. With their boss dead, they completely give up. They drop their weapons, instantly surrendering. The Endmian army goes wild, cheering our boy's name. Later, back at the Jinninur Palace, King Alfonso Rathmos gets the sweet news that Russell totally conquered the Dragon Fortress. He expected a win, obviously. But with our main guy on the job, it was a guaranteed slam dunk. Still, reading the report, something feels super sketchy. The king checks with the Blue Tower Master about the enemy's superhumans and undead. Luckily, those heavy hitters haven't budged an inch yet. The undead are just chilling at the borders. Hearing this, Alfonso smells a trap. He orders the Blue Tower Master to investigate, putting the whole military on high alert. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, our hero chats logistics with Donovan, a staff officer. Donovan says prisoners usually go back, but waiting for reinforcements is way smarter. Russell totally agrees. The delay makes sense because so many Imperial troops surrendered. Donovan says 3,000 guys surrendered. That's way too many prisoners to move. Our boy agrees to wait for backup and gives the green light. Donovan salutes and heads out. Finally alone, Russell smirks. He figures this downtime is the perfect excuse to learn something new, specifically an 8th circle spell called Hellfire. It's ancient, forbidden magic that completely roasts both body and soul. Remembering his master using something similar, he is super hyped to try. He studies the chart, memorizing the formula. Then, he dives into his consciousness to simulate the whole mana flow. Watch closely here, our guy realizes Hellfire is actually summoning magic. It pulls literal flames from another dimension. Russell starts chanting, his 8 circles spinning like crazy. Suddenly, massive pain shoots through his veins. The weird mana fights his own, but he totally tanks it. He figures if he mastered Brahmastra, this should be a cakewalk. He compresses the wild energy until the air literally shimmers. Boom, a massive blast rocks the room. The smoke clears and he's holding black hellfire. He actually pulled it off. He knows this flame deletes souls, but looking at it, he realizes it definitely needs more practice before real combat. Then a genius idea hits. Why not combine it with his original magic and Brahmastra? Outside, the knights feel this insane pressure leaking from the room. Thinking it's an enemy ambush, they scramble for their weapons. Donovan stops them, explaining the energy is just Russell. He warns that the mana is dangerous, so be careful. One mage staring at the aura is absolutely terrified. He stutters that it literally feels like a dragon. Soon after, the pressure drops. Russell plays dumb about the massive explosion, but Donovan isn't there for that. He needs a strike squad to wreck the Empire's supply line immediately. Our hero asks if he's leading the charge. Donovan laughs, saying it'd be a total waste leaving a powerhouse like him babysitting prisoners. He hands over the squad list. Reading the names, Russell smiles, totally confident. 3 days later, our guy is chilling at a forest rendezvous point. A squad mate rolls up, shocked the commander beat him there. Russell turns to say, "Hey, it's Professor Hubert." He bows formally, calling it an honor to fight together. Our boy is surprised by the stiffness and tells him to chill out. Hubert stays polite, bringing up their last mission. You guys remember the Kiel Kingdom mess, right? Hubert definitely regrets that day. Our hero was just his backup. But Hubert did nothing while Russell hard carried. Now, he's totally stressing about being useless again. Our protagonist completely shuts that down. He insists the professor was crucial support, and frankly, without Hubert, he'd be nowhere. He would have died after his academy expulsion without him. Hubert blushes and quickly says they should move out. Russell laughs, lightening the mood. The squad sneaks through the woods. At the Empire's camp, undead warriors patrol the darkness. Reaching the edge, our boy jokes that zombies don't need flashlights. He instantly launches an attack, kicking off the ambush. Seeing this, Hubert drops a fiery serpent spell to light up the whole zone. He suggests burning all the loot immediately. But Russell waves him off. He points out it's a massive waste to just torch all these high-tier resources. Instead, our guy tells the crew to stuff all the sweet loot into their magic bags for themselves. Soon, they completely clear the camp. Hubert runs the numbers and tells Russell that with these supplies, their troops are set for a solid month without needing backups. Our hero agrees, but says the Empire will definitely strike back. So everyone needs to stay frosty. Suddenly, Russell stops talking. He just sensed an insanely heavy presence nearby. Seeing him grab his head in agony, Hubert asks what's wrong. Through gritted teeth, Russell mutters about a crushing energy approaching. Meanwhile, on a faraway ridge, some shady dude aims a bow. He curses the enemy forces and fires off an absolutely lethal shot. That single arrow shatters into a crazy meteor shower midair, raining absolute destruction down on Russell and his crew. Pure chaos, our boy pops a massive shield with Solomon's crown. Trust me, you'll want to stick around for the next part. Alright, stick with me here. Russell just realized every incoming blast packs 6 circle power, and his 5th circle squad absolutely cannot survive a direct hit. He immediately flares his mana detection to pinpoint the sniper. He scans the entire area, but there is literally zero trace. Our boy is totally floored. His 8th circle radar covers dozens of kilometers, but this hidden attacker is completely off the grid. Meanwhile, the attacker figures out Russell is scanning for him and just laughs like a maniac, flexing a legendary divine weapon named Boreas. He brags that some basic mage could never find him since he is using a totally different energy. The barrage gets even heavier. Blocking the absolute nightmare of attacks, our hero almost sends Pepper out. He scraps that fast, too risky for his buddy. Now he has to use his mind's eye. But here is the catch, he still has to maintain the defensive shield. Trying to multitask like this has him seriously sweating. Professor Hubert pats our boy on the shoulder, saying their commander clearly needs backup. The rest of the squad instantly steps up. They pool their mana together, holding the shield steady. Russell nods and dives straight into his mental landscape. Inside his mind realm, our guy spots the problem. This is not normal mana, it is pure divine energy, shaped like a massive snake hiding the sniper. Russell is completely stunned. He was bracing for some heavyweight mage, not a divine powerhouse. With the location locked, he tries to pull out. But watch closely because things go south fast. The divine snake spots him, lunging instantly and dealing a brutal blow in this spiritual clash. The damage hits his real body hard. He randomly coughs up blood, totally freaking out Professor Hubert, back inside. Russell's soul is getting violently crushed by this giant serpent. The sheer weight of its divine power leaves him completely helpless. Right as the snake opens wide to devour his soul, insane energy explodes from his core. A system window pops up. The Dragon Emperor's divinity has awakened. An absolutely massive dragon bursts out of Russell's soul and literally eats the serpent whole. Our protagonist is speechless. He realizes this is the divine Dragon King's raw power. Did he inherit this just by being chosen? The Brahmastra was literally just the starter key for this inheritance. The power slams back into him, making him scream in absolute agony. Russell jolts awake in the real world, gripping his head as the pain finally cools off. Hubert desperately asks if he is all right. Our hero just asks if the bombardment stopped. Hubert nods but demands answers. Russell quickly realizes that epic divine mode is not something he can just spam. He promises Hubert the full story later. Right now, they need to take down that sniper. He sprints full speed toward the ridge. Over on the ridge, the attacker suddenly crashes to the dirt, completely out of gas. His butler runs over, totally panicking. The spoiled young master is totally clueless about his vanishing power. Then he watches his precious divine weapon, Boreas, literally crumble to dust. He screams like a baby. He is crying that his family heirloom cannot break like this. Mid-tantrum, Russell finally drops in, coolly announcing he found their little hiding spot. Russell looks at this kid sobbing over some broken gear and connects the dots. The weapon was top tier, but the user is just a whiny amateur. Out of nowhere, the butler scoops up the crying kid and books it, while guards attack. Russell drops a lightning jail, saying it is nothing personal, just war. The guards are instantly fried, while the butler desperately keeps running. He begs his young master to focus or they are dead meat, but the kid will not stop crying. Boom, a solid rock wall suddenly blocks them. The butler slams into it head first and gets knocked out cold, while the young master goes flying. Russell slowly walks up to him. He tells him the chase is over. Now, you and I know this kid is doomed, but he actually threatens our hero, claiming he is Philip Mason. Hearing that name, our boy connects the dots. Marquis Mason is the continent's elite bowmaster, famous across the entire land for his rock-solid honor. But the guy's only major flaw, this pathetic, spoiled son. Philip shakes, promising his rich dad will give Russell anything for his safety. Our protagonist just yanks him by the hair, getting right in his face. He straight up calls him the Marquis's pampered little lapdog. He tells him dropping that name just sealed his fate. Russell violently yanks the absolute trash bag's head back. Staring down at this trembling noble, Russell drops the receipts. He calls him out for beating elders, assaulting innocent engaged women, and committing endless horrific crimes. He says going to war with House Mason was always meant to happen, but Philip forced his hand early. The kid frantically begs. But our guy is completely out of mercy. He hits him with Inferno, instantly turning Philip into a screaming human torch. Watching him burn, Russell coldly tells him to apologize to his victims in hell. Fast forward to the Britannia Empire's third camp. Count Kagan, their resident superhuman, is eating lunch, crying about the taste and biting a rock. Totally grossed out, he spits it out and yells at his servants. Right then, General Dior strolls right into the command tent. He walks in grinning, joking about the terrible food, before getting down to serious business. He points out that the enemy strike force completely wrecked their supply lines, which was Kagan's job. Kagan just laughs off the anger. He claims he let them run wild for a reason. Smirking, he points out that even Philip, armed with a literal divine weapon, just got totally wiped out. General Dior suddenly gets it. If Philip died, their leader is obvious. Kagan confirms it is Russell Raymond. Here is his genius logic. With Russell busy, the main force is totally wide open. Trust me, you're going to want to see this counterattack. All right, guys, buckle up. Dior is straight up sweating bullets right now, terrified because our boy Russell is basically a superhuman slaying monster. Can they even win? Bang, Kagan smashes the table, totally losing his mind. How dare Dior compare a legend like him to some snot-nosed kid? With his eyes glowing blood red, he brags about being the fuel tower master, commanding the Empire's strongest faction. Dior immediately backs down, stammering apologies about just doing his job. But Kagan cuts him off. Screaming absolute nonsense and leaking killer aura, he orders the march. He swears to prove who the real monster is. Meanwhile, on a ridge, Russell and Hubert scope things out. The Empire totally took the bait. The Imperial Army is marching straight for the main squad. Russell guesses they finally figured out who is leading the charge. Our guy explains that the scouts spotted an Imperial superhuman. They are only attacking now because he deliberately left his post unguarded. Hubert curses, praying they aren't too late. Pointing past a rocky drop, Russell yells to hold on tight. Down below, Endmian soldiers are getting clobbered. Boom, a massive fireball blasts a night, sparking total chaos. An officer slashes an enemy, screaming that they are getting pushed back. He orders a shield wall, begging his guys to hold out for their commander. Out of nowhere, fiery meteors drop, annihilating the Imperial frontline. Endmian troops look up, terrified it is more enemy magic. Nope, Russell dive bombs off the ridge in full combat gear, announcing he is back. The soldiers go absolutely wild. Morale skyrockets as they push a counterattack, while Hubert touches down right beside them. Muttering about not wanting to be a useless old geezer, he casts Silvering Slug. It instantly melts the enemy's weapons into puddles. Rocking flaming fists, he punches the disarmed goons. But suddenly, an enemy mage hurls a fireball. Hubert counters, realizing this fuel tower mage is actually on his level. Yelling that it is time to level up, he charges in, triggering a massive battlefield explosion. Meanwhile, Russell struts out of the smoke, having shielded his crew with a fireball. But wait, two knights lunge at his blind spot. Bam! Instantly skewered by ice spikes. Russell grins, thanking Sherbet, before suddenly sensing some really nasty red energy. Now watch closely, things are heating up. Russell dodges just as Kagan teleports right where he was standing, grinning like a psycho. Our hero immediately spots him as Count Kagan. Kagan smirks, acting honored to meet the famous genius, but completely roasts Russell for leaving his post unguarded. He taunts our boy, asking what he will do against an unbeatable boss. Russell just stays icy calm and tells him to chill. He reveals this was all a giant trap to snipe the enemy commander. Kagan violently grinds his teeth, calling the kid totally arrogant. Stomping his powered boots, the earth literally cracks open, spewing hot magma. Kagan dares our boy to keep talking trash while crawling. Red aura and bubbling lava flood the zone. The nearby knights absolutely lose it, recognizing Kagan's signature finisher. They scream at everyone to fall back from the insane mana pressure. Russell analyzes the flow, realizing this is a superhuman tier ultimate attack. Nodo del Ruiz, Kagan unleashes a massive firestorm, internally vowing to murder Russell even if he has to sacrifice every single one of his own men. He screams, asking where the little rat is running. Our boy sprints through the flames, purposefully kiting Kagan away from the squad. Kagan chases hard, mocking him for running away after talking so much smack. He blasts another attack, New Ardent, but Russell barely dodges it. Russell thinks it is a bummer he cannot analyze the move longer, but playtime is over. His eyes flash yellow, and he stops running to counterattack. Badass dragon horns sprout on his head. Combining restored ancient magic with his mind imprint, Russell unleashes his ultimate, second form of flame, tipped spear. Are you seeing this? A massive dark fire spear appears. Count Kagan stares at it, sweating absolute bullets. He starts freaking out, realizing the crazy energy radiating from our hero is not normal magic. It is the absolute ultimate form of flame mana. It literally looks like Russell is holding the sun. Kagan grits his teeth, furiously jealous that some kid reached this godlike tier. Desperate to prove his worth, Kagan violently forces his own energy to evolve. Huge fire wings explode behind him. Screaming that he is the strongest, he hurls a concentrated wave of fire straight at our boy. He keeps screaming for Russell to die, but a split second later, Kagan just straight up vomits blood. He hits the dirt, stumbling and clutching his chest. His magic circuit is completely shorting out. He panics, wondering if his power got stolen. Looking up, he watches his giant fire wave get completely sucked into Russell's spear. Our boy looks down coldly, explaining that hellfire is the absolute strongest. He explains his flame-tipped spear has one very simple, very broken power. It completely dominates and eats all other fire magic. Kagan gasps in total disbelief. He finally realizes that literally no fire mage on Earth could ever beat Russell now. Even Russell admits it is a super broken cheat skill, but it chugs mana like crazy. He guesses the cost is huge because it holds the Dragon Emperor's divinity. Shaking off the thoughts, he zeroes in on the fight. Declaring it is over, Russell slams his spear down, sending a massive dark fire blast straight at the Tower Master. In his final moments, Kagan realizes the insane power gap. He mutters that his life was completely meaningless. The dark flames swallow him whole, dusting him to ash. Seeing the boss fall, the Enmian Knights cheer, absolutely stunned by Russell's power. Professor Hubert watches like a proud dad, totally expecting this from Russell. Meanwhile, the Imperial troops are losing their absolute minds in panic. Whispering that the Count is toast, they know it is game over. Russell triggers Solomon's crown, realizing their morale is shattered. Time for the ultimate wipeout. Smiling, his fire spirits hunt the retreating troops. We both love a savage hero, right? Let's jump into this. You and I are about to watch things get absolutely wild. Russell thinks he can finally recharge his mana. Suddenly, a weird vibration hits. He looks over, spotting a brand new nightmare stepping right out of the shadows. An undead army is rushing them. Russell is completely stunned, so this is their hiding spot. he counts roughly 10 death knights and a dozen massive abominations. His brain goes into overdrive. Normally, he'd solo these guys easily, but right now, his mana is super low after battling Kagan and spamming that epic flame-tip spear. He knows regular soldiers will get wrecked by abominations, so he flips the script. He casts Cloudy Ring Weather form, totally mixing it with Divine Thunderstorm. Boom, lightning crashes down, absolutely frying the undead frontline. Our boy spins toward Donovan, urgently warning him that a massive undead horde is incoming fast. He orders Donovan to hold the Imperial army back with fire while the main squad retreats to camp. Donovan nods, immediately yelling at the troops to fall back. Russell hovers high up, his epic red wings spread wide and Solomon's crown glowing bright. Time to bring out the heavy artillery, the Yellow Tower's magic. Smacking his hand into thin air, he drops Titan's barrier. The ground literally splits wide open, ripping a massive canyon between the Endymion squad and the undead. Abominations and Death Knights straight up tumble into the pit. Our guy follows up with Arcane Tremor, sending brutal shockwaves through the dirt to literally shake the undead apart. Checking out the wreckage, he figures this buys them some time, but he is seriously sweating their insane numbers. They desperately need a plan fast. Flash forward to the next day at the Endymion 5th Corps camp. The vibe is super heavy with wounded everywhere. Russell walks around, checking the grim casualty reports. Let that sink in. 400 dead and 2,000 injured. You and I both know full-scale war is absolutely brutal. He seriously wishes he arrived way sooner. Right then, a bandaged hand flags him down. Professor Hubert steps out of a tent, telling the commander to grab some sleep. Our boy quickly asks if his senior brother's injuries are okay. Hubert just chuckles, joking that if he looks this busted up, the enemy must look way worse. He points out the bad guys are totally wrecked right now. Our boy smirks, glad the professor is so hyped despite being covered in bandages. He asks if something awesome happened last night. Then it hits him, wait, is it actually true? Hubert nods, super hyped that Russell caught on. He explains the crazy battle finally gave him the spark to hit the 7th circle. Just a little more pushing and he'll get there. Russell literally claps, totally hyped for his guy. He says he always knew the professor would pull it off. Hubert blushes, admitting praise from his junior is kinda embarrassing. Hubert asks if Russell has time for some magic questions. Russell tells him to chill at his tent, explaining he really needs to finish checking the wounded soldiers first. Hubert totally agrees and tells him to take his time, but the second the professor leaves, our hero's face goes dead serious. He needs to wrap this up lightning fast. Our boy rockets into the sky, landing in a super quiet spot far from camp. He just starts talking to thin air. He asks why his hidden guest is playing shy. Suddenly the ground rumbles like crazy. A massive figure bursts right out of the dirt. Russell just sighs, wondering what kind of mess this is. Standing there is the corrupted dragon, Zillion Reister. He stares at our boy. The dragon thinks to himself that he followed the divinity looking for the dragon emperor. He sees the kid is super incomplete, yet the massive dragon unexpectedly bows down. He introduces himself as Zillion Reister, a dragon who strayed from the path but still respects the true master of all dragons. Talk about a crazy flex. Our guy is super confused. Why is a legendary dragon kneeling? What's his deal? Reister stands right up, sharply warning Russell not to expect any more bowing after this. He makes it crystal clear. He only kneels to the Dragon Emperor's divinity, not some human kid. He basically calls our hero a totally incomplete vessel. Russell just sighs. He sarcastically apologizes for disappointing him, then straight up asks what business a dragon has with a half-baked dragon emperor anyway. Now pay close attention. This corrupted dragon is about to drop some incredibly heavy lore on us. In a creepy voice, he explains how thousands of years ago he was just waiting to hatch. Get this, even inside the egg, Reister was completely conscious. He literally felt his mom's warmth and heard her voice, promising to come back before he hatched. But he found out way later that a massive war between the giant tribe and surface races was completely popping off. His mom jumped into the fight, starting an agonizing wait. Literal centuries dragged on. The hatching time completely passed, but his mother never came back. Hundreds of years later, it clicked he'd been abandoned. Crushed by pure betrayal, he wanted to just end it all, but in that rock-bottom despair, some shady figure found him. Ever since then, Reister has lived as a corrupted dragon. Listening to this, our boy realizes that even young and weakened, a dragon is still an absolute powerhouse. To completely corrupt a dragon like that, the bad guy must have been a literal god-tier threat, someone stealing power straight from the cultist playbook. Reister starts talking again, admitting he totally planned to use the Dragon Emperor's divinity to break his curse, but clearly our boy needs to level up a lot more first. He mentions that while Russell has crazy potential, his attitude screams zero desire to help, so Reister decides to just chill nearby, letting his curse slowly fade out naturally. Before taking off, he drops one massive warning: watch out for those at the heart of the Empire. Russell demands answers, but Reister just vanishes into the clouds, wishing him luck. Our boy heads back to camp, stewing over that warning. He quickly realizes the heart of the Empire must be the cultists. He remembers their creepy prophecy about drowning the continent in shadow and blood. What is their real endgame, right then? Donovan sprints up, completely out of breath. He says they've been looking for him everywhere. Russell asks what's wrong. Donovan drops a bomb. A massive update just arrived from Master Diria's main army. Russell instantly asks for the intel. Donovan explains the Imperial Army is straight up ditching their forward bases and grouping up into one massive superforce. Our boy immediately gets it. They're gearing up for all-out war. Donovan nods. Every sign points to one massive, legendary clash. Our guy crunches the numbers. The Imperial force is basically 1.5 times bigger than theirs, especially with that undead legion mixed in. So what do you and I make of this? The numbers look absolutely terrifying, but with 3 8th Circle mages on our side and the enemy missing their top tiers, this crazy fight is actually winnable. There's just one wild card left, the Doom Knight. Stick with me here, we're dropping right into the madness. A supreme undead, stronger than a Death Knight. If that project's done, winning is risky. Donovan drops more news. He says the Blue Tower Master is hitting the battlefield instead of Sir Ares. Russell's instantly like, what happened to Ares? Donovan drops the heavy truth. The knight stayed behind alone to buy them time to escape, taking absolutely massive damage. Turns out the attacker was the Imperial Bowmaster. Our boy's absolutely horrified. He realizes there's only one Bowmaster in the entire Empire, Marquis Mason. Yep, the ex-master of the Divine Archers and the father of that total jerk Philip Mason, who Russell totally wrecked. It hits him, the Marquis is out for pure revenge. Our guy quickly asks about the main army's current game plan. Donovan says General Daria made it simple. If the Empire wants an all-out war, they're bringing the heat. A totally cocky smirk creeps onto Russell's face. That's just so like his master. He immediately orders the troops to roll out. Time to link up with the main force. 10 days later, in the dead of night, undead monsters are literally roaring below. Hovering way up high, Russell thinks this is super annoying. 6 ambushes in this one area alone. He even spots some freaky spirit-type undead down there. So he just pumps hellfire straight into his mana. He casually sparks a tiny black flame in his palm and tosses it. Boom, the undead are instantly roasted by hellish fire. Meanwhile, the enemy mages controlling those zombies totally freak out. Realizing they just got ambushed, they completely ditch their formation and run. But before they can even dip, a blinding blue beam snipes one of the mages straight down. The rest scream in pure terror. Their hiding spot is totally busted. Crying that it's game over, they scramble away. But Russell just spams Gimlet of Ice, easily picking them off one by one. He lands, checks out the total wipeout, but feels totally confused. He honestly can't wrap his head around their terrible strategy. If they're building an army, why march through a wide open canyon? Pay attention here because this villain reveal is wild. It's like they wanted to get wiped out. Meanwhile, over at the Britannia Empire Palace, the 5th prince faces Thanos. The prince complains, whining that he thought this boring process would take way more time. Thanos apologizes, explaining how they made Bismar the king of Endmian to spark a massive war. But yeah, that little rebellion completely flopped and totally delayed their evil master plan. The 5th prince brushes it off, telling him to chill. He declares Phase 1 is officially complete, with Endmian acting exactly like they wanted. Enough blood has finally soaked the empire. He listed off a messy civil war disguised as a royal family feud, plus all those creepy blood sacrifices for summoning undead. Thanos nods, confirming the magic coordinates are fully locked in. Now, they just need one final, massive sacrifice to trigger the ultimate death event. Flashing a completely psycho smile, the prince promises that when the clock strikes, Thanos will be reborn into something insane. He swears that, acting as God's apostle, he'll wipe this land clean to replace the ruined demon realm. Back at the Endymion 5th Corps camp, Russell steps out of his tent. Baron Donovan spots him, tossing him a lunchbox. He points out this is literally Russell's 8th raid. He begs him to chill out and maybe catch some sleep tonight. Our boy laughs, saying he could easily say the exact same thing. The Baron's totally overworking himself, but Donovan insists no resting while the big boss is out fighting. He hands over the food, totally custom made for our guy. Knowing Donovan cooked it up personally, Russell feels super grateful. Suddenly, Pepper signals that bad guys are close, so Russell instantly zips off to wreck them, telling the Baron to seriously get some rest. Our boy vanishes into thin air. Donovan just sighs, super worried, wishing Russell would stop carrying everything alone. Cut to Russell and Pepper absolutely destroying the enemy line. He unleashes Kree Nova, follows up with Gaia's thorns, and then casually tells Pepper to clean up the trash. Pepper blasts hellish flames, roasting the leftovers. They grind away until sunrise, racking up like 700 or 800 kills. But man, these zombies just won't stop coming. Even so, they totally scrub the zone clean. Russell hypes up Pepper and Sherbet for their hard work, but after fighting all night, the dude is absolutely starving. So he plops down and cracks open Donovan's lunchbox. He glances over at Rhea, offering to share a bite because he needs to ask him a serious question. Now you and I expect dragons to be epic, right? But Rikester floats down, acting super grumpy. He coldly reminds Russell that legendary beings like him don't even eat. Unfazed, Russell points out that tons of dragons love snacking. He casually chucks a sandwich at him, basically treating this high-tier food like the kibble he feeds to Pepper. In his head, Rhea grumbles that guys like Russell are a total disgrace to dragon pride, but eventually he caves and sits right next to our boy. He asks what Russell wants. Our guy cuts to the chase. When Rhea mentioned the enemies hiding deep in the Empire, did he mean the cultists? Did one of them curse him? But Rikester shakes his head. He literally can't say. He explains that even though the dark curse is slowly fading away, he's still chained to that specific person. Russell suddenly realizes this is actually a hardcore mind control curse. Rikester fiercely adds that if he had the choice right now, he'd rip out his own heart just to escape, but he can't even kill himself. Glaring at Russell, he admits that if our boy had fully awakened, the curse would be broken. Catching him off guard, Russell actually apologizes. But deep down, he's annoyed. Rikester's totally acting like it's Russell's fault he got cursed in the first place. Chomping his sandwich, Russell thinks this dragon is so clueless, it's a miracle he survived for thousands of years. Still, one thing is 100% confirmed: a cultist cursed him. Rikester stands back up, noting that the curse is actually weakening, despite Russell's ridiculously weak divinity. He warns our boy to stay sharp. The guy pulling the strings is absolutely no joke. Russell smirks, thinking he actually has a real shot at winning. But of course, Rikester vanishes into thin air again, dropping half-baked clues. But wait, he actually finished the whole sandwich before dipping. Hilarious. Later on, our hero and his crew finally roll up to the Endymion main army base. They're packing 300,000 troops, enough to erase a small country overnight, but Russell stays grounded. They're up against the massive Empire, after all. The Empire's power is huge, so strategy is everything now. Soon, Russell notices the main army has spotted them. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, you and I are jumping into the hype. Our boy is completely stunned that Master Daria and Olsen personally came out to welcome them. Olsen immediately goes in for a massive bear hug. Olsen jokes about their boring report letters. Then he praises them for actually capturing the supposedly unbreakable Trivan fortress and taking down tons of heavy-hitting Empire warriors. Our hero stays super humble. Olsen then checks out his comrade, noticing his insane growth. His mana density is off the charts now, but the comrade humbly replies that he has only scratched the surface of a brand new realm. Master Daria tells Olsen to chill since they just finished a massive trip. She then asks our boy if he spotted anything weird on the way. Russell drops the bomb. He found massive undead hordes led by cultists. He bets they're gearing up for all-out war right near their main base. Master asks how he knows. he replies that he can literally feel their distance and raw death energy. Master Daria realizes she hadn't even noticed that. She quietly admits to herself that his growth is insane, wondering if this kid actually surpassed her own power level. 3 days later, Muya leads the Beastkin army in, totally hyped to see our boy. The elf army also arrives at the main camp. So they both showed up exactly at the same time. Muya instantly starts roasting the elf leader, calling her long ears. Luckily, Russell jumps in to stop an all-out brawl. He seriously thanks the elf leader for joining the war, totally understanding that making a heavy choice like this is never easy. But the elf leader drops facts. This epic war literally decides her entire race's survival, so teaming up to fight together is the only real option. Hearing this, Muya gets super jealous, demanding our hero not to forget about her Beastkin crew. Our guy just smiles and nods, genuinely grateful for all of them. Muya suddenly freezes, sensing his absolutely overwhelming aura and realizing how crazy strong he got, but our boy turns. Noticing his divine glow-up, putting his hands together, he mentions how incredibly lucky they are to make it here exactly on time. He tells them to follow since the commander is waiting. Inside the war room, the master points out that all Endmian forces, the Beastkin, fairies, and all the backup armies from Ki and the Naza Alliance are officially locked in under one roof. Therefore, she kicks off the ultimate strategy, meeting to literally decide the continent's fate. Meanwhile, Pepper is out grabbing enemy intel and back inside. Now pay close attention here. Russell drops the insane intel. The Empire is packing over 1 million total troops. Freaking out, another leader adds there are roughly 400,000 undead too, making it 1.4 million total enemies, seeing him looking completely terrified. Master Daria just slams the table hard. She reminds everyone this is an all-out war. Her master plan: split the forces into 3 chunks: front line, left flank, and right flank. The front stalls while flanks crush the enemy. Our hero thinks it is risky, but there is literally no better plan. Daria claims the brutal front lines. The Spear Tower Master takes charge of the right flank, while our main guy is calling the shots on the left. The Beast can back up Daria up front, and Manure will sneak attack the rear. They just gotta pick a launch day, but sadly. Boom, her speech is cut off by a massive Empire ambush. Far away, some cloaked dude smirks, joking that targeting the commander right away is overkill. He shrugs it off, knowing this is just the signal flare for war. With that, he steps up to completely wipe out the Allied forces. Absolute chaos erupts at the camp. Realizing the Empire is attacking, everyone frantically scrambles for weapons while rushing to protect the wounded. The Spear Tower Master is shocked by this ambush. Daria explains they just want to stop their reinforcements from resting properly. Meanwhile, our boy realizes that if regular troops had moved, Pepper definitely would have spotted them and warned everyone. Using Pepper's vision, our hero suddenly spots an elite hit squad on the enemy side. So, he shouts that Empire superhumans launch the attack and the main army is marching. Hearing this, Daria immediately commands everyone to execute the master plan. The Beastkin plus the 1st and 2nd Corps rush to the absolute front line. The 3rd Corps blasts east, the 5th guards the west gate, and battle lines are drawn. You feel that right, the epic war officially starts as a massive undead horde rushes in. Muya fearlessly dashes in, landing right in the enemy's face. Gathering her energy, she charges with insane force to deliver an absolutely crushing blow. But whoa, she skids back, tearing up a huge crater. Grinning, she admits these soldiers are actually worth fighting. Fired up, she prepares to wreck the mob rushing her. Watching afar, our hero is completely stunned by her overwhelming combat power. Not wanting to be outdone, he decides to hit them right back with his own grand warfare magic. He unleashes the Russell Raymond originality, Falling Sun. Instantly, the enemy ranks are swallowed in pure chaos and agonizing screams. At the front, Daria sees the absolutely ridiculous enemy numbers. Taking to the sky, she steps up, unleashing the Daria White originality. Boom, a colossal beast erupts under her command. Its sheer presence instantly spreads absolute panic throughout the enemy ranks. Desperate, the enemy unleashes their mage core. Suddenly, a sick, overwhelming power blasts from their side, totally rattling the colossal beast. A cloaked guy steps out, dripping with a terrifying dark aura. He creepily mutters that death is the ultimate completion of life itself. He says everyone must worship death. This absolute menace is the Dark Master, Rodri Armstrong, but wait, he is literally standing there as an undead monster. Daria recognized that dark aura and realizes it is really him. She heard the Emperor executed this guy, so seeing him back like this is an absolute shock. This guy was her ultimate rival, their score completely unsettled. Seeing him turn out this horribly is just straight up shameful. And trust me, you and I are not ready for this. She unleashes her ultimate nature-defying magic, turning fire to ice. Daria Snow White, ultimate magic Snow White. Stick with me here, she blasts insane magic to wreck her rival. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the troops aim for the undead heads, but out of nowhere, a massive monster crashes in, ready to smash a squad. Thank God for Olsen, he blocks it with roaring flames. Landing a heavy hit, he smirks, admitting nothing beats the pure rush of close combat. Just as he readies the finishing blow, a glowing green whip smacks him out of nowhere, sending Olsen flying completely across the battlefield. Luckily, our boy spots the crash, dashing to catch him. Holding him up, he asks what the heck just hit him. Olsen is totally clueless. It was crazy fast, he barely blocked it, but it honestly felt like a sword slash. Suddenly, another green whip comes swinging. Russell throws up a shield in time, while Olsen guesses they are dealing with a wild swordsman. Russell spots the attacker and gasps. The cultists actually pulled it off. The guy holding the whip, a top-tier Doom Knight, basically Archlick level. Russell steps up to handle the boss, telling Olsen to hit the front lines. Olsen warns our boy to stay sharp. Instantly, the Doom Knight leaks an absolutely insane aura. Russell feels the crazy power spike, knowing those shady cultists definitely buffed him. The Knight charges at breakneck speed. Seeing him rush in, Russell fires off flare cannon. But another glowing green whip slashes right at him. Super annoyed, our guy summons his weapon, blocking the strike with both hands. The Doom Knight spams attacks, triggering a massive explosion. As the dust settles, Russell squints, realizing these exact moves feel way too familiar. The Knight is totally shocked he survived, but pay attention here, Russell figures out the cursed connection. This Doom Knight is actually McCree Hughes. Ready to end this drama, he activates his ultimate magic, second form flame-tipped spear. Instantly, they start trading heavy, bone-crushing blows. Parrying a nasty strike, Russell realizes this insane power comes directly from using McCree as base material. He is definitely the strongest swordsman Russell has ever faced, but honestly, dude picked the worst possible matchup by fighting a top-tier mage. Sliding back, our boy chains his skills, Frostblind, straight into Shock Bomber. Taking the huge hit, the Doom Knight gets blasted way backward. Next, Russell smashes him using Mjolnir of the Thunder Giant, while getting fried by the lightning. Russell spots the glowing mana core keeping him alive. He chucks a blazing spear right at it, but the Knight wildly parries with his sword. Taking advantage, Russell drops his Storm Rider Rocinante combo. The massive impact lands clean, and the Knight's mana core completely shatters into tiny pieces. The cultists absolutely panic, losing their mana link. They never expected an 8th circle mage to get completely wrecked. Meanwhile, Russell just keeps blasting. Firing Blaze Judgment, he prays the fight is over. But a bleeding cultist smirks, whispering the Doom Knight was never even their real trump card. Russell demands answers. Boom, a bullet speed projectile grazes his cheek out of nowhere. His eyes go wide, seeing Mary Mason casually standing right there. Mason greets him, dropping that he never wanted to join this war. Plus, teaming up with total cowards is definitely not his style. He only came to earn merit. Thinking back on his son, he fully admits he was pathetic. But he loved the kid, even giving him the family heirloom. Then, he found his son's body so completely destroyed, the face was barely recognizable. Usually sons avenge fathers, but he is flipping the script to avenge his boy. You and I totally get that kind of pain, right? Then bam, he fires an arrow so ridiculously fast it breaks reality. Plus, every single shot hits with the weight of 1,000 pounds. That is the insane strength of the continent's top bowmaster. Russell pops a shield, but the sheer pressure just blasts him completely away. Eyes snapping open, he locks in. With a massive volley flying in, Russell casts Lightning Web, actually catching a bunch of arrows mid-air. But way too many arrows keep coming. Dodging like crazy, he pushes forward and activates Plasma Blade for a massive counterattack. Mason just spams arrows, completely shutting down the attack. Russell is totally mind blown. The dude cleared a path through grand warfare magic. Seeing an archer casually hit the transcendent tier is terrifying. No holding back now, Russell triggers dragonification. Crown of Solomon, ultimate magic second form, flame-tipped spear. He tells Mason to stop playing and fight for real. Mason mocks his words, though inside he admits his raw strength is not enough, but fueled by pure, blinding revenge. He kicks his magic into high gear, deciding to oblige Russell and go completely all out. Activating Hermes' leather shoes, the wild power surge leaves Russell absolutely stunned. Next up, Mason summons the god Apollo's arrow, aiming right for him. Realizing both moves are literal Olympian divinities, Russell gulps. This fight is gonna be pure hell. Mason dares him to dodge a god's arrow, letting it fly. Meanwhile, back on the front lines holding the formation. Everyone is risking their lives, taking aim. Muya throws her spear at the mob, roasting them as weaklings and begging for a challenge. Over on the right flank, Olsen desperately defends. Left flank, the Spear Tower Master drops Hemingway Melville Originality, White Horse, and Sea Bubble, but a massive explosion goes off nearby, and he instantly knows who caused it. That crazy blast came from the front line. The smoke clears, and shockingly, Master Daria is on her knees, looking completely wrecked. Breathing heavy, she aggressively curses her enemy. This guy was a massive pain in the neck alive, and somehow he is even worse dead. But she refuses to quit, trapping him with massive roots. So what do you and I make of this madness? We absolutely need more. Stick with me, guys. She unleashes Flame Oak Grasp to finish it. Rodri screams while burning in flames, as Daria hopes he will not hate her too much. Shockingly, Rodri uses dark magic from the roots to launch a massive counterattack right at her. Because of her brutal injuries, she cannot even move an inch. Luckily, the Spear Tower Master jumps in, blocking the attack with his awesome power. The old man quickly checks if she is doing all right. Super embarrassed, Daria mutters that she totally had it under control. He just nods. Then he leans in to heal her wounds, but man, the damage is way too severe. Even with healing, she will face some crazy side effects. She simply tells him to apply quick first aid for now. The Tower Master jokes that Roderick definitely made a stylish exit. He thinks it is a total shame he became an archlick, teasing Daria that she should have defeated him gently. Daria gets super annoyed that he is joking while she looks this beat up. She fires back that Roderick was way stronger dead than when he was alive. He questions if that insane power was really just from black magic. Then, he suggests they fall back immediately for proper treatment. Daria claims she felt another weird energy besides the black magic. She says it was not from the material realm, realizing this crazy war is way more complicated than they thought. Meanwhile, back to Russell and Mason. After spamming arrows nonstop, Mason is totally out of breath. He never expected our guy to flex this much divine power. Mason has hit his absolute limit, yet he cannot land a single fatal hit on our hero. The real problem, Russell is leveling up mid-fight. Mason straight up considers our guy an absolute monster. Our hero realizes he wanted to save his divine power for emergencies, wondering if holding back against Mason is impossible. Still. Now pay attention, this is where it gets absolutely insane. Thanks to his new power, he hits the 8th circle realm and perfects his magic formula. Deciding to go all out, he instantly unleashes his ultimate magic. Russell Raymond drops the 3rd form, 9 Dragons Mythological Flame. Seeing 9 massive fire dragons, Mason is completely mind-blown by how absurd this is. Instantly, the dragons blast their scorching flames right at him. Dodging the fire, Mason figures out only one crazy survival plan. Even if his hands get shredded, he has to unleash rapid-fire shots for his crew. Amazingly, he actually takes down one dragon. Aiming for another, a dragon suddenly chomps his leg. Fighting the intense pain, Mason actually thinks losing one leg is nothing. Surrounded by raging dragons with his fate already sealed, Mason makes a hardcore choice. He's going to drag Russell straight to the afterlife with him. But before he even moves, Russell hits him with Breath of the 9 Dragons. Mason lets out a tragic groan, knowing it is game over. Meanwhile, our hero actually feels a bit torn. He has fought tons of villains before, but this is the first time he is actually feeling completely regretful. Mason was his enemy, but he learned so much from him. Boom, a massive explosion rocks the area, leaving a giant burning crater after their fierce battle. Russell realizes they finally took down the Doom Knight and Marquis Mason, the absolute beast who beat the Archlick. He genuinely believes they can win this entire war now. On the front lines, Muya is having a total blast wiping out enemies. Suddenly, a sneak attack comes her way, but she smoothly dodges it. She teases that the attack was decent, daring him to show his real power. Right then, her soldier urgently reports something. "You and I both know things always get worse, right?" The soldier warns her the new undead squad is radiating a completely bizarre aura. Fighting them, Muya wonders if these monsters have completely lost their minds. Never backing down, she orders her entire army to wipe out every single one of them. Meanwhile, on the left flank, Olsen is busy smashing through these freaky-looking undead soldiers. He asks his buddy for confirmation, and the guy nods. It is definitely berserk magic. That is a forbidden spell burning life force as fuel to max out physical stats. The targets go crazy with killer instinct, and the caster dies. His friend claims the Imperial army will be fully wiped out soon. Olsen laughs like a maniac, joking that they will totally win this, assuming they survive that long. Our boy finally arrives, blasting a blizzard to freeze the undead and apologizing for his delay. Seeing the chaos, Russell is shocked they used berserk magic on their own troops. It is a race against time. Either the Imperial army destroys itself with that magic, or his own squad gets completely wiped out first. Dashing forward, he orders everyone to charge. A little while later, the undead soldiers suddenly lose energy and collapse. The allied troops are super confused, but Daria notices the berserk magic duration has finally run out. She calls this the longest day of her life. The Tower Master then asks about her next move. He wonders if they should keep fighting to finish it, or pull back to reorganize their lines. Panting hard, she knows losses are heavy, but the outcome is set. She shouts that today they end the war. A soldier yells that the Emperor has appeared, shocking them. In the distance, the fifth prince arrives, escorted by a living skeleton. A knight named Rohakan hypes up his squad, determined to push back the prince. Meanwhile, the fifth prince is super satisfied seeing all this blood spilled just for his sake. Spotting Rohakan, the prince licks his lips, joking that it would be rude not to savor his efforts. Furious over his fallen friends, Rohakan charges in for payback, screaming for the prince to die. But the cold-blooded prince instantly impales him with razor-sharp crystals. Instantly, the prince absorbs his life force. The remaining soldiers are left completely terrified and shivering. He smirks, calling it a decent appetizer. With a creepy smile, he gets super tempted for the real main course feast, so he blasts the forces, causing chaotic retreats. Then boom, flame requiem. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch the wildest boss entrance ever. The prince is pumped, but Daria is completely stunned. He's the Emperor. She had some intel on him, sure, but seeing the guy in person, he is not human, he is an absolute monster. She knows a straight fight means instant death. He casually wipes out allied fighters, clearing his path right toward her. He smirks, telling her to wait her turn since he has plenty of power to absorb, even offering her a head start to run. Daria ignores the trash talk and unleashes Red Tempest. She screams at her troops to fall back immediately. In her head, she knows she has to pin this monster down to buy them time. The soldiers scramble away. The fifth prince just smirks at her attack, wondering how long she can actually survive. Daria is shaking. Her mana and stamina are totally tapped out, but she stands her ground. Suddenly, someone blocks the prince's counterattack. She looks back. It is the Tower Master and her comrades. He roasts her, joking that she can barely stand and really needs to start acting her age. With that, the whole squad rushes forward. They are fighting with her until the end. Muya steps up, saying Beastkin do not run from freaks like him. The elves agree, they are not backing down either. The prince just smiles. He laughs, saying they just saved him the hassle of hunting them down. He turns toward the Tower Master. Daria scolds him for dragging everyone back into the danger zone, but right on cue, Russell crashes the party. He smiles, saying a team is better than fighting solo. Daria is shocked he came, but our boy tells her to save the lecture. Watch closely now, this is where it gets insane. Russell asks if that is the Emperor. Daria nods, watching him absorb dead soldiers' blood. The guy is building a human shield, pure evil. Russell finally connects the dots. The Emperor is the cult leader. Daria grabs his arm, begging him to make it back alive. Russell promises they will all go home. He steps toward the boss. Instantly, Zillion's voice echoes in his head. A massive warning, do not drop your guard. This Emperor is leagues above any enemy they've ever faced. Our hero asks for a hand, but Zillion flat out refuses. He drops a bomb. Half of his domination ability was suppressed by him, sure. But the other half suppressed by the Emperor. The horrifying truth hits Russell like a truck. The Emperor is a transcendent. Russell is completely stunned. He asks what that even means, and boom, everything freezes. Total silence. Time literally stops. Zillion materializes, explaining they are inside his mind. He paused time just for a split second to completely block out the real world. He mentioned something like this before dinner. Russell asks why drop this massive Emperor lore right now. Zillion admits he didn't expect the guy to show his true colors this fast. He figures moving away triggered it and starts spilling the secrets. The former Transcendent was brought back by his fanatical followers, but he is severely weakened. Russell is confused. Why hasn't he recovered his full power yet? Because Zillion explains, the one way for cultists to hit Transcendent level, the path to the demon realm, is totally locked. Cults literally worship demons to borrow their juice. To them, a Transcendent is just someone handpicked by the Demon King himself. But with the realm sealed tight, the connection is dead. They cannot borrow that demonic power anymore. You and I are thinking the same thing, right? Russell figures this whole war was just to reopen that demon portal. But Zillion shakes his head. Before he drops the real answer, the Emperor spots him. Zillion violently coughs up blood from the mental pressure. Just like that, Russell snaps back to reality. The Emperor smirks, noting Zillion found a shiny new master while he was busy fighting. A new master rocking Dragon King blood and the title of otherworldly savior. The Emperor is actually super jealous right now. He is honestly annoyed he didn't spot Russell sooner. He could have just stolen our boy's overpowered body instead of plotting this massive, convoluted war. But whatever, preparations are done. He unleashes his full, terrifying aura. Down in the dirt, Muya wonders why their attacks finally seem to be hitting. Her teammate shuts that hope down. This is where the real nightmare starts. The Emperor triggers his Eye of Gorgon, ready to play. Back in his own space, Zillion is hacking up serious blood. Things are totally spiraling. The Emperor said preparations were finished. Does he even need him anymore? Russell suddenly walks up, asking if he is okay. Zillion is stunned. How is he even here? Russell just shrugs, saying he saw him coughing blood and vanishing, so he followed. After all, Russell is literally holding half his heart. Zillion sighs and reveals the boss's true endgame. The Emperor made a shady deal with a cosmic being from another dimension, not the demon realm, just to get his powers back. Russell's brain is completely short-circuiting. Zillion repeats it slow. It is a world-devouring god, and the Emperor is trying to reincarnate that exact monster into their world. Russell shivers. Please do not be the god he is thinking of. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, creepy shadow figures explode from the Emperor. The elf warns everyone, it is ancient cult magic. One scratch and your actual soul takes damage. Muya grits her teeth. Dodging soul-damaging magic is easier said than done, but Daria is not scared. She drops her flameflower dream technique, instantly incinerating the shadowy ghosts. She yells at the Yellow Tower Master to stay sharp. This curse is unbreakable. The Spear Tower Master traps the Emperor, yelling for Muya to attack. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you need to see what's next. Let's dive right into the chaos. She dashes forward, landing a brutal punch right on the Emperor's face, since she's the Beast King. The Emperor just brushes it off like nothing. He instantly snaps out of the abyssal snare and violently blasts Muya backward. Ready to devour her, he launches shadowy masses her way. But boom, our hero crashes the party, blasting flames of destruction and seizing his chance. He grabs Muya, securing her safety. Seeing that hellfire, the Emperor gets super interested in our boy, hitting the ground. Russell tells Muya to stay back so she won't get hurt. She listens. Then, he unleashes Russell Raymond's ultimate magic first form, Crimson Moon Fire Realm, and roasts the Emperor. Brushing off the heat, the boss realizes this wild move automatically locks onto anyone hostile to the caster. Admitting it's annoying, he instantly clears the flames with his dark aura. Just as he gets cocky about blocking it, our boy is suddenly right in his face, weapon drawn. Panicking, the Emperor barely blocks the strike, but when he opens his eyes, the whole squad is charged up to launch a combined attack. The Emperor suddenly realizes that last strike was just to blind him. Right then, everyone unloads. Daria unleashes Darius Snow White's ultimate magic, Avalanche's Fang, while the Spirit Tower Master fires Hemingway Melville's ultimate magic, Absolute Zero. The Yellow Tower Master drops his special move too, while Russell blasts a massive dragon breath. All those attacks collide in an epic explosion. As the smoke clears, our boy is sweating bullets. It was his very first time using dragon breath. His lungs are practically burning, and he's totally convinced that insane combo wiped the Emperor out. But wait, that thought instantly shatters when he hears a cough. Now here is where we should panic. The Emperor just stands there with tiny scratches, absolutely furious they even touched him. Everyone is completely stunned. Down on the ground, Muya mutters that he's an absolute monster. She honestly thought that combo would do serious damage. Seeing red, the Emperor taunts them for trying so hard. Declaring he'll slaughter them all brutally, he suddenly erupts with an overwhelming dark energy, confusing the whole squad. Russell recognizes this insane aura. It's exactly like what attacked the spirit realm, holding a faint trace of the divine Dragon King. Dropping all that raw power, the Emperor's hair turns pitch black. Seeing things go completely sideways, Muya grabs our guy and books it in the opposite direction, screaming at him to run if he values his life. From behind, Master Daria barks at Niccolo to do his job, so Niccolo tells them to bounce as he steps up, instantly slamming down his defensive ability, Gaia's Rampart. But standing across from him, the Emperor just smirks, knowing it's way too late. Boom, their energies clash in a massive blast. As the smoke finally clears, the ground is completely obliterated. In the distance, everyone is knocked out. Russell asks if they're okay. Muya weakly mutters she's fine. Looking over, our boy spots Niccolo crumpled on the ground in awful shape. He instantly dashes over to check his pulse. But zero response. Niccolo is totally out. Soon, the Spirit Tower Master and Daria rush in, thanking Niccolo for risking his life to save theirs. Just as the Master tries to apply first aid, Russell drops the heavy truth. It's too late. He's already gone. Daria and the Tower Master are absolutely crushed, losing their old friend. Meanwhile, Russell steps forward. Muya grabs him, begging to know his plan and insisting they fall back to regroup. He wants to run, but retreating right now is impossible. Across the field, the Emperor unleashes more dark energy, violently cursing dragons in his head. You saw this coming, right? He swears to end them brutally, making Russell his absolute first target. The second he lunges at our boy, Russell barks at Pepper to instantly activate spirit clothes. He's ready to die to stop this monster. Without hesitation, he blasts the Emperor with his ultimate magic second form, flame-tipped spear. Russell knows if he fails here, his friends are dead meat. They start trading massive blows, but the Emperor pushes back hard, leaving our boy seriously struggling. Closing the gap, the Emperor thrusts a deadly, piercing strike, but wait, instead of hitting Russell. Zillion jumps between them, taking the fatal blow. Both are totally stunned, and the Emperor casually asks what he's trying to prove. Russell shakes, horrified that Zillion took the hit. Zillion just smirks, teasing him for dropping his guard. The Emperor scoffs, calling him an idiot, mocking him for dying like a dog after enduring so many years. With that, he decides to blast them both to the afterlife together. He charges up another devastating attack, but before he can fire, the Spear Tower Master locks him down with his Leviathan's grip. Breaking out of the hold, the Emperor lands, totally annoyed. Boom, Daria blasts him with flames. The squad regroups, refusing to let him look down on them. Stepping up to cover her, the elf tells Muya to go totally wild. Meanwhile, Russell sits beside Zillion, desperately asking why he took that hit. Zillion just shrugs, flashing back to his past. He explains that despite being born with a rare dragon's bloodline, his life was never worthy of a dragon. Branded as corrupted, he hid in the shadows his entire life, eventually serving those insane cultists just to survive. Snap back to reality, Zillion hands Russell a horn. It's actually his hyper-refined mana. The shape changed, but it's literally the same as his own heart. Trembling, our boy realizes handing this over means certain death for Zillion, but coughing up blood, Zillion says he's dying anyway, wanting to end like a dragon. Tears fall as Russell listens to Zillion calling him his young dragon emperor. So what do we make of all this? Muya and the elf are completely wrecked. Daria is still throwing flames, but she lands to check on the spear tower master. Let's dive right into this crazy battle. The tower master is completely drained, and Daria knows their long lives might end today. Standing back up, he claims he is ready to die with zero regrets. But Daria, she just wants to see her student get married. Knowing her older students have probably bilayed by now, she is absolutely desperate to get her youngest apprentice out of this war zone. Ready to watch those weddings as a ghost if she has to, she ignites her flames. The spear master instantly powers up beside her. The absolute energy pouring out of them is wild. The emperor just mocks them for burning their life force dry like total fools. Laughing it off, he prepares to execute them, but out of absolutely nowhere, bam, Russell clocks him right in the jaw. That punch launches the emperor across the entire battlefield. Daria is completely speechless, staring at our boy's epic new powered-up form. A system alert flashes. He just absorbed a corrupted dragon horn, perfectly fusing the insane power of all 6 dragons he has collected. Then a red alert screams a mana overload warning. Crawling out of the rubble, the emperor demands to know if he stole Zillion's magic. The guy is totally shell-shocked. Sure, he is not at his absolute peak yet, but getting manhandled like this, not on his bingo card. Russell does not hesitate. He chucks a spear that stabs right between the emperor's legs. Hovering above, our boy readies weapon number 2. Now pay attention here, things get real. They clash weapons fiercely, and the emperor finally calls our boy the dragon emperor of this era. They fiercely push each other back. The villain rants about how the old heroes ruined his plans ages ago, and now their annoying descendants are pulling the exact same stunt. He charges in with rage, but Russell beautifully deflects the strike. The emperor swears he will slaughter him right now before the whole world goes up in smoke. Screaming at him to die, the villain launches a massive blast. Russell struggles since the damage zone is just too big to dodge. But he still unleashes ultimate magic second form, the flametip spear launch a giant slayer, meanwhile from far away. Daria and the tower master watch the fight. The old man jokes he never expected to find a literal god by living as a mage. Daria, though, is super stressed about our boy. We cut to the Britannia Empire capital. Creepy magic circles appear over the castle, pulsing with wild energy. Innocent citizens start dropping like flies. Meanwhile, way up at the top of that sketchy tower, psycho cultists are running a dark ritual to summon something horrible. The leader screams to the great evil god from beyond, bragging about their blood sacrifices and crazy devotion. He literally begs this evil god to swallow the world in darkness and grant them salvation through death. Creepy, right? And then, a massive, nasty tentacle floats through outer space. Back on the battlefield, our boy and the emperor are just throwing absolute hands. The emperor swings, Russell perfectly dodges. Taking the opening, he unleashes Karanos and blasts the villain with raw lightning. Tanking the hit, the emperor fires off these crazy afterworld arrows. While dodging, Russell's body suddenly feels like lead. He physically cannot handle this level of divine power much longer. He pushes past the pain and nearly lands a blow. The emperor blocks it and curses loudly. Furious that a mere mortal is matching him, he counters with a nasty blade dash. Russell realizes quickly that if this drags out, he will definitely lose. You see it too, right? He must win here. It is wildly risky, but he honestly has zero other choice. With his current strength, he believes it can work, so he bets his entire life on one final attack to protect everyone. Pushing the boss back, he orders Pepper to release the spirit clothes. Boom, he literally transforms into a full dragon. The emperor is absolutely stunned by this impossible human feat. Even for a descendant, this is wild. Wasting zero time, Dragon Russell breathes a massive tsunami of fire straight at the villain. The emperor screams as the flames trigger a massive explosion. Quickly, our guy shifts back to his human form. He is thrilled the dragon trick actually worked, but man, the recoil is brutal. His heart feels like it is literally going to explode. But then, sick, twisted laughter echoes out. The Emperor is charred but still breathing. Russell coldly demands to know what is so funny. The absolute psycho says he cannot help but laugh, bragging about reaching transcendent god-tier power. Russell thinks the guy has gone delusional from losing so badly. Then the villain points straight up, revealing the horrifying truth. The great evil god has fully entered the mortal realm. A gigantic, swirling vortex rips the sky open, and an absolute monstrosity crawls out. Russell panics, completely freaked out that he felt zero magical energy from this thing. Standing there in pure shock, he realizes the truth. This monster operates on a completely different dimensional level. Seriously, this beast makes the spirit realm boss look like a total joke. It finally clicks in his head. This is exactly why the Spirit King called it a literal fragment of a god. Right on cue, the recoil hits and Russell coughs up blood. The Emperor loves the show, mockingly calling him the Great Dragon Emperor. Throwing his hands up, the villain yells in pure ecstasy. He calls out to the evil god, ready to be reborn with ultimate power. Begging for that dark magic, but suddenly, bam, massive lightning strikes him dead on. Meanwhile, our hero's body gives out, completely shutting down. He tries to stay awake, but fails. Before he hits the dirt, the Tower Master catches him, and Daria throws up a heavy defense shield. Time for a tactical retreat. Back in the city, those crazy cultists are celebrating because their doom-bringing god has finally arrived on Earth. The leader screams that the apocalypse is officially here. Lightning starts striking everywhere. Fast forward a few days to the Allied army main camp. Daria admits the casualties are brutal thanks to that enemy magic. That is where we leave it, trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let us dive back into the madness, guys. Our two superhumans survived, just knocked out cold, but Daria is sweating over that vanishing evil god and the crazy emperor. That sky-splitting day and night, gone. She's dreading whatever wild nightmare comes next. The master asks if she is visiting Russell again. Daria absolutely refuses to leave his side while he is in this wrecked state, but right in that moment, Baron Donovan sprints over, warning that the princess is arriving. Cut to Princess Hecate holding unconscious Russell's hand, completely stunned that the Emperor and those cultists actually went this far. Daria drops the hard truth. She explains the Emperor's actual body just got completely possessed by a crazy, powerful pagan cultist. That means some dark, absolutely terrifying being from another dimension just crashed into their world. Plus, a monster is trashing the capital and an unknown species just popped up. Princess Hecate is stunned by this massive threat, asking Daria what her game plan is. With total confidence, the master says they are charging straight for the capital. She acknowledges the heavy sacrifices. Losing the Yellow Tower Master and the battered faction leaders. Not to mention, Duke Russell is basically clinging to life. Even so, they absolutely cannot afford to waste time. The whole continent is literally on the brink. Crying, Hecate drops the bomb that they must wait a week. She says His Highness called in global backup, and massive reinforcements will hit the main camp in 7 days. But here is the catch. Those troops are for the front lines, so they gotta convince them to strike the capital. Daria bows, promising victory. Hecate fully trusts them, gently touching our hero's forehead, praying he comes back to her. Fast forward and Russell finally snaps awake, totally confused about his location. His broken bones fully healed. He panics, wondering if months passed, and completely freaks out about his friends. He sprints outside into this massive, crazy fancy shrine. Suddenly, a dude with long hair tied in a ponytail rolls up, completely shocking our guy. The stranger knows Russell is super confused, so he tells him to follow along, walking behind him. Watch this crazy reveal. Russell remembers the mural story from the Otherworld savior. He stares and suddenly realizes this guy is Kim Hyun-sung, his legendary ancestor. Hyun-sung casually pushes open this gigantic door. Seeing a lady inside, Russell totally thinks it is his mom, but quickly shakes it off. Nope, that lady is literally the dragon god. She turns, calling him the first dragon emperor, the dragon king. She's impressed he made it here so fast. Russell looks at Hyun-sung, calling him the Otherworld savior, but Hyun-sung just rolls his eyes. That edgy title seriously makes him cringe hard. He complains about wanting a cooler nickname. the lady stands up, dropping the bomb that this is Pantheon, the literal world where gods live. Also called the divine realm. She leans in, pointing out the window and telling our boy to check out where the Olympia gods hang out. She points at Yggdrasil, noting Asgard sits right above it. Then she motions toward the third island, Ire, where the Dan family goddess lives. She reveals they are currently inside the divine dragon realm, which is split into 4 distinct territories. Russell is mind blown. Since the mythological era, gods were just a complete mystery, with wild rumors saying they built a divine realm and just dipped. I know what you're thinking. Did he actually die? Russell panics too, totally confused about why he is suddenly chilling in the divine realm. The lady laughs, saying only his mind got pulled up here, while Hyunsung confirms he is totally alive. Then she asks if he knows why the 9th circle is blocked. Answering it is due to the Dragon Emperor's divinity. Russell flinches hard, his mind totally racing about the 9th circle. She explains his divinity is so massive that normal mana stabilization straight up fails. Hyunsung pats his shoulder. They brought him here to teach him how to actually control it. Mastering this means ditching his human limits to become a demigod. Later, they hit the Asgard training hall. Hyunsung totally brags about this place. It is so ridiculously tough that even gods going all out cannot scratch it, making it the absolute perfect spot for some hardcore divinity training. But Russell nervously asks how long this will take. Even though they said the material world was fine, he is seriously worried. Hyunsung pauses, realizing that hiding the truth is just making Russell more anxious, deciding to drop the act. Hyunsung admits their world is in huge danger. He coldly states the Emperor is trying to borrow otherworldly power to completely revive, and right now, Russell stands 0 chance. To win, our boy absolutely has to make this crazy god-tier divinity his own. Russell boils with rage hearing the Emperor is alive. He blames his own weakness, but Hyunsung tells him to chill. After this training, that Emperor will be absolute trash. Boom, training kicks off. Hyunsung charges up some insane energy and tells our boy to shut his eyes. He blasts that energy right into Russell's forehead, telling him to face his inner divinity, opening his eyes. He is floating in literal outer space. His ancestor's voice echoes faintly, telling him not to lose, looking closely around. Russell wonders if this is his mind, but it feels much deeper, and using magic is extremely hard. Instantly, he feels something huge creeping up right behind his back. A shadow steps out. It looks exactly like Russell until it instantly transforms into a gigantic flaming dragon. That aura feels super familiar, just like his ultimate magic. He gasps, instantly realizing this blazing dragon is actually his very own divinity. The beast suddenly blasts him with fire. Russell barely dodges, finally understanding exactly why his ancestor warned him not to lose this fight. Refusing to let him down, he goes all out. He unleashes Ultimate Magic Chapter 2 Flame-Tipped Spear. He hurls it, ready to tame this power by pure force. Meanwhile, his real body explodes with wild energy. Hyunsung smirks. Trust me, you and I absolutely want to see this crazy training finish. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. 1 week later, Daria and the Tower Master hit up Russell's tent, telling Princess Hecate they are officially heading out. The princess tries to see them off, but Daria politely shuts that down. She reminds Hecate that her being here has to stay totally top secret. The 2 visitors bow and offer some final advice. Out of nowhere, Hecate pulls Daria into a tight hug, begging her to protect their nation. With literal tears in her eyes, the princess calls Daria her absolute best friend and most loyal subject. She just wants her to come back alive. Daria gets it and promises she will give it her all. Before leaving, she tells Hecate to look after Russell. Outside, a massive army is already waiting for their commander-in-chief. Olsen steps up, reporting that the main and backup forces are locked and loaded. Daria loudly announces that the alliance of day and night has united for pure justice. She declares they are going straight for the source of all evil, the imperial capital, to finally take back their blue sky. And with that, she leads the massive forces out. The grand march has officially begun. Meanwhile, our boy Russell is currently going toe-to-toe with a massive dragon, spear in hand. He parries the beast using his explosive flag technique. The dragon roars furiously, but Russell knows the clock is ticking right now. He has got to finish this fast. but it is crazy tough because this giant lizard somehow predicts every single one of his attack patterns. But hey, his hits are definitely working now. Every time the dragon takes damage, it literally shrinks down. The only catch, Russell is burning through his stamina and mental energy, so he cannot drag this out. Trying to wrap this up, Russell charges straight in with his spear. The dragon snaps at him, but our guy leaps up and drops his ultimate magic. Crimson binding chains erupt, completely wrapping the beast up tight. Watch closely because he is risking it all right here. He blew most of his mana on that move, so it is do or die, yanking the chains back. The dragon thrashes around howling, but eventually, it just gives up and flops onto the ground. Russell honestly wonders if he actually won. It literally feels like he just tamed a giant, angry puppy. But before he can even celebrate, intense flames swallow him whole. He can barely keep his eyes open as the fire rushes straight into his heart. Pure divinity is pouring directly into him. His mana pathways feel like they are being blasted clean by god-tier energy, and the sheer intensity makes our guy scream his lungs out. The next second, he is flat on his back. When he finally sits up, Hansung instantly congratulates him. Sitting right across from him, his ancestor grins and asks how the Dragon Emperor's divinity feels. Russell replies that pure divine energy is just buzzing through his entire mana network. Hansung tells him to check his mana circles right away. Russell focuses inward and his jaw drops. Boom, he just broke through to the legendary 9th circle. He realizes that going past immortality into actual transcendence, that is a power jump nobody has seen since the literal age of myths. He is honestly almost in tears over hitting this level, but Hansung tells him to chill out. He explains that since Russell absorbed that divine energy, hitting the 9th circle was basically guaranteed. Honestly, he should have leveled up way sooner, but his old mana and the new god power were constantly clashing. Plus, Hansung points out that Russell isn't just some normal transcendent being anymore. He literally has god power inside him. Then, it suddenly clicks for our boy. Hansung smirks and confirms it. Yep, he is officially a demigod. Russell is totally skeptical though, mostly because he feels exactly the same. His ancestor laughs, saying that is just because he hasn't test-driven his new stats yet. He snaps his fingers, and a whole squad of actual gods rolls up. Hansung says these guys are divine war experts, and they will be his new sparring partners. Russell appreciates the crazy hookup, but politely declines, saying he really needs to get back to the real world ASAP. Now I know what you're thinking. A whole month passed. Yeah, Russell freaks out too, screaming at his ancestor for keeping him in the dark. But Hansung waves him off, explaining the crazy time dilation up here. 5 whole days in the God realm equals just 1 single day back on Earth. So chill out, it has only been a week down there. Plus, they are actively spying on the material world, so they still have a decent head start. Hansung ditches him with the deity squad so he can focus on grinding. The gods drag him away, totally hyped to finally punch something after sitting around for centuries. Meanwhile, back in the real world at the Britannia Empire Rocky Mountains, things look grim. Super creepy monsters are just swarming near the imperial capital. The elf squad from the Alliance army swiftly drops those beasts. Amelia looks around, realizing these mutated humans were just trying to flee before getting caught. But sadly, you just cannot outrun this dark ancient magic. Every single village got wiped out. The real issue now is whatever twisted new monsters are waiting ahead. Moving closer to the capital walls, somebody calls Amelia over. She grabs Alan, and they rush to the front line where a scout is shaking, pointing into the distance. Alan and Amelia completely freeze. Right there in the open is a massive, pulsing black egg, totally surrounded by freakish monsters. It literally looks like a dark worship ritual. Alan frantically asks what the heck that is. The scout has absolutely no clue either, but he is dead certain about one terrifying fact. If that nightmarish egg hatches, it is game over for everyone. Cut back to the divine realm where a god is shocked, 3 whole months of fighting, and Russell isn't even sweating. Hansung just flexes, bragging about how awesome his descendant is. Mid-fight, our boy realizes he is finally getting the hang of his god powers, but he is still pretty frustrated. He eats a massive combo attack from the deities and staggers back. One of the gods smirks, noting he still cannot tank their team attacks. Russell immediately yells at them to all jump him at once, but they refuse, admitting he is already on their tier. Basically, beating each other up is pointless now. Still, Russell refuses to quit. Arguing he barely just figured out how to use his new aura, Hansung steps in right then, proudly saying that knowing you still have room to grow means you've truly leveled up. Reminding him that everything is a process, Hansung tells our guy to take a breather outside. So what do you and I take from this? The ancestor drops a classic truth bomb, know your enemy to win the war. Smirking, he asks Russell who their actual target really is. Let's jump right into the madness. Russell drops a bombshell. This cultist big bad literally signed a contract with an alien entity just to get his lost powers back. But get this, Hansung admits the villain used to be his own student. Our boy is absolutely floored. The ancestor explains the guy's name is Vlad Dracula. Back in the day, little Vlad lost his whole family in a war and was literally knocking on death's door. So Hansung takes him in, teaches him magic. The kid was a total prodigy, hitting tower master level before turning 18, but honestly, that crazy talent totally backfired on him. Years go by and he hits a massive wall trying to reach transcendent tier. He completely spirals, comparing himself to his master until it drives him crazy. Vlad sinks way deep into the darkness, totally ignoring all logic, and right when he's most vulnerable. He gives in to the dark side, becoming the first cultist to hit transcendent level. Right after, a huge god versus demon war explodes. The gods win, locking away the demon dimension. Cut off from his power juice, Vlad gets sneaky, hides out, and straight up hijacks Hansung's physical body. Russell is super confused about why he'd do that. Hansung figures Vlad wanted to absorb the raw divinity inside that body to level up. Watch closely, this is where it clicks. That totally explains why the enemy turned pitch black when Vlad wore his shell. It all makes sense. Russell realizes Vlad found a chunk of Hansung's flesh in the physical world, using it to track down an alien entity to get his power back. Hansung drops the bad news. With his body and magic fully restored, Vlad is basically seconds away from a full-blown revival. Hearing this, our boy begs to go back to the real world ASAP. He thinks his crazy new power-up will let him use enough divinity to crush Vlad. But the ancestor shuts that down fast. With his current stats, absolute zero chance of winning this fight. He says our MC only stands a chance by finishing his final training. Russell instantly asks to start right now. I know you're expecting epic training, right? Nope, Hansung says just make a ball. Russell is totally flabbergasted. Meanwhile, back in the real world. The Tower Master stares at this massive egg, completely mind blown. He's sweating, wondering if this thing is actually the legendary Dragon Emperor. Using her skills, Daria senses a tiny speck of Russell's divinity mixed with some sketchy energy. Yep, it's definitely the Dragon Emperor. Just then Amelia pulls up, saying the Alliance squad is locked and loaded. The plan, once that signal flare pops, it is all out war. While the army waits, Daria, Amelia, and the White Tower Master move to smash the giant egg. The trio instantly blitzes forward. Amelia activates her blow skill, summoning this crazy massive energy current from the earth and sky, seeing that gigantic green tornado pop off. Olsen sees the signal and screams for everyone to charge. Up in heaven, the Dragon King realizes the epic showdown has officially begun. While the king prays for his boy, Russell is sweating bullets just trying to make a stupid ball. Back on Earth, Daria's squad gets ambushed by monsters. The Tower Master yells at Daria to keep pushing forward. He and Amelia will completely handle these ugly grunts. Daria sprints ahead, aiming to one-shot the egg. She triggers her absolute ultimate move, Final Chapter, Ensemble of the White Snow. Boom, a massive explosion goes off, but when the smoke clears, not a single scratch. Then a creepy voice whispers that trying is completely useless. The egg cracks, leaking pure evil aura. The Tower Master watches in confusion as it completely shatters open. Daria realizes it was a trap all along. The egg bursts open, and out steps Vlad, rocking long hair and looking super fresh from his insane rebirth. His dark aura literally forms into a sleek suit. He laughs at them, saying it's completely pathetic to fight back when their destruction is guaranteed. Vlad smirks, asking if Russell is already dead. Furious, Daria flares her power and screams she doesn't owe him any answers. Furious, she spams her ultimate attack again, but before it even lands, Vlad shoots a massive laser beam that almost vaporizes the whole squad. Everyone is sweating bullets. Vlad just chuckles, claiming he only missed because he hasn't aimed in forever, flashing a totally psychotic smile. He charges his next shot. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next.